fantastic.
Hello and welcome to round 6 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2022. My name is Steil-Antoni and I'm delighted to be joined for the last time by Grandmaster Robert Hess. Robert, round 6, how are you today?
I'm doing great. It may be my last day, but it's not for the players. They have so much left to play for. Yesterday was another exciting day of chess, Fiona, and today I think will be even better.
Absolutely. Once again, we've got plenty to look forward to. But before we go into the standings, let's see what happened yesterday, which I think, without a doubt, was the most exciting day of them all. It might not look like it when you look at the results and you see 5 draws, but there were things happening everywhere. It ended up with only 2 decisive results. Shankland Mamedov beating Jorden van Foreest. You can check that. It was our rapid recap of the day, so you can find it on the Chess.com YouTube channel. And Richard Report in the longest game of the day beat Praggnanandhaa. But Robert, maybe you can tell us a few words about the draws.
Yeah, at some point we thought we could even get 7 decisive results. That's how interesting the games were. There were no quick draws, no friendly handshakes, even though good friends Anish Giri and Gujrati played. I thought that Vidit put up great defense in that one. Fabiano Caruana had the advantage against Yesipenko. Niels Grandelius, Magnus Carlsen, that was a back and forth affair. First, Niels had the advantage, at least according to the engines, but he said, if you say so. I wasn't sure. Magnus didn't seem so sure either, so a draw in the end was a fair result.
Yeah, and there we see the standings. After 5 rounds, we have a 3-way tie at the top with Mamedov and Report catching the early sole leader, Vidit Gujrati. So those are the 3 men to catch. But in the chasing pack there, we see a certain Magnus Carlsen together with Andrei Yesipenko, and then just half a point behind Fabiano Caruana, Duda, Van Foreest. And, well, you said it, Robert, such a long event. Pretty much everyone still has a chance at this stage.
They certainly do. And you never want to count out Magnus Carlsen. He's only a half point behind. And I believe today he's got a chance to jump some of the leaders.
Indeed, as we see those matchups. And, well, right there he is, Magnus Carlsen. He will be playing Richard Report with the white pieces. That's the one to keep an eye on as well. Shankland Mamedov, another leader. He's playing Niels Grandelius, who hasn't had the best start to the event, but Niels said in his interview yesterday, in a way, it's like the start of a new event after the rest day, so we'll see what he can do. This is another big one, Vidit against Duda, and of course Fabiano against Anish. Every day we have so much to look forward to. And Robert, what are the matchups that you're most excited about?
I have to pick just one. No, I don't. You said matchups. I heard a plural in there, and that's a good thing because, of course, Carlsen versus Report in their first game, I think in 2017, if my memory serves me well, Report won with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. So Report has proven that he can take down the world champion. Magnus in this game has the white pieces. He will look to jump in the score group. And then Vidit Gujrati, white against Jan Krzysztof Duda. That, Fiona, for me is a really interesting one because Duda had his chances. He was at one point at +1 score. Then he lost that game to Mamedov, which probably was really heartbreaking for him. So it depends what Duda shows up today. The aggressive, creative style that we love to see from the Polish #1, or a more solid approach with the black pieces.
And I think Duda, I mean, one can only commend him. I saw that on Instagram. He posted something about the game yesterday against Karyakin, where in the end suddenly the engines were jumping up with this crazy move, Rook F1, giving a winning advantage. And Duda said something like, was I winning in the end with Rook F1? Maybe, but not so easy to see with 2 minutes on the clock and having to find 4 unique 4 zone moves in a row. So I like his attitude, the same as Niels Grandelius. They were not too fazed by missing a computer line to win their game. So plenty to look forward to today, Robert. And as always, people at home can get involved as well.
They can indeed. They just have to remember to vote. And you can get involved by going to chess.com/events. And that way you navigate to the tournament, select a game, click vote, and then choose your winner. You can win a piece of the $1,000 prize pool for best voters or free diamond memberships. Voting ends after the 10th move of each and every game. So do not miss your chance. And remember, vote on all the games. There's prize money at stake, diamond memberships. You would want a piece of that.
And we will be back in just a couple of minutes here with the start of round 6. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in a sec. Welcome back, and we're just 2 minutes away from the start of round 6 here. We saw the friendly fist bump between Mamedyarov and Grandelius. We see Vidit is ready to do better, looking very focused here before the start of the game, Robert.
Yeah, and now he's joined by other co-leaders. He had the sole lead for a couple rounds there, and we see Sergei Karyakin at his board. At any moment, the leaderboard can shake up, and Fabiano Caruana, he would love to get on the scoreboard with a victory against Anish Giri.
Yeah, I think those are two players who are not completely satisfied with the start of their tournament, so I'm curious to see how much risk is each willing to take. I guess Anish with the black pieces, he will be more solid. There we see the two Russian players, Daniil Dubov against Yasipenko. We haven't talked too much about that game, but I think this could also be a very, very interesting matchup. There was a little bit of discussion recently about why did Dubov get the wild card to play in the Grand Prix, why didn't Yasipenko? So we'll see what happens there.
And if Yasipenko is able to beat Dubov with the black pieces, you know that will only stoke the flames.
Yeah.
So there's Shankland, there's Praggnanandhaa, a fist bump. Shankland would love to beat Praggnanandhaa in this game, the lowest rated, the youngest player in the field, but Praggnanandhaa has scored a victory to this point, and Shankland is not.
In Shankland, a lot has been said in the chat about the bananas he brings to the game. I think the chat is still waiting for the banana to disappear, and we'll see. But for now, the game's off. We saw a handshake there between Sergei Karyakin and Jorden van Foreest. And Magnus, as always, fashionably late, just these few seconds. And, well, we'll see which move he opens the game against Richard Rapport.
And for Rapport, we'll see if his moves are bananas, B-A-N-A-N-A-S, because he might have some surprise in store for Magnus. Magnus, of course, has a winning record against most players, including Rapport. He has won 2 games since that initial loss. So with the white pieces, Magnus wants to win and leapfrog. I would say jump frog. I was saying jump and leapfrog and merging those words. He would like to leapfrog Rapport in the standings.
And, well, we see that once again, we see this quite often. Rapport hadn't started the clock. He had waited for Magnus to arrive and just started the clock now. Magnus adjusting all the pieces carefully before deciding on one knight f3.
Yeah, he's been choosing knight f3 lately, avoiding any of those pawn pushes in the center, which are more common. And we'll see if Rapport lets him get into a Catalan with eventually g3, bishop g2, d4, c4. We've seen this from Magnus in the World Championship. We saw it early in the tournament with his win against Anish Giri. And for Rapport, I think he tends to enjoy avoiding preparation.
Yeah, it's interesting. Even though it's only move 1, Rapport looked quite surprised by knight f3. Although Magnus, he did just play it a few days ago against, help me out, Robert.
He played against Anish.
Against Anish, yes.
Yeah, so he's been playing it quite regularly in recent events, the World Championship being the most important amongst them. And for Rapport to not have a response ready is interesting. I feel like he's not coming to the board with that as an unexpected move, but maybe he wasn't positive which response he would choose in this game.
Yeah, and always interesting to see players going to the tank from move 1. Magnus, he played it against Anish. He also played it against Jorden. Okay. So he's been playing it a bunch. Sometimes I think the players, they are in a spot where when an opponent can play everything. Sometimes one of the moves you rule them out a little bit. You think, okay, he's already played this twice this tournament. Most likely he'll go for something else. So I'm going to focus maybe on the other moves. But yeah, Richard, well, he is now decided on 1d5.
Maybe he did this intentionally. He knew that the cameras would be on him and he wanted to steal the show as soon as it began. He said, this is my tournament right now. I'm in the lead. So all eyes should be on me, but he did choose d5. Magnus quickly responds with d4, and Rapport's gone from the board. So I don't know what's going on in the early stages of this game, but we're only 2 moves in for white, 1 for black, and yet both players are gone.
Let's bring up the bird's eye view while we wait for these players to return and see what is happening elsewhere. Well, it looks like the game between Sam and Praggnanandhaa, they have been moving fast. What is happening in the other games, Robert, where it's still very early doors?
Yeah, my attention was on that game as well. I saw queen on b4, knight on b5. I know exactly what opening that came from. It was the Sicilian. It was an influence of Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, and many other players, of course, as well. But that's that world championship impact when players play it in the biggest event in the world. You start seeing it from all the other players. And what an interesting game that will be in the bottom right. I see Fabiano. That is really interesting to me, Fiona. He has fianchettoed both bishops. It's not like there's too much going on right now, but in the bottom left hand side of the screen on that board there, Fabiano fianchettoing both bishops. Who has inspired him?
Well, I'm curious. I think we've seen Magnus, we've seen Kramnik when he was selective, but from Caruana. What? I tried to mix Caruana and Fabiano, I think, there. But yeah, it's not an opening we have seen him play too much before.
No, but I mean, I think we have to really look across here. Mamedyarov, calm start to his game against Niels. We see Vidit and Duda there in e4. So it's from a semi-Tarrasch. Duda continues to play that variation. He did that earlier in the tournament against Praggnanandhaa. So Fiona, where should we look at first? I'm guessing you're going to say Dubov against Yesipenko. Really exciting position. But besides that one, which catches your eye?
I mean, it's interesting that both Yesipenko and Rapport sort of went into the tank. But Yesipenko is taking it to the next level here. Will he leave him to it? Maybe we can start with Sam Shankland and Praggnanandhaa.
For sure. I have that position up ready. And Sam Shankland came ready for this game today because we're 13 moves in, and now it's Praggnanandhaa on the move. So if we go back to the start here, it was a Sicilian. The knight comes to c6. Again, Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces, Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. We saw this game after game in the 2018 World Chess Championship. This was not the first time this opening was played, but it had such an impact where it wasn't the most popular choice at the highest levels, but when Magnus Carlsen does something, people follow. It's kind of like that Mean Girls effect, you know, Fiona?
Very true. And we talked about, I think, the influence when Magnus plays something in general, but especially when it's a world championship match.
Right, because all those months of preparation that went into it, you know that it's a sound opening, that there's a lot to it. And d4, choosing the open variation rather than bishop to b5, which keep things a little more close. So we saw d4, takes, knight f6, attacking the pawn, knight c3 defending, and then e5. So Fiona, this choice, this opening here, I think for some, it may look a bit weakening, right? Because you push a pawn, you have this backwards d pawn, but we know that this is quite common theory.
Yeah, all of this has been analyzed so deeply. Well, we see the knight jump into b5, and again, I think a lot of players when they start out, and not just that, even club players, or they wonder what's going on here. Why do I allow all these weaknesses on the dark square? d6 is kind of weak. Then there's this outpost on d5 as well. But all of this has been analyzed so deeply, and in fact, it's turned out that this is all rock solid for black.
That's right. And d6 is an important first move because you did not want the knight to jump in there. Now the queen joins the bishop in defense. Knight to d5, very clear. So this move, Fiona, it threatens knight to c7 check. That much is clear, but it also forces black to change the pawn structure after knight takes d5, e takes d5. And I think I know your answer, but I'm going to ask the question anyway. When you see this change in pawn structure, do you prefer it from the black side or the white side?
I think I prefer it from the white side. In general, I see this pawn on d6. In my mind, I think that can be a long-term weakness. I also think maybe I can get my bishop out, castle, and at some point throw my f-pawn up the board. But in general, I like the pawn on d5, which is going to be solidified, well, not solidified, but strengthened by a c4 push, which actually was white's next move. So I like white here, but what about you?
I agree, although you also have to appreciate that black can get some play on the king side in the center, because if we cut the board in half, which I like to do, I wish I could draw a line right down the middle. Chess.com, if you're listening, let's get that as a feature, please, because I have to do through the file. I would like to go right in between the king and queen and cut the board in half. And the point is that black has an extra pawn from the E through H file. So when you play F5, you have 2 pawns here in the center, and white plays on the queen side. We have C and D pawns, so only a D pawn. So white would like to eventually start pushing these pawns. We see in the game queen A4, bishop D7, queen B4, hitting the D6 pawn. Black does not want to part with the bishop pair, plays queen to B8. All of this has been played before. H4, trying to play H5 and kick this knight out. And black plays H5, white plays bishop E2. Black now kicks the knight and knight C3. So Fyodor, this is where the game has led us. And at this moment, I was about to say the H5 pawn is under attack. Black goes for the H4 pawn, but it seems that white can protect the pawn, whereas black has a bit more of a difficult time protecting H5 because the knight is on G6.
And well, we see Sam has already gone G3. He is up almost 6 minutes from his starting time, so he really hasn't used even a few seconds. Just been playing everything instantly. And yeah, the question is indeed for black. Oh, Robert, your wishes.
We got to thank our producer. That's awesome. See, that actually makes it much clearer, right? You see the line splitting the board in half, and black has that extra pawn on E5 on that side of the board, and then white has the C4 pawn. So I really like that. Thank you very much.
That does look great. We can keep the line there. I'm sure it'll come in handy later. Not keep there, but I mean, keep it in our back pocket, and it'll come in handy again later on, I'm sure. And yeah, so G3, defending the pawn on H4. And the question for black, how is he going to deal with the H5 pawn in the long term? Also, a question that I'm always curious about is where do the kings go? And here I'm curious for both sides. Are those kings going to castle king side? Could they be going queen side? Are they going to stay in the middle of the board? What's happening with that?
Before I answer your question, which is a good one, and I'm partially buying myself time, but I think this is important. When you're playing someone like Sam Shankland, who is renowned for his opening preparation, I'm now wondering if this was a bad idea from Praggnanandhaa. He's thinking it's move 15. He has plenty of time left to reach the time control. But Sam, he is among the most, if not the most, deeply prepared players in the world. So where 15 moves in, Sam not even thinking, he's using his pre-game work and he's applying it at the board here. And if I'm not mistaken, the move F5 is an option at this point. And there's also the move B5. And B5, that involves a pawn sacrifice, at least temporarily, because knight, pawn, queen, bishop, all stare at this B5 square. And F5, if I'm remembering correctly, was a choice in the game Jorden van Foreest against Magnus Carlsen in Wijk several years back. So F5, that it makes perfect sense because you have an extra pawn, as we keep mentioning, from the E to the H files. You start pushing your pawns up. But whenever you push a pawn near your king, that may make your king more vulnerable.
Yeah, so a lot of double-edged decisions here on the horizon. Praggnanandhaa, very likely he is also familiar with this position, but so often you don't know, of course, which line is going to appear at the board. So he might not have looked at this as recently as Sam has, and he goes for B5.
He does. It's a pawn sacrifice. So C takes B5, A takes B5. This knight can come and take on B5. And the reason why this is a decent pawn sacrifice, sorry, I didn't mean to undo my moves here. The reason why this is a decent sacrifice is the queen on B8 pins the knight on B5. And black still is going to operate in the center and on the king side, an eventual F5, maybe even E4, bring this knight into this E5 square. So we can see the type of activity that black can get in a position like this. And honestly, it is a really ambitious choice from Praggnanandhaa. Perhaps my knowledge of Sam Shankland and just how quickly he's played against me in the past, I have some trauma from it where he has spent no time for the entire game. And I remember one game I had the white pieces, he was the black, and he made the easiest draw of all time. And he had more time than he started with by the end of the game. So we'll see Sam. I mean, he knows what's up. he continues to play quickly, but Praggnanandhaa also within his preparation, because you don't play the move b5 that quickly if you haven't seen the position before.
And by the way, this is a complete aside, but I saw some discussions in the chat, some people being worried that Pragg wearing a mask might be to his disadvantage. So just to let everyone know, the players don't have to. It is their choice. I believe Praggnanandhaa always wears a mask also in previous events, so it is up to the players. And Robert, let's go back to the bird's eye view. This one's shaping up to be a very exciting game. For now, we're still in the opening preparation battle, but what's going on elsewhere?
Well, Daniil Dubov in the top right against Andrei Yesipenko. That's a very well-known Catalan line. I see that in the game between Magnus and Report, that Magnus is down a pawn, and you see some similarities. You look at top left and top right. Both sides have these fianchettoed bishops on g2, but the difference is in how Black approached the position, because right now Magnus is down a pawn and Daniil is not, but Black missing a d5 pawn in both the boards. So it's kind of interesting to see how players can choose, and this is a good visual example.
I'm also quite curious about the Karyakin against Jorden van Foreest game, which seems to have come from an Italian, but very rare to see a knight landing on b5 so early. We'll check in there, of course, as well. But Robert, I'll let you choose. Where do we start?
Well, now I'm looking at the Karyakin van Foreest position, and there's a bishop on b8, which is the worst piece in the round. So that wins the award for worst piece of the round. That bishop is not happy to be there. The knight kicked it back there. And interesting to see van Foreest, who is a very strong player. Obviously, he won last year, but he has come up with so many creative ideas in the opening. So maybe just quickly, because I don't think at the moment the game isn't going to open up and become too lively, but there's a bishop on b8, and it is not a good piece.
I mean, it's very unusual. That's what had caught my eye about this game as well. Very unusual in the Italian to see the knight. Maybe we can see, if we quickly go from the beginning. So it was just a typical gioco piano until now, nothing out of the ordinary. A5, rook e1, bishop a7, all normal until now. But then again, this knight a3 move, which we saw played not in this exact position, but a few days ago. In general, it's more usual to see the knight develop via d2 and f1 and activate somewhere in the center than via g3 or e3. Knight a3, and I don't recall seeing a position like this before, Robert.
I kind of like it, though, because in this game, he brings the knight to b5 quickly, and he's taking advantage of the fact that Black pushed the pawn to a5. Right? When pawns move up, they can't move backwards. That's just how chess works. Sorry, everybody. So the pawn would like to be able to go to a6 and kick the knight. But in this position, we see that that's unavailable. And if bishop b6 were played, he chose bishop b8 for a reason. And perhaps he didn't want an exchange of the dark square bishops, then eventual bishop e3. I don't know why one would be fearful of it, but I do trust Jorden and his preparation. And bishop b8 indicates to me that he is going to move his knight at some point and play c6 and then open up the bishop on this diagonal. But at first glance, I mean, I really like the way this position looks for white, Fiona. Black is solid, protects this pawn on c7, which is really important because in d takes e5 in this kind of territory, there's no concern about this pawn because that sad-looking bishop is at least doing one job.
Yeah, and well, we see that Jorden hasn't spent any time, so clearly this is something he didn't fall into this. I think if we didn't have the clock situation, we might think, did Jorden mix up some lines here? Why is that bishop on b8? But it looks like this was his plan, and I'm curious to see how this game develops.
Yeah, like I said, bishop on b8, I mean, not a happy piece. But Black is going to go forward with a typical plan. Probably bring a rook to e8, try to complete the development. This bishop on c8 can get out of there, but it seems very cramped for Black. And at some point, perhaps, there's going to be a move like knight a7 as well to kick the knight out of b5. But it does have the feel of a position that you'd much prefer to have from the white side. But Karyakin is the one thinking.
Yeah, and we'll see what he can cook up. We'll see how Jorden is planning to deal with that bishop from b8. But it's not the first time that Jorden has shown some deep ideas. This reminds me a little bit almost of the pawn sacrifice in his game against Magnus, where it wasn't clear at first, but then the ideas came to the forefront later. So we'll see what happens here for now. Let's go back for a second to the bird's eye view. And maybe, Robert, we can check in briefly with one of our co-leaders, well, with Vidit Gujrati and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. I wanted to go there while the queens are still on the board, which I hope they will remain.
Queen trade offered. I don't mind the end game. It seems like Jan-Krzysztof Duda does not mind the end game either. He has just played queen to c7. And if this position looks familiar, it's because Duda against Praggnanandhaa followed a similar path, and not exactly to this point because the queen's on f4 and queen trade is offered, but out of the opening here in this first queen's gambit decline, then c5, we get this Samitarish opening where you trade off a bunch of pieces and it looks like a Grunfeld, Fiona, but there's no pawn on g6, bishop on g7. So the dark squared bishops come off the board.
Yeah, so what is the compensation here for black, let's say, for white's big pawn center?
Yeah, it's the long term. And exactly what Duda is doing is what's principled here. So if we just continue to the game line, I know we're rushing through some of the opening a bit, but this is well-trodden paths at this point. And he puts his rook on c8, so he has this open file to work with, whereas white has put the rooks in the center behind pawns that will likely push at some point. So after bishop b3, rook e8, this is a strange looking move, but it anticipates a move like d5, getting ready for that pawn break. The rook on f8 not doing much, the rook on e8 at least not preventing an option, but making that option have some repercussions with the rook trying to use an open line. And after h3, knight f6, the pawn e4 is under attack. So I think this is a clear answer to your question by the position. Black has applied pressure in the center, has a rook on an open file, has the extra pawn on the A and B file. So if we get to an end game, that will be to black's advantage, because when you have pawns in the center, you restrict pieces. The fewer pieces that remain, the fewer pieces that can be restricted. And thus, after queen f4, queen c7, you're offering that queen trade. The pawn on e4 will be a target if the queens trade. You really don't want to make the move e5 and hand black the d5 square and open up the diagonal for the bishop. So I think that both sides are doing things absolutely perfectly thus far. And now if I'm Vidit, I'm avoiding the queen trade to the move like knight e5. I guess queen h4 also comes to mind, but I really, really, really do not want to trade those queens.
I like knight e5. Robert, tell me if I'm being too optimistic here. After knight e5, can I dream about applying some pressure on f7 in the long term, or is that never going to happen?
I don't think it's that big of a dream. Your bishop is on a good square. At some point, the position will likely open up, and black needs to be very careful, because if d5 happens and we see a trade of pawns here, let's just throw a random move on like h6, which is not a move you just play offhandedly, but like, let's say we get some situation here, you're trying to get d6 to work and use this diagonal to your advantage. So black needs to be careful in these positions. You'd have to blockade with queen to d6. You cannot afford to allow that pawn to push. And queens are notoriously bad blockaders, but only if you can attack them. And the reason why they're bad blockaders is as soon as the queen's attacked, it has to move. Unfortunately for white, in a bit of a tangle, so you're not going to have time to just kick that queen out of there.
So an interesting decision here. I think almost already the first critical moment of the game for Vidit, where he decides how is the course of the game going to look like for the next while. Are the queens going to stay on? Am I going to play knight e5? And yeah, we see him there looking to the side. And he's the one actually who has spent quite a bit of, well, not quite a bit of time, but 10 minutes, while Duda has played everything instantly up 5 minutes on the clock.
Duda's in his comfort zone. He knows these positions very intimately. And for fit it. We saw him play G5 and H5 yesterday. That's part of the plan in this position from White's perspective. You asked about the F7 square. Sometimes White starts throwing these pawns up the board and tries to go for G5 to remove this knight from F6. And
it was what I was dreaming of, but I didn't even dare asking you, can I go G4, G5?
There are no such thing as bad suggestions when you're not the ones making the moves, because that's how you come up with good ideas. Like sometimes you make a move, it's a huge blunder, but you keep that idea in your back pocket and you're like, wait, I'm trying to make it work. And actually G4 in these positions can be a good choice, because the knight on F6 does not want to move. We could show in this position that knight D7 is a huge blunder because the F7 pawn. So that's the point of playing G4 and trying to play G5, is that the knight would have to go to the rim and it can't go to D7 unless you protect the F7 pawn. So these positions are really interesting. I have not studied them that deeply, but I've commentated a bunch of games. I've mentioned Wesley So, Leonard Dominguez. They've had battles in lines either exactly like this position or a similar, but with some different moves played to this point. But either way, this G4 push has to be considered once we put the knight on E5.
An interesting battle on the horizon for sure. Let's go back again, see what's happening elsewhere, and maybe we should go back to world champion Magnus Carlsen. We saw that Richard Report had left the board after the first move, but a few things have happened here. We did transpose to Catalan, and well, let's take a closer look.
Sorry, my eyes also were on that Shankland game against Praggnanandhaa. That one's really interesting, but we will stay here for now. The Carlsen game against Report. We're only 7 moves in, and Report has done quite a lot of thinking. So we saw D5. D4 was the immediate response from Magnus, and then knight F6. So C4, E6, this is all normal, good stuff. And here at G3, the start of the Catalan. And Report says, I'm not scared. I'm going to take your pawn on C4. And we get this dynamic finner that we've seen so many times in recent high-level chess. And of course, Vladimir Kramnik played the Catalan for a long time, and he wrote a book about it. But the bishop on G2 has an open diagonal to work with, but Report chose one of those lines where he's trying to keep his extra pawn.
Yeah, so he started with knight C6, and after castles got his rook to B8. So out of that long diagonal, meaning that in the long term it might be easier to play a move like B5 to try and hold on to the pawn. Of course, you have to be very careful because B5 removes the defender of the knight on C6, so that's something to look out for, but he is making preparations for getting his pieces out of that long diagonal.
And look at this move by Magnus, bishop to E3. If you showed somebody this game and they saw the bishop on E3, like, what is that bishop doing there? This is not a novelty. It has been played before. At this point, the move knight C3 is more popular. The line continues knight C3. Black plays this move A6. I think it's clear that Black wants to play the move B5. There's E4 from White. I think Black refrains from playing B5 for the time being. First plays bishop E7. The pawn's not under attack. And only after the move queen E2 does Black play B5. So these kinds of positions are extremely sharp. White plays rook D1. You have these pawns in the center that can start moving up the board. And I mean, if this might be the piece sacrifice line. Like, I know I'm getting really deep into the weeds. So some people are like, what are you doing? Others might appreciate it. But there are positions where White goes D5 and then plays E5, hoping that this knight moves so that you can just take this pawn on D5 with the rook staring down against the queen. And then Black plays D4. White takes on F6, Black takes back, and look at this position, Fiona. 3 pawns for the sacrifice piece. This is such a complex position. It has been very well studied, researched, and we need that one D4 course, Boris Avruk, to come and save us.
Yeah, very wild stuff, but Magnus saying none of that today. I'm not interested. Instead, bishop E3, which at first sight looks like such a weird move, hard to explain once again. When we develop our bishops in general, we put them on F4, maybe on G5, but very rarely do we put them in front of a non-pushed E4 pawn.
Right, because that's White's advantage, having given up a pawn, is to have those pawns in the center. Bishop e3 does have the benefit of protecting this d4 pawn, which can free up the queen to go to a square like c2 and not drop this pawn to the center. And from Report's point of view, if he says, I want to attack this bishop, it's close to me, knight d5, the bishop will move, but if you move the knight from f6, then e4 becomes easier to play. So for example, knight d5, bishop d2, you've allowed me to play e4 with a tempo against your knight. So you don't want to just chase a bishop just because you can. And instead, I would consider developing my dark square bishop, playing a move like a6 to prepare b5. You could ask, why prepare b5? Then I put my rook on b8 to do just that. Then we see why this bishop is on e3. Fiona. Look at this a7 pawn over here. It's sort of hidden and under attack because of the bishop. But after b5, there's a move knight to e5 available, or a4 first. But after knight e5, if you decide to take, now your pawn on a7 is in some danger. So these lines can be really interesting and sharp. And the bishop on e3, you see its clear purpose in a variation like this, aiming at that pawn on a7.
Yeah, very interesting setup chosen by Magnus Carlsen, and he clearly has taken Richard Report by surprise, who's spending quite a bit of time here in the opening. Robert, shall we update the Shankland game, and then we'll take our first quick break of the day?
For sure, I'll pull it up right now. We see that Shankland and Praggnanandhaa, they're deep into this game. It's already moved 21. There's a bishop on g6.
And look at Sam's clock time.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is, I said it as like a friendly piece of advice. In general, would avoid going into deep theory against Sam Shankland. However, Praggnanandhaa didn't get here by accident. He has looked at this line. If this queen is able to slide over here, checkmate is going to be a problem for black to deal with. There's no h-pawn. And if we just go back a few moves, b5 was played. We saw this. The knight took, castles, a4, protecting this knight on b5 some more, though the rook is not defended on a1, which is why after f5, bishop takes h5, bishop takes b5, you cannot take back on b5. The rook is not defended. So if you take with the queen, this is fairly straightforward. The rook down on a1 is loose, and black would take the game. So instead, Sam takes this knight on g6. The bishop goes to d8, threatening bishop a5. And here Sam already has made his move, queen to b3, avoiding the pin of his queen, trying to go queen f3, queen h5. And Fiona, I'm scared for both players.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at this position thinking, what is going on? This position is completely wild. But once again, the engine is not phased. The engine says 0-0, which always makes me think, what is it here? Is there some way for this to just, come to a draw somewhere? I'm also concerned. I am very concerned for the black king. I'm also somewhat concerned for the white king on e1, especially with the bishop on b5, which is cutting off the diagonal. So I could picture a bishop coming to a5, and I'm not sure what the white king is doing either. So, yeah, wild stuff here.
It's just such a fascinating position, and they're still following a game that has been played between Arjun Kalyan and Velimir Ivic from the Grand Swiss in Riga. So I believe it was tournament in Riga. So I assume the Grand Swiss from 2021. But look at this position. The players have studied it. Other grandmasters have played it. Fiona, it needs some serious analysis before venturing into this kind of game.
Absolutely. Well, and we'll see Praggnanandhaa. Has he analyzed it deeply enough? If so, does he remember all the lines? It's him to move, and we'll come back to this game as well as to all the others after a short break. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Yeah, I grew up analyzing with a board, but things are very different now. Most of the analysis is done on the computer.
Most of the time I work with computer, with engines.
AI and its legacy will be answered in the future.
The engines are so much stronger than humans that you tend to believe what they say.
Changed the game, the way we see the game very differently.
I sometimes think over the board and try to, find human ideas, and also use computer as well.
I think I'm more scared in terms of the future of chess of computers just processing faster, and then if they become a little bit stronger. I worry that one day chess can be weakly solved.
If I don't use technology, I'll be just lagging behind against all my colleagues, because you have to use it, kind of.
Luckily, I still think that day is very, very far away, and I think it will be after I'm retired, many, many years in the future.
Solving chess is way, way out there, and frankly, I hope that it won't be in a very, very long time.
AI generally brought a lot of new ideas, and a lot of things maybe people would have discovered eventually, but just made it much, much quicker. You want to learn from the best, and currently the best is simply the machines, not the humans. Yeah, we lost this battle.
Welcome back, and really interesting to hear the players' thoughts on how they use technology and the progress of artificial intelligence. We also have here in Wijk in just 50 minutes the Game Changer conference starting. You can all watch this live. It will be broadcast to YouTube. There will be two experts in the field of AI, as well as Women International Master Natasha Reagan from England. She co-authored the Game Changer book alongside Matthew Sadler, and the final participant is none other than Grandmaster Peter Heine Nielsen, who is the main coach of Magnus Carlsen, among other things, but also very invested and interested in all these topics relating to AI in chess.
Well, I think what you meant, Fiona, is that they can watch that later on, YouTube on their own time, because they'll be busy watching the action of these 7 games that they see on the screen in front of them.
That's exactly what I meant. You can go back tonight and watch the event on YouTube. We'll leave the link in the chat, I believe. But yeah, don't go now. Check it out later. And Robert, we are back in the bird's eye view. What is catching your attention?
I mean, how could we not pay attention to the Shankland versus Praggnanandhaa game? I know we were just there. We were talking about it. The first novelty was played by Shankland on move 21. So I think just quickly, can we look at this, and then we'll switch to any other game that you want.
Of course.
Yeah, the first new move was queen to b3 in the predecessor game between Kalyan and Ivic. Bishop d2 was played, stopping bishop a5 from winning the queen. So this is the first new choice, trying to potentially get Praggnanandhaa in unfamiliar territory. But he responds with bishop a5 check. The king cannot move because king d1 is met by bishop to e2 check, and your queen is under threat. You see the evaluation bar go very in black's favor, because after this, rook c8 is rook c8 check. The king has to move, you lose your queen. That's just the end of the game. So that's why Sam responded with bishop to d2. Praggnanandhaa took it, and after king takes d2, this bishop is under attack, but that doesn't mean you have to move it. I think when our pieces are threatened, we feel like we have to do something about it, but this king is in the open. So I was looking at the move queen a7 as a way of attacking the f2 pawn. It looks really scary for that king on d2, and now I think you have to deal with that threat, because if you take on b5 with the queen, in comes one of these rooks, maybe this rook, to b8, b2 is hanging, f2 is hanging, and throwing in this rook b8 move, Fiona, I think it may not come naturally to most players, but if you get hungry for this pawn f2 right away, the queen can block. So I wanted to attack from every which way.
Yeah, and rook b8 makes sense because the white queen cannot defend both the pawn on f2 and the pawn on b2. So those pawns, the pawn on f2 isn't going anywhere. And yeah, this would just be completely winning for black. I had one question in the position in the game. Does it make a difference? I like your move, queen a7, looking down at f2. Does it make a difference whether we go to a7 or b6?
It's a very good question. I didn't want to stay in the pin any longer than I had to. So I was wondering if white protected this pawn on f2, would there be something? And another big difference is after queen takes b5, you don't have rook b8 first. So you get queen takes f2 check. And if the king moves, then you will get rook to b8, but the queen can drop back here. And I have to admit, haven't calculated this all the way through. There may be some kind of repetition. I see the eval bar is at zeros. But if we just try to go queen d4 check and keep checking the king, we see the bar go up because you're running out of checks quite quickly. So maybe there's a way forward where black scoops up g3 and then gets checks in the future, queen f4, trying to come over here, rook to b8 still as an option, the bishop's under attack. And it seems that there's a dynamic equality, but you have to be very careful in positions like this.
But of course, why not play queen a7, which is what Pragg has done, and keep the extra option of rook b8 alive. And well, queen a7 is on the board. Sam has been playing incredibly fast, but I guess already here in this kind of position, when we see 0-0s, we tend to be more concerned that there might just be a perpetual on the horizon. Sam certainly is looking for more and was looking for more with his prep, but how does he deal with the threat of queen f2 check?
And I thought that Shankland was the person whose preparation you should be afraid of. Now I'm going to just have the utmost respect for Praggnanandhaa's preparation. He's a young player. He's studying hard, and we're at 23 moves deep, and he clearly knows exactly what to do. So how does he deal with this threat? If you take on b5, you're in trouble. Queen e3, trying to trade queens, makes sense to me because white is up a pawn. But first of all, we can trade queens and take a4. I think we can also try to continue the attack with queen a5 check. And if the queen comes to c3, we probably drop back to a7. And this might be one of those awkward draws by repetition of the queens going back and forth and avoiding the trades.
I think, well, I'm not ruling out that we could see this draw here. And I think you have talked plenty, we've talked plenty about how we wish we didn't have draw fizz. But I think here, once again, it's a different story because this just happens in chess sometimes. Sam clearly was super well prepared, had some fresh ideas. Queen b2, b3 was a novelty. And sometimes it just happens that in these lines, if your opponent knows everything, in the end, it's just going to be a draw. And when he knows everything, it looks like, oh, why didn't you try something else as white? But that doesn't tell the whole story. If Pragg hadn't found the most precise moves at every turn, or known them, either known them or found them, then it could be a crushing victory for white. So I think these things just happen, Robert.
It's part of the game, preparation, all the hard work that goes in before the game even begins. That's a part of chess. And it is, in fact, a skill to be able to work that hard to find these variations, because this is not like a popular line at this point. They've deviated from that earlier in the game, and now they both know it. They both studied very hard. And if they draw the game, they draw the game, which would be a victory in a sense for Praggnanandhaa. The black pieces against a strong player, that's a great result to draw without too much of a sweat.
Indeed, and well, we'll see if Sam does go for queen e3. Not so clear to see what else he could do, but we'll keep an eye on this. Well, let's bring back the bird's eye view, and I'm gonna pick a game we haven't looked at all, and I believe Caruana against Anish. We talked about the double fianchetto, but we haven't looked at it in detail, so let's go there.
It reminds me of my online blitz games, and that's not a good thing, I promise you. You know, you don't want to be in those kinds of positions, but this is how I play in online blitz. And if we see how we got here, it's simply fianchettoing both bishops. And I'm fascinated to know why Fabiano chose this. To me, it seems like a sign of frustration. Anish is a very well-prepared player. These two have played each other, I think, something like 35 times. They have an even record in their head-to-head matchups in classical chess. And so Fabiano trying to take Anish out of his preparation. And look at the clocks, by the way, Fiona. I'm just noticing that Fabiano's more time than he started with as we continue to get to the game position. And Anish is the one burning clock.
I hadn't noticed that either. And it just tells you that sometimes even these positions, if we look at the black position, all the moves seem to come natural to black. And you might be wondering, why has Anish spent over half an hour to get to this. But first of all, it is absolutely clear he did not expect Fabiano to go for this line. And second of all, I think there's just so many ways in which you can set up, and with every little white move, you have to think, okay, what is Fabiano, what does he want to do next? How do I best prepare against it? So it's not as obvious as it looks.
Not at all. And he drops the bishop to h7, e4 played anyway. The knight came to d7, queen to e2, queen to b6, and only now does white play a4. And the thing about this position is people will be tempted to play a4 as black. You went a5. Why did you do that? Probably to play a4. But then white pushes through to b4, and you see the evaluation will start to creep up, because this pawn a4 will be a long-term issue for black to defend, and white just gained important space. So you don't want to push a4 often when white establishes the pawns here, because the pawn a4 is going to be a target later. The bishop on b2 really strong, slicing through the position, and white has a bit more space. So that's why queen b6 was the choice, and then Fabiano played a4. Part of the reason why white chooses a4 now is that this bishop on b2 is a bit loose, and if you get a4 and c5 and all these types of moves in, that can be annoying for white here on the queen side. So a4 shuts down black's play, and then Anish played the move rook f to c8. So Fiona, I think we often think our rooks need to go in the center. Maybe you could explain why the f rook decided to come over here to c8.
Yeah, I think, well, it's a great question. It looks, I think, a lot of players would be tempted to move the a rook and then move the rook from from the f file to d8 or to e8. But I guess it indicates that Anish is preparing to get some play on the queen side, maybe try and push the b pawn or the c pawn, and the rook on a8, although it isn't doing much, it is supporting the b pawn, it is defending it, and I think we will see those pawns start advancing, and that's why the rooks here, Anish determined, are well placed on a8 and d8.
Yeah, when there have been precisely 0 trades, trying to figure out where your rooks belong is not always easy, because no matter which file it went to, it's sitting behind a pawn. But your idea with b5 makes perfect sense. That queen can slide back, and then you can play b5, and you'll need this rook on a8 behind the a5 pawn. Or, as you mentioned, the rook can come to the b file and try to support b5. In some universe, there may be c5, c4, not in this game. Playing the move c5 will be a very bad choice. Let's say I make this move h3, a calm move, and you say, oh, I put my rook on c8, I have to push my c pawn. After pawn takes d5, your bishop is loose on e7 in these positions, in many of them. And if you take with the knight on d5, you give me the c4 square, and you have all these holes for black on the light squares, and white has great control. With this bishop still very strong, a knight coming to e5, white's pieces are just better.
Yeah, so absolutely, Anish, he will be looking for a pawn break, but you have to be very careful. Especially, it's interesting that Anish, he didn't choose to fianchetto any of his bishops in response to Fabiano's double fianchetto. So right now the two bishops are unopposed on their respective diagonals, which means you have to be even more careful when making a pawn push.
And the good thing for black about the current pawn structure, this triangle pawn structure, limits this bishop on g2, and the bishop on h7 is also limited in scope. So white has the best minor piece on the board for the time being. This bishop on b2 has the most access compared to the others, but where to go from here? I mean, even a move for white at this moment isn't that easy to spot. And for black, you're so solid. If white's trying to crash through, like a move like e5 would need to be played, but then you release the tension in the position. So after the knight retreats to e8, that's the only place it can go to. Now black has some options, because c5 can be played without the tension on d5 and the capture, or the queen will move, say to c7 or d8, and the pawn will go to b5, and that's how black needs to strike in a position like this, especially if white is just trying to take space on the king side and maybe push some pawns and try to attack.
Yeah, so this one, it's almost a little bit like a chess 960 game, in the sense that this game hasn't been so much about opening preparation or theoretical knowledge, and I'm really enjoying seeing the players just figuring things out more or less step by step here in this position.
Right, so Fabiano, he's finally going to start using some of his time, and then he'll come up with a plan. Not easy to figure out what plan that will be, but we still have many other interesting games that are in some tense moments.
Yeah, so let's bring back the overview. Well, my eye is going to Vidit. I'm happy to see the queens are still on the board. He did go for knight e5. And my eye is also going to Mamedyarov against Grandelius, where I see the e-file has opened. White has just gotten castle. Maybe we can check in there, since I think we haven't looked at that game yet.
We have not, and it's been the day of knight f3. So that's the first move by Mamedyarov, by Caruana, by Carlsen, and Niels plays c5. So if Mamedyarov was in the mood, he could have played a Sicilian. He could put e4, and then we get a Sicilian. He says, no, that's not my style today. Excuse me. He plays c4 instead. We get a symmetrical English, knight c3, knight f6, and e3. So white is first to the punch in the center here and supports the d4 square by a pawn e3. And then, Fiona, we see the move a6. So how do we justify when white is playing in the center and black is playing on the flank?
Yeah, I think a6, another move which has come into fashion lately, which is not easy to explain, because why is black doing that? I think very often it is linked, first of all, taking away the square b5, also some potential b5 pushes in the future. Niels actually, he has made a course, I believe, on Chessable on the a6, not in the English, but in the Queen's Gambit, the Queen's Gambit declined, which he called the Magnus a6 line, or the Magnus Queen's Gambit. So once again, we see the influence, even if it's not this position exactly of Magnus here.
It seems to go against all the rules. Your coach tells you, you develop your pieces, you play in the center, and then you see Grandmaster Niels Grandelius play a6, and you're like, but coach, Niels did that, so I want to do it too. There is a clear purpose to the move a6. It's what Fiona was talking about, taking away the b5 square, because he anticipated d4 happening, and after the swap of pawns, plays d5. And now it's really important that the b5 square is under black's control, because in many positions, you'd like to put a bishop on the b5 square. Here, I'd be tempted to make the move c5, precisely because the pawn is on a6, and then I'm going to try to take over the b6 square, because there's no pawn to hold on to it. But then you have to worry about moves like bishop g4, and white's center can collapse at any moment if you're not careful, with black removing some of the guards. So it's not like white just has a free hand here. And after d5, we saw bishop g5, bishop e6 to defend the pawn. Again, an odd move with the bishop in front of the king pawn, but the move e6, which is a reasonable choice, it allows white to say, I'm a lead in development. I have 3 minor pieces out. You only have 2. And then you can say that this a6 move isn't as helpful to the position. You would rather have had your bishop on e7.
Yeah, and I think bishop e6 also, well, now it sort of brings back my other point of, in some lines, you might want to take on c4, and then you are ready to try and hold on to that pawn by playing b5.
That's right. And the bishop on e6, it's attacking the c4 square. And Mamedyarov says, please go ahead, take it, because you lose a piece in this particular position. But as we continue to say, it's not about this current move. Just keep the idea open that black can take that pawn on c4. It would lose a piece for now, but later it may come in handy. So in this game, g6 was played, bishop takes, pawn takes, and castle. So it's an interesting dynamic, Fiona, where there's double f pawns for black. The king is still in the center, but black is holding on for dear life on this d5 square and not allowing white to break through.
So what is the plan for Niels? The bishop, will it go to g7, which looks like the natural square after g6 has been played? And I wonder, after that, do we want to play f5 to open up the bishop, or are we worried about creating some holes? What do you think that the plans are for black?
Black has to be okay with white taking on d5 at some point, because you are holding down the center as it is. So yeah, for white, I would think about playing the move c5. I'm still nervous about my pawn on d4. So it's a consideration, not something I would do without some serious thought, because as soon as you play c5 and you see the evaluation board actually starting to slip down, there's no longer the opportunity to take on d5, which means that black is very safe here in the center and then can focus his attention on the d4 pawn. So it's the keeping the tension prevents black from certain options. So I'd probably just make a move like queen d2, especially now that I saw that c5 is an inaccuracy. And then if black were to castle, I would continue in the center, because at some moment I may want to take on d5. I don't want to rush that decision, because if we get here, black is better. And the reason why is this d4 pawn. And as you point out, f5, rook d8. It's clear that there's too much pressure piling up against this pawn, and the bishop on g7, once it opens up, will be such a great piece.
Yeah, and an interesting positional struggle here between these two players. We'll come back here. Let's see, is there anything else we haven't looked at yet? Maybe we haven't looked at the Russian clash between Dubov and Yesipenko, and I'm just having a quick look to make sure we're not missing. What I'm seeing is Sam is still thinking after queen a7. I can imagine that Sam is not too happy at the moment. There might not be more than a draw here for white, which is certainly not what he came out for today. But as we said, these things just happen. And yeah, Robert, what else?
Well, that means that Praggnanandhaa won the opening battle, the fight for who has the better preparation, because Sam is suddenly thinking in a position where his king is the one in danger. And something else to note about these games, Vidit Gujrathi has 2 minor pieces for rook in that game against Duda. So you're right, we haven't seen the Dubov game against Yesipenko. I also see Magnus's queen on c1. That's a trend in these Catalan positions. All of a sudden, Dubov did that yesterday against Shankland, but the Vidit Gujrathi game against Duda, that position does not have a balance, so it's very unclear.
Yeah, do you let's go and update the Vidit Duda game, maybe.
Absolutely. So I just am pulling it up here. Duda has 5 or 4.5 more minutes than he started with, so he's gaining time with the increment. He has studied this position. Vidit in perhaps completely new territory. And the last time we looked, knight e5 was played. The rook went up to e7. I think we can understand why, defending the 7th rank, in particular, the f7 pawn. And after queen h4, b5 was played, due to getting a head start on his queenside expansion. Rook d3, Fiona, I mean, when I look at this position, I like the look of it for white.
I do too, Robert. I've been dreaming ever since we came to this position the first time. I've been dreaming about getting some attacking chances against the black king, and well, the rook lift is aimed at doing just that. We see that after Duda's next move, a5, the rook swings over to g3, looking down at the black king, as Robert was just highlighting. And now things started getting tactical here.
Honestly, at first glance, it almost looks losing for black, because if you try to avoid the pin, because queen takes f6 is a threat with the pawn on g7 pin to go king to h8, there's going to be a nice little move here, and it's rook takes g7, because you remove the guard of the knight, you give a rook for a pawn, you throw in queen g5 check, the king has to move, say, to f8, and after queen takes f6, there's checkmate in one threat. So you want to deal with that checkmate threat, you move your rook back to e8, or if you move your king to g8, it wasn't just about one rook lift. Here comes the second one, and that's going to be a checkmate unless you sacrifice your queen for the rook, in which case white has a completely winning material advantage with the attack. So you cannot afford to go king to h8. So that leads me to be like, wait, if you can't go king h8, you're in some big trouble. King f8 meets the same fate after rook takes g7, and knight takes e4 is what Duda prepared.
Robert, having had looked at this at home with the computer. Because from our human perspective, the position did look very, very scary. But Duda, he didn't break a sweat.
No, and knight takes e4, giving up 2 minor pieces for rook and pawn. And at first, the evaluation bar is saying white is favored. But with that deep preparation, studying it for hours and hours, letting the computer sit and think for such a long period of time with their supercomputers and their neural nets and all the good stuff they work with, you see a4 played, the bishop drops back to d1, and then after f6, the knight has to retreat now, and it's clear what Duda is going for. He's the one with the initiative. He's controlling the open file. White's king isn't in danger, but the bishop being on d1 is a little bit awkward. And the d4 pawn is isolated, can be targeted. The rook on e7 defends the e6 pawn and the g7 pawn. So black doesn't really have anything to worry about in terms of weak pawns or king safety, but we tend to like the minor pieces against the rooks when there's a clear target to work with. And right now, it doesn't feel like white has things to target. And on the other side, black can go after this d4 pawn, for example.
Yeah, it's a weird position where I feel like I would evaluate the position differently if I saw the clock times and if I didn't. I think if I didn't see the clock times, I would think, oh, I quite like this for white. And we see Vidit has just played knight d3, at least stopping the queen from coming in to c1 for now. But yeah, with the clock times, it feels like Duda, and we see make another instant move, queen d6. It can be a little bit uncomfortable, and I think Vidit will have some work here to do, because always an uncomfortable spot to be playing, not just against a very strong opponent, but knowing you're playing not just against him, but against the engine, which has backed up all the moves he's playing.
That's scary. And you could tell on Vidit's face, he is trying to calculate, he's trying to remain objective, but it's hard not to think in those terms of, what does my opponent have in store for me? And then you're starting to get worried, but you need to remove that fear. You should be skeptical, but you shouldn't be worried. And of course, Vidit is a consummate professional. He is going to dive deep into this position. He is down quite a bit of time, but they only have 15 moves to make until the time control. So he has plenty of time left. He has 2 minor pieces. So before we hop to another game, let's try to figure out where those minor pieces should go. The bishop on d1, I'm not seeing where that bishop belongs exactly. The knight on d3 is kind of needed where it is to stop a rook c1, though that knight, if you stabilize the d4 pawn, could make its way to a square like c5, but I don't believe in that move, as the d4 pawn is absolutely not stable. The knight comes up here. There's going to be pressure here. You can, wait, is rook takes c5 even a move? Did I just blunder 2 pieces for a rook in return? So you have to watch out for this, although it still says white is doing just fine. So
surprisingly,
takes. Oh, hold up. So it didn't like my d takes. It wants to throw in this check first, and after king f7, only then take on here and say that white's pawn is pretty good. Queen h8 becomes the big threat. Wow. I mean, you know that Duda has still analyzed this position for several more turns, because this line is scary for the black king. So I'm sure Duda will show us what the right way forward is.
Yeah, and well, first of all, Vidit, I think he will be spending quite a bit of time here, so we have time to move on, but very impressive preparation by Duda indeed. Maybe we can quickly, unless there is something crazy happening, maybe we can quickly see the game between the 2 Russian players, Dubov and Yasipenko, and then we'll go for a quick break.
Okay. Well, there's a queen on f4, not the first queen we've seen there today. And we can go from the beginning because we haven't tuned in, but it was, guess, be surprised, a Catalan.
And it's really, I mean, interesting to see how much into fashion the Catalan has become again. QQ World Championship match, Carlsen, Nepomniachtchi, and the influence. I think it was really interesting, that Catalan game in the World Championship match, which was the first moment where everyone started thinking, oh, Dubov is probably still on the team.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi said that, right? He was like, as soon as I saw some of these openings, I was like, Daniil, that seems like his influence. And it is. And here Daniil plays queen a4, which is common theory. You're winning this pawn back on c4 directly, but you've moved your queen once, you're going to move it twice, and you're going to have to move it a 3rd time after b5. So you've opened up your diagonal. The rook on a8 is loose, but that's why black makes this move order. b5 hits the queen with tempo, the queen drops back, and then bishop b7. So Fiona, I played this position from the black side many times. Do you have any experience in these kind of Catalan lines?
I have actually played the Catalan from the black side as well, unfortunately, and it was one of the reasons I moved away from 1d5, because I got so depressed. I got so depressed defending this from the black side. I never had too much fun here. I know it is supposed to be very solid, but it's quite rare for black to have too much fun in these lines.
That's right, because normally the way it works out is, can you get this move c5 in? And after you do that, you've probably equalized. But if you every move, like, does c5 work? Does c5 work? Nope. Okay, next turn. Does it work? Nope. There's a drawback. And then you see in this game, bishop d2 played, bishop e4, the queen drops back to c1. So the queen wants to be on c1 here. If you move off the c file with like queen to b3, then we see that move that we're talking about, c5 is played, and after pawn takes c5, you could take back with the bishop, but even better is the move knight to d7. You win this pawn back. It can't move anywhere because it will be captured, and there already are multiple pieces attacking it. So you get to develop and then bring your knight to c5, which is really nice for black. So queen goes back to c1 for that reason. Bishop b7 back. And I've seen so many draws with queen c2, bishop e4, and back and forth. Players, if they're not interested in playing, they do this repetition. But here we see Dubov, he doesn't want that. He wants bishop f4, knight d5, and knight c3. So Fiona giving up the bishop pair. Dubov says, that's all right with me because I'm fully developed and the c5 push is not going to be easy to make work.
Yeah, and well, we can see from the live position in the bottom right corner that the c5 push still hasn't happened. Getting the bishop piece, the bishop pair must be worth something, but I guess you're liking White's position here still, or what do you make of it?
Yeah, in general, I still think there's a slight pull for White, and the move knight e5 was played. Dubov knows these positions very well. If we take a quick peek at the clock, he has more time than he started with, and the bishops were swapped on g2. This is our live position, and there's a big problem for black. c5 is hard to make work, and we're not joking when we say that this is what the position is all about. And the reason why, if you give White just even 2 free turns, let's say the move king h8, just to show you what happens, rook c1, king g8, and then this knight moves away, say to knight e4, you have this huge problem. Oh, I blundered a piece or something with f6, I guess. But the point is that there's a huge problem down the c file. So maybe this exact move order doesn't make the point I'm trying to make. But if we pretend that f6 doesn't exist, we see that the c pawn is just a target. White controls the c6 square, and that's the issue. And now, speaking of f6, in the current position, f6 looks like it might go and win a piece, but White has the move knight c6, and that's why the rook can't be on c1. That's the big difference, is because after bishop takes f4, knight takes d8, there's no rook to capture on c1. So that's the reason the eval bar went crazy when I was giving White free turns, and it was still good for black, because in this particular situation, once the queens are traded, not for each other directly, but through minor piece captures, that if black takes the knight, you take the bishop, and c5, guess what? Still hard to make work and to equalize with it.
Yeah, and well, the chat was just pointing out Esipenko was staring into our souls, looking at the camera there. But it seems to be the theme of the day so far. A lot of players up so much on the clock, having played everything instantly. And well, Esipenko, he still has his work cut out for him here. We are going to take a very quick break. We will have our producer Big checking in with the challengers, seeing what has been happening there, and we will be back in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere.
Yes, welcome everyone. We're back with Check In with the Challengers. My name is Wouter Big. I'm the producer for Tata Steel and Chess.com. So if anything goes wrong, you know how to blame. It will either be Robert or Fiona. Either way, we're here checking in with the challengers. Every day we're going to look into the challenger section, see if some interesting games next to it, because they play next to the Masters, and the winner will be playing next year in 2023 Masters section of the Steel Chess Tournament. So it's very important, next to the Masters section. And we have a very nice game here of International Mesho, Polina Shuvalova against Mark Maurizi. And we have a pretty interesting position here already. We can see that White is going to snag off that pawn on h4. So let's just do that. This happened in the game. It's Black's to move. So they're not going to snag that off. Here they snag it off. Rook takes h4. King play to g7. And here we have our first little minusculous little error. And it's very interesting to see why the bar is dropping down. Now, the move that should have been played was rook to c4. Rook c4, the idea is you're going to go to c6. You're going to hit that pawn on b6, because you always look at these backwards pawns. Those are the ones you're trying to grab. Now, Black, what Black would do, they would change queens. And after a queen change here, rook to d6, we could play king f4. And if we look at this position real quick, we see that this pawn is very weak for black. This pawn is weak for very black. Black has this pawn, which is also very weak. We have 3 pawn islands next to the 2 pawn islands of white, which are all neatly defended. And that's the big change of what happened in the game. Because what happened in the game, and if you think about that position that we just had with all these pawn islands, whenever after rook f4, black played a very smart e5, already pushing down the board. And now rook c4 is a little bit too late because we keep pushing the pawn down. We're going to e4, and after bishop takes e4, rook to d2, hitting the queen here, looking at checkmate while the bishop is still defending it. However, more important, we're also looking at c2, looking at g2, and this knight is looking at e4, the only defender at the moment. So after queen to e1, we had a nice queen check. We had an exchange of queens. We took this bishop, and we took the pawn. Now the big difference here in the position that we just had is not only are the knight and the bishop traded off, in addition, there are only 2 pawn islands for black now, where are 2 for white as well. The big difference here in that is that this is a lot easier to draw. This is already, I think, a theoretical draw with perfect play. Now, perfect play did not happen. I can tell you that. There was a beautiful move after black played b5 here. Now, once you look at this position, I'm going to give you 5 seconds. And just Barbara, white played a brilliant move. Beautiful. The idea of black here is simply that if you take here on b5, I'm going to put my rook here, and there's no way to defend this pawn or attack my black pawn. And if you start running, I'll just sweeply jump behind it. You're not going to be in time. I will catch you. And now this is pretty much a very easy draw for black to gain. However, this is not what happened. White played a fantastic move. Rook f4 check. I'm sorry, there was a little intermezzo. I thought we already had to move. Rook f4, a little intermezzo, just to tickle a little bit, you know, get away from this side of the board. Here it comes. Here's the big finale. b4. Now, the idea, this is what happened in, this is not what happened in the game, but the idea is that if you take here on a4, b takes a5, and there's no way to really catch this pawn, because I will grab your pawn here. And if you say like, well, you know what, I'm just going to start running for myself, then you play rook a4, still going for the pawn. Now the same thing applies right here. What happened in the game was a little pawn push, and then you take here. The same thing applies. If you start running, I will put it behind. But black had one final trick up its sleeve, which I love very much. After these moves, after b2, you cannot play b6. Do not be taken for a fool. After b6, black has the very sneaky idea of playing rook d4 check, distracting you from this position here, making sure that you can queen. And if you take, I will queen, and black is not easy. It's not over. You can say that, well, after, let's say, b7, here and here, we might even get some sort of fortress. Like, this is not an easily won. I would say that this should be a draw with correct play of white, but it's very difficult to play against. Maybe we can make a fortress. But Paulina did not fall for that. And after b2, he quickly played king f3. Make sure that we didn't have any problems. This pawn is going to run. And this is where Maurizi resigned the game. And Paulina Shuvalova, first win in the challenger section, going 2.5 out of 5. At the top of the leader, top of the pack, it's Aryan Erigasi, who had a brilliant win today as well. Nice, slow outpace. I could have picked that game as well, but I really wanted to show this game. These little, nice, neat little rook endgame tactics that keeps you warm at night. Let's say that. Thank you. Hope you guys are enjoying these little things, these little tactics that we get going on left and right. We always check in with the challengers. But for now, we're going to go with the big boys in the Masters section. And let's bring it back to Fiona and Robert.
Hello and welcome back. It is round 6 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We are your hosts for the day. My name is Fiona. I'm joined by Grandmaster Hess. Famously, you can't spell chess without Hess. Robert, how is this round shaping up for you so far?
Well, first of all, you can spell chess without my name if you speak another language. So there is a workaround, just so everybody knows that they don't need me at all times. But either way, I'm thrilled that everyone can join us for the show. 7 games still ongoing here as we look from board to board. Sam Shankland against Praggnanandhaa, following the lines that we were predicting earlier. That's in the bottom right-hand side of the screen here. The game up top there, the top right, it looks like Dubov has planted his knight on c6, and Yesepenko has pushed his f-pawn. That's interesting. Mamedyarov has decided to venture forward with his c5 push. That's in the top row, the second from the right. So Fiona, we really have so many options. Even Magnus Carlsen, he's sacrificed a pawn and now is trying to win it back. So I don't know where our attention should go, but we can't go wrong. That's the good news.
That's good news indeed. I suggest we maybe start with world champion Magnus Carlsen. He has once again sacrificed the pawn. We talked about his Catalan opening. We talked about the Dubov influence. And do you think that's what's happening here again?
I think it is. And the last move played was b3, because after queen c1, black tried to protect the pawn. And then Magnus said, I will go and win it. You can't afford to get greedy because you lose your knight on c6. So that pawn on c4 is pinned. If you move it, you lose that knight. And Fiona, I mean, at first glance, I would say that it's typically the case that when you gain your pawn back in this manner, that white should be doing pretty well. But this bishop on e3 is particularly awkward, and the rook on b8 is perfectly situated for when the b file will open.
Yeah, I think at the moment, Magnus has yet got some work to do to convince us of the soundness of putting the bishop on e3 in front of its own pawn. And I'm also, one thing I'm curious about is Magnus's time consumption, because he is down to an hour, meaning he has spent 40 minutes already to get here. And I think that probably indicates that this might be, at least in some part, an over-the-board inspiration rather than it all being in the books.
I'm trying to think how much I believe him. Not believe you, but believe him, because sometimes players will go and think they're just trying to recall preparation, or they're making it seem as if they don't know exactly what they want to be doing. Because it was at this point here with queen to c1 that Magnus started thinking. So it's possible that bishop d6 caught him off guard, very possible. But it's a normal looking move by report. It shouldn't be all that shocking to see it. So queen c1, b5, b3. I think the game will continue with castling, and after pawn takes c4, you have to take back with the pawn, otherwise white has too much control with these pawns here. And I think that white doesn't have to capture on c4 right away. We saw that in a sideline in the game between Dubov and Yesepenko, that the move knight to d2 makes more sense to me. I would like to take this pawn with my knight rather than bring my queen out into the open. And white does have the healthier pawn structure, Fiona, because black has 2 isolated pawns. It's just 1 for white.
Yeah, something like that would look good, but yeah, I'm very curious to see what happens here. So far, I'm not convinced. Richard, he looks very focused here. He's also not too sure probably just how much he should believe Magnus. And well, I think we'll come back here, but he's taking his time, as he should, to figure out how he wants to meet b3.
And both players being intentionally deliberate. They don't want to make any big mistakes here, because the structure is one where, yeah, the c file is going to be open. The c7 pawn, the backwards pawn, could be a nuisance to deal with. So you're right. Report will probably think quite a bit, so we can look at some other games.
I know that the chat wanted to catch up with the Sam Shankland. I think a lot of people are very interested with what's going on there. So have they repeated once? Maybe we can very quickly update that.
Yeah, queen to e3, queen a5 check, queen c3, and queen to b6. So it's not a full-on repetition of moves because the queen didn't go back to a7 here, but I do think the queen is better placed on b6, and I don't see a better move for white than to play queen to e3, because if you take on b5, you lose the game right away. Queen takes f2 check. If your king goes back to the first rank, you lose the rook because you lose the connection between your rooks. And if you go up to d3, even e4 check should be sufficient, because after e4, your king has to go up here to c4, and then I can give you a check along the c file and just take your queen. So the king will never find shelter, and you're losing material. So that would be bad news for Shankland. So he has to, I think, Fiona, play the move queen e3.
Yeah, I think that Sam is, it's a different kind of going through the motions. Sometimes we see it happen before resignation, but I think here, unfortunately for Sam, maybe he'll have to resign himself to this not being more than a draw. I think Sam, he's still looking. I think he wants to avoid the repetition, but maybe there just isn't anything. And I think most likely we'll see a handshake here in the near future.
Right. The problem for Shankland is that f2 is hanging, which means king is in danger. a4 is also under attack, and he's only up one pawn. It's not like he's up two pawns and can afford to give one back and try to play for an advantage. I think if he loses his material edge, he's just going to be in trouble because his king will never find safety. The bishop on g6 is scary, though. So if white could play queen f3, queen h5, we've been talking about this checkmate, but the queen will then get to the d4 square, and then this king on d2. It's just much easier to attack it. So Fiona, I guess my biggest question is, I let Sam Shankland's reputation precede him. His opening knowledge is always great. He seems like he knows what he's doing in pretty much any line. He's been very vocal about how hard he works, especially on the opening stages. And of course, he's great at other elements of the game as well. But maybe his preparation wasn't super thorough here, because it seems that with Praggnanandhaa's prep, he was able to get a position where it should just be a draw by repetition. And that means that Praggnanandhaa didn't have to sweat it out over the board, finding some tactics to defend, or a grinded out position where you're slightly worse in an endgame. No, he just played what he worked on. And at the board, he's just going to, it looks like, make a draw.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, it could also be, I think sometimes you have these huge files, and there is this one or two lines where if black finds everything, then it will just peter out into draw. And this could be what happened here. Sam might have gotten his hopes up because Praggnanandhaa was spending some time. So we will maybe find out after the game, if Pragg gets asked about it, did he actually know all this? Was it a matter of just remembering? Was it a matter of, sometimes it's a mix. You have seen it before, but you're trying to remember over the board. So that could be the answer, but at the end of the day, Pragg has found all the best moves, and Sam's preparation here, unfortunately for him, doesn't seem to be yielding him any advantage.
All right, and we can talk about this a lot, and sometimes you do go down variations where only one move for your opponent holds, but the type of player I wouldn't test their theory in, at least to this extent, and I'm kind of walking back what I was saying earlier, is Praggnanandhaa. I thought that he was venturing into Sam Shankland's cooking, right? His home prep, all that good stuff. But it seems like Praggnanandhaa knows it just as well, if not better. And so Praggnanandhaa, the lowest rated player in the field, the least experienced, just because he's the youngest, he is the type of player who is going to put up great resilience no matter what. But I feel like if you're one of the high rated players, you don't necessarily want to just say, let's see who can work better at home. You want to try to outplay them over the board. But all credit to Praggnanandhaa so far, having a great event, beat Niels Grandelius, has been in every single game, playing some really high level chess.
Yeah, and well, we haven't talked about it, but Praggnanandhaa, he got a double black. Yesterday, he was on the losing end of a tough game. I mean, he got a great position, we thought, out of the opening, then slightly lost his ways and lost the tough game in the end against Richard Rapport. And all kudos to him for today, getting another black, being faced with some big preparation by Sam. He didn't lose his cool, and yeah, it looks like to me this is going to be ending quite shortly, as we see Sam there. Sam is visibly not happy, looking at the score sheet, pulling a little bit of a face. He was reaching out. Maybe we can wait if he makes a move soon, because it could just be over here in this moment. As Sam, no, he's changed his mind. He's going to take another thing. I think he's desperately looking for something to keep the game going. But no, Queen e3 has just appeared on the board. And well, now the question is, Praggnanandhaa, Queen a5 would be repeating. It wouldn't be a draw just yet. But also for Pragg, I'm not sure. I don't think there is anything else for him either, anything better.
Right, because trading queens would win this pawn back on a4 here. But as you see the bar skyrocket and the game is following that, just to show this quickly, if we get a position like this where we trade everything, the bishop on g6 wins white the game. You play rook a1, your rook gets active, and the bishop helps out in a way that leaves black with little choice with a passed pawn. The rook is going to go after this d6 pawn. It's just a terrible situation for black. Actually, wait, is black down 2 pawns? Can I not even count right? Have I been counting wrong this whole time? Black is down 2 pawns.
And I never corrected you at any point because I just trusted you, Robert.
Wait a second. Black has been down 2 pawns this whole time and nobody said anything? Oh, well.
We all trust you too much, Robert. That's our problem.
Yeah, b5 was pawn 1 and then h5 was pawn 2. Okay, now I get it. I get it now. Math. You need to work on it.
And by the way, we are now in the position where the moves have been repeated a couple of times. f2 is under attack again. The black queen is back on b6. And if Sam plays queen e3 now, Pragg will be able to claim a draw after queen a5. Or even Sam can claim a draw here by playing queen e3. So I think we'll see a handshake here.
Sam looks very frustrated, though.
Yeah.
I mean, he looks really disappointed because he had the white pieces. And if you're going to strike against anybody in this field, that's the player you'd want to go against. You want to beat them in chess while they're young before they have a chance to gain their rating to be 2750, right? When you were going to beat Alireza Firouzja, it had to be when he was like 14 and still finding his footing. Now that Alireza is in his later teenage years and is 2800 plus, you're like, okay, that time has passed.
Yes, indeed. And but it wasn't to be today for Sam. We've looked at this position plenty, and I think here we're literally just waiting for Sam to make the move, queen e3, and for the game to be over. I don't know if we're going to keep the camera on the players and move on to another board so we don't miss the handshake. And, well, let's bring back the bird's eye view. And Robert, a lot happening. There's so many pieces. I find it so much harder to take the positions in when there's so many pieces on the board because my stare goes everywhere. But what is catching your eye most?
Well, we were looking at it briefly earlier, the game between Vidit Gujrati and Jan Krzysztof Duda. That is second from the left on the top row. Knight c5 was in fact played, which means that Duda can take that knight and take the bishop on d1, but we're talking about how tricky that position was. And Duda has spent a lot of time here, Fiona. His knowledge of this opening, I mean, he's really past the opening by far at this point, 26 moves into the game. It's done. It's over. So I think for Vidit, you can have a sense of relief that you're no longer facing pure preparation, all this engine analysis. Now it seems that Duda is on his own.
Yeah, and well, it will be interesting to see if he takes on c5 or goes for something else. I also see that on the bottom right, second from the right, Jorden van Foreest, his bishop from b8 has made it back to a7 where it started out. And Jorden has just played the knight to the rim. Of course, the knight doesn't want to stay there. It will be looking to jump into f4. Maybe we can briefly check in there.
Sure thing. Knight on h5, knight on g6. I think we know where those knights are heading. They share one square in common. It's the f4 square, and that usually gives black some serious chances for an attack because the bishop on c8, it may not look developed, but it still threatens the sacrifice on the h3 square. This queen can come to f6. I typically enjoy playing these positions from the black side, but you have to acknowledge that white has this wonderful center and control with these pawns from c4 to e4. like you, Fiona, sometimes I just get in the mood for some kind of vicious attack. And with the queen coming in, the knight joining the party, and a potential sack on h3, I think white needs to be very careful.
Yeah, I mean, this is the typical position where I tend to get a little, sometimes too optimistic. Sometimes my optimism gets rewarded, sometimes it isn't. But yeah, I love what you're showing there, bringing the queen to f6, the knight to f4. And I think that's exactly what Jorden is going to be looking to do. On the other hand, if you are white, how do you want to start preparing for this onslaught against your king?
One of the moves you're going to play at some point is bishop to f1, because it defends your king side and also opens up the d file. White wants to play energetically, but with the position the way it currently sits, and in particular, the bishop on d3 is not a very good piece. Bad bishops defend good pawns, and this bishop has two pawns, very good ones that it defends, but it's in the queen's path on the d file. So a move like bishop f1 as a starting point makes sense, because after this move, white can decide, do I want to take on e5? Do I want to push this pawn to d5? You have two different styles of play here. And one thing that really annoys me is this knight on c3 is dominated by this pawn on c6. So the knight can't jump forward, even though it's good on its current square. And honestly, I'm still seeing this move queen f6, Fiona. Bishop takes h3 on the horizon, knight coming into f4. I would enjoy to play this from the black side more than from white.
Yeah, for sure. We see the engine disagrees with us. It prefers white position, but I think from a practical point of view, black just has the more active choices. There's a lot of threats in the position, and I think Jorden will be quite happy with what he got here.
And one big question that I'm trying to figure out is, can white defend the king side by attacking something else, distracting black's pieces? I'm trying to make a move like d5 work. And the reason why I believe it does work is because bishop takes h3. If white were to take back on h3, you see that's bad, because the queen, that's not the queen, that's the pawn. Queen takes knight, and black has won a pawn, and the king is in a bad way. But instead of just taking back on h3, you take on a7, and after the rook takes back, you don't want to be down a piece, there's this move queen e3, hitting that rook that is now hanging, protecting the knight on f3. And this doesn't finish the story. Black can continue sacrificing with moves like bishop g2, and after bishop g2, just move the rook away and say, your king doesn't have pawns in front of it. I have the f4 square for my knight. So I can see what the eval bar says, but as someone trying to get in the mindset of the players, this does look a bit nerve-wracking if I'm thinking about it from white's perspective. Of course, Karyakin, a very objective player, and he's great at defense, but it would be scared, I would be at least, to see a knight coming to f4.
I think a very interesting matchup here of styles as well, because Karyakin, he, as you said, is not afraid to defend positions. I was going to say worse positions. This one I don't think is worse. So he is on the defending end, but Jorden also not afraid to give up some material and try and get some attacking chances. So bishop f1 has been played. I think there is very good chances we'll see either queen f6 or knight f4 first. And I think this game is about to spring into life very soon.
And not a single piece has been traded yet. That does not mean that there isn't quite a lot of action, and there is. So this, a7 bishop, it came back to life from b8. It likely will be traded off in the future. And I think that white is going to have to do something in the center, try to open up the position, but not, I don't think, take on e5, because if you trade on e5, I think even in this manner, it's awkward for a moment for your rook to be on a7, but controlling the f4 square is really important. I think that black doesn't have any targets that white won't be able to target black's pieces with this pawn on e5 here, whereas when you play d5, at some point you may take on c6 and go for this d6 pawn. That d6 pawn isn't super healthy.
Yeah, and well, we'll see what Jorden decides on. We'll see how does Sergey react in the center. Very interesting stuff. We will come back here. Let's bring back the bird's eye view one more time. We see that Sam there, the head has just gone down into the arms, and I think he is about to resign himself to going queen e3, and the draw will be agreed. Elsewhere, what do we have going on? Dubov against Yesipenko. We see that Yesipenko never got around to getting in c5, and now the white knight has found its way into c6. And could Yesipenko be in some trouble here, Robert?
This is certainly worse for Yesipenko, and he is not going to be happy to have this position. I could already envision the post-game interviews. Dubov saying, I got everything I wanted. I was better with white, the control of the C file. And the last few moves, F6 was played. And after knight C6, Yesipenko didn't want the endgame. He could have taken the queen, given up his own. And after the trade on the D8 square, let's say with this rook, take here, you could play for C5. That's what we keep talking about. But even these endgames are worse for black. And the reason why is with b4, the knight is kicked back to an uncomfortable square like b7. You don't want to go in front of your rook in the open file and allow white to infiltrate. So these types of positions can be just worse for black despite the even material and white having the double pawns. The king is slightly more active. The knight will hop into e4. So this would be slightly better for white, even if black could hold a position like this. But the way Yesipenko is playing, he kept the queens on the board, Fiona, but I think his position is just so unpleasant now where the C pawn is the permanent target.
Yeah, and is that the position on the board? I thought
it is.
But then I was hallucinating in the bird's eye view. Somehow I thought there was a knight on C. Did I look at another game?
No, the knight was there and they just quickly traded.
There. Okay. I thought I was losing my mind there for a second. And yeah, well, the position we have on the board now, I mean, if I was Yesipenko, I would have preferred that slightly inferior position. I think that you were just showing in the end game, because here, okay, well, the bishop is looking down this diagonal now. Rook c1 looks like the logical move, putting that on the c file, and again, just Robert, black is just never in time to get in c5. c5 right now, none of the black pieces controlling that square. I don't think black wants to give up the bishop for the knight, because then white would have everything he dreams of, control of the c file, of the d file. The pawn on f5 is not ideally placed there. So that's not what black wants, but getting tough. To give good advice here to black after rook c1. As black, can I try at some point maybe start by playing c6 to defend my pawn on b5 and then try and break with a5?
It's definitely a worthwhile attempt, and you also take away the d5 square from all of white's pieces. I mean, the knight was threatening to hop there. Queen d5 check could have been annoying, even rook d5 to put pressure on the bishop. So c6 is a good first move, but we see that there's going to be a permanent problem with this pawn on c6. I mean, I want to move my knight to b1. Knight retreating moves are always fun, and now c6 is under attack. This knight can come to d2 to b3, and this is not an enjoyable situation for Yesipenko.
No, it's not going to be a fun day at the office for him. And if we look at the clock times, Dubov over 40 minutes up on the clock. So I suggest we leave this game for now and we go back one more time to the bird's eye view. But looking good so far for Dubov. And maybe, Robert, we can check in with some of our tournament leaders. What do you think?
For sure. I mean, we see that Vidit is still thinking over there. I would say the Mamedyarov game has changed the most in recent moves. So maybe we should go there and see how this one has developed, because white has sort of pawn phalanx on the queen side, and black has pushed that pawn to f5 to open up the bishop on g7. You were mentioning this many moves ago, that bishop, once it comes to life, that could be a problem for white to deal with. But the last couple moves were after bishop g7, c5, and b4. I always enjoy seeing the move b4 because the knight can capture it, but Mamedyarov assessed that once you take b4, if you take b4, you're opening up the b file, and I give up my pawn for yours in return, and this is a very good trade for white.
And sorry, Robert, to interrupt you, but funnily enough, the cameras above us hadn't switched yet in the beginning, and we were looking at the Vidit Duda game on the camera, and just as you were explaining what's going on in this position, Duda actually decided to take on c5, So we're gonna go down that queen ending in this game.
Okay, so just to quickly finish off the thoughts
Yep.
about this one, you're not going to take on b4. He doesn't want any part of that. And the position is one where the bishop on e6 doesn't look great, but it does hold black's position together for now. White may advance on the queen side with an extra pawn. But let's go to that Vidic game against Duda. I mean, that's just, we have to with the change in the position and the material.
Yeah, so Duda really sunk into a very, very long think here in this position after Vidic's knight c5, trying to decide, I can take the two pieces back and I will be up a pawn, but White's passed pawn on the c file will be only 3 squares away from queening. So how do I evaluate this position? Position. And Duda decided, well, this is actually something I want to go for. He's played queen d2 now, hitting the pawn on f2. And as so often, Robert, the engine just says 0 zeros. The 2 pawns are hit. As White, I would be looking for something active, and the the move that you suggested earlier comes to mind. Queen h8, asking some questions as to what Black is going to do about the pawn on g7.
And Black is currently a pawn ahead. And this is what Duda was thinking about. So his preparation from what he knew to play instantly had ended. He was double, triple checking that this line would work out. We see the zeros on the eval bar. And the reason why is after queen h8, Black has to move pawn to f5 because you're in a big attack. Rook takes g7 would be checkmate. If you push g6, you lose the h7 pawn and your whole protection falls apart. So f5 is the move. And look at how strong this queen is on d4. It attacks 2 of White's pawns. It protects Black's pawn on g7. And after queen takes h7 here, you cannot take either pawn from Black's perspective because the g7 pawn is still hanging. So what Duda has in store for us after that move, queen takes h7, is interesting. I don't think we should just get purely defensive with a move like queen f6 because we cannot forget about White's passed pawn, and the king still feels a little bit iffy once the queen comes to h5 with check. I think that Black may try to make a move like rook c7 and go after the pawn on c5, though the queen coming to g6 is also worrisome. So I'm throwing out moves here with rook c7, but now after queen g6 check, g7, e6 both need defending. It's really a position that needs to be calculated thoroughly. You can't just make moves here and hope that they work out.
Yeah, and Duda, well, the good news for him is he's got plenty of time on the clock as he had blitzed out everything up to move pretty much 25. So we'll see what he has in store for us. We're going to go on a quick break. I saw that some people in the chat were asking where can they watch the Game Changer talk, which has just started 15 minutes ago. So some of our mods are watching. We'll make sure that the link is posted in the chat. And Robert will be back with the action here from round 6 in just a few minutes.
I remember coming here, first time was 2015. I was playing the B section. I had a fantastic result. I made +5, but Wijk was an absolute terminator. I played him with white in round 1, and it was a draw, and it was just, I never had a chance again. If I had known that he was going to go nuts, maybe I would have pushed a little harder. I remember at first it was chorus chess before it was Tata Steel, and I always remembered this was like the most important tournament of the year, the biggest, the best one. Tata Steel Chess Tournament, they call it the Wimbledon of chess, and I think they've earned that name. It's just the best tournament in the world. Obviously, with Magnus in the field and I'm in the bottom half, the odds are against me, but, if the best player always won, chess would be a very boring game. I'm just going to play my best, and if the points come that way, they will. So I use technology for opening preparation for sure, but that's more or less the only thing I use it for. I think I'm more scared in terms of the future of chess of computers just processing faster, and then if they become a little bit stronger. I worry that one day chess can be weakly solved. Luckily, I still think that day is very, very far away, and I think it will be after I'm retired many, many years in the future. It was a very memorable tournament for me, both with positive and negative attributes last time, but I'm really looking forward to playing again this year.
Hello and welcome back to round 6 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And Robert, we still have Sam on the camera after watching his portrait. He really does not want to make that draw, but Queen E3 here will be a threefold repetition, and unfortunately there is just no choice.
If he's upset about making the draw, he'll be far more upset if he doesn't make the draw. There he goes. He has moved his queen to E3. That is a look of, I wish I had done something differently today. His extensive preparation, it went quite deep in the line, but Praggnanandhaa went further. He is going to earn himself a half point, and without too much difficulty from the black side. So, I have the wrong game up there. I'll bring the repeating of moves. Queen
and
E3,
there we
Queen
just
C3.
saw the handshake with Praggnanandhaa looking at his sheet. He was making double checking that he could claim the move. So there's a whole procedure. If you're new to chess, if you want to claim a threefold repetition, you have to first write down the move that you want to make on your score sheet. Then you call over the arbiter and you say, that's the move I'm going to make. It will be a threefold repetition. And that's how you claim the draw. So when Sam saw Praggnanandhaa looking at his score sheet, he just himself forfeited the draw. We saw a handshake. And yeah, very impressive by Praggnanandhaa today, who withstood all the assaults of Sam's really very deep preparation.
For sure. And we saw them talking briefly about the position. And I think Sam asked him, what would you have done if my queen takes B5? And we see the players with the arbiters just talking quickly, going to head out of there. But at the moment, I'm pretty sure Sam asked, what would you have done if I took your bishop?
And what do you think Pragg said?
I think she told him rook to B8, so we can pull up that position, one last time.
Yeah.
And show everybody. But it looks like the players have left the hall over there. Or they're in the process of leaving. So, all right, we see the draw has been made.
What are you confused about, Robert?
All right, maybe I wasn't hearing you. Were you talking? Because I didn't.
No. Sorry. No, sorry.
No.
I was waiting for you to make the move.
Oh, no, I don't have a board in front of me to make the move.
Strange, because I can see the board. No, you don't. Okay, let's. Okay, maybe we can just leave this one because I can see the board fine, so I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe we just bring back the bird's eye view and we can check back in here later.
Well, I think it's on my end, so I'm gonna try to fix things here and get back in this call real quick because I'm not seeing anything that you are.
Sure, no. So I'm gonna have a look at the bird's eye view, and what do we see? Well, the first thing that catches my eye is, of course, the Vidit Gujarati against Jan Krzysztof Duda. Nothing has happened there. Vidit is still thinking after Duda's last move, queen to d4. Robert and I had a look at the queen going to h8, but certainly there are other options. The position seems to be in the balance now, but still very dynamic. Then Magnus Carlsen, well, things have changed there. We see Rapport has just captured on c4. We'll see if Magnus captures back immediately, or Robert talked about the possibility of going knight to d2. And Robert, I'm just gonna talk for as long as until. Okay. So I'm just gonna decide which game do I go to. I think I'm gonna go to the Dubov. You know what? I'll go to Jorden van Foreest. Sorry, I know we came from there not too long ago, but we left things off here after Sergei Karyakin went bishop to f1. We were talking about a queen coming to f6, a knight jumping to f4. Jorden decided to start with queen f6. We talked about there now being some threats of bishop takes h3 with the knight hanging on f3. And actually, Sergei went down one of the lines that Robert had shown us with d5. Now, the problem being that if you capture on h3, and Robert, welcome back.
I am back indeed. Sorry about that. Some technological issues, but I am indeed here. I see you're highlighting the h3 pawn, the attack that is potentially brewing for Jorden van Foreest.
Yeah, and well, I think that we had looked at this exact line before. So I was just going to highlight one more time that bishop h3 doesn't work immediately. So instead, Jorden decided to take on e3. And decided to keep the center closed by going c5.
Yeah, this move makes perfect sense because the target is the d6 pawn, but it's a lot harder to go after it when the d file is closed. So Fiona, with the action heating up on the king side and now the center being closed, that should be nice for black, but white was able to get the move g3 in just in time, taking away the f4 square.
Yeah, and suddenly, well, we played all these preparatory moves, knight to h5, queen to f6, all with the idea of getting something on the king side, either some bishop h3 tactics or a knight to f4. This seems to all have been parried now. So as black, I guess we need to rethink our plans and maybe shuffle the pieces around again. The knight on h5 now not doing much there. Not doing much there any longer. So how do we reshuffle here as black? What's our new plan?
Well, Jorden played a4, and he feels that his pawn is safe enough there because he can put his bishop on d7. But I'm with you, that knight on h5 isn't super happy. The queen can retreat to e7 or d8, and the knight can come back in the game. But white is the one calling the shots. The side that controls the pawn breaks is usually the side with the advantage, and white can try to break open on the queen side at some point by bringing the rook to b1, trying to play a move like b3 or b4. So I do like Sergei's position. I think he's done a great job.
Yeah, agreed. And well, we'll have to see what Jorden comes up with here. But I'm glad you're back, Robert. And this game, well, we'll leave it until a little bit later. We're going to go to the bird's eye view, and there's a couple of games I feel we haven't checked in with in a little while.
Okay, well, we have all 6 remaining games on screen. I see Vidit's pawn has gone up to c6. He doesn't care about the attack. He wants to promote that pawn. We'll see if Duda will be able to take care of that. That's the second board from the left in the top row. And Magnus and Rapport, they've been honestly not moving very quickly. So they both are thinking, spending their time and trying to figure out the proper way forward. And then I see Niels.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, Robert.
He made the move g5, which is only a temporary pawn sacrifice because, and there it goes, Mamedyarov takes the pawn on g5, d4 can be captured. And Niels said in his interview yesterday after his game, I'm thinking about this as a whole new tournament. It's looking like a whole different Niels.
Indeed, I mean, Niels, and I think he really has got that strength of character. He is a very optimistic person by nature, very cheerful, and it's impressive to see how he just moved on from what has been a bad start from him. Started on half out of 4, drew Magnus yesterday, and today he's really going for it with the black pieces against co-leader Shakhtar Mamedyarov. As you're highlighting there, he's putting that pressure on the pawn on d4. Mamedyarov defended with rook d1, and here comes g5, a bolt out of the blue. The pawn is only defended by the black queen. It's hit 2 times, but if you take it, then the pawn on d4 is going to fall.
Right, and the threat is to go g4. And one little note here, but an important one, that Mamedyarov chose the f rook to come to d1. If you went rook a to d1, we're talking about after knight takes b4, there was rook to b1, but then you'd have to spend another turn moving this rook back towards the queen side, and guess what? You've lost the defender for your d4 pawn. So Mamedyarov decided to deal with both threats by bringing his f rook to d1, moving this rook here, g5, knight takes g5, and Fiona, after knight takes g5, right here, queen takes d4, forces the queens off the board because the knight on c3 is hanging and the rook behind it. So after queen takes d4, white will have to deal with that by playing queen takes d4, knight takes d4, and I like this bishop on g7.
Yeah, black, of course, has damaged his pawn structure by playing g5, and that pawn was traded for the pawn on d4. So Niels now finds himself with an ugly-looking pawn structure with the pawn on the double isolated pawns on the f file, the isolated pawn on d5, and an isolated pawn on h7. But I think what you're saying, the bishop here, and especially the bishop on g7, controlling that long diagonal, white doesn't have a dark squared bishop any longer, so he cannot contest that diagonal, more than makes up for the damaged pawn structure.
And I thought you were going to mention the pawn on e6 as well. It's a great pawn there. This actually is holding all of black's position together. This bishop on e6, protecting d5, protecting f5, protecting f7, protected by f7. So if the knight were ever to take on e6, the pawn replaces it and does what the bishop is doing. So black is going to play a5 at some point, trying to open up this line for the rook. If you ever push the b pawn, c5 becomes a target. So I really like the look of this position for Niels Grandelius. He has been a completely different player in these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, really energetic play here by Niels. I like his position. We see Shakhtar Mamedyarov looking somewhat concerned. I don't think that this is a position he wanted to find himself into. I think if the players could choose, I think both of them would like to play this from the black side. But for Shach, can he? No, the trade of queens is forced, and I think Niels here the one in control.
He is, and Mamedyarov certainly knows it. The pawn structure may not look pretty for black, but it's about the piece activity. The queens have to come off the board because of the threat on the knight on c3. And as we were just showing, once this knight takes back, the knight's on d4, you get out of this diagonal because the threat is to go knight takes e2 check. The knight would have to take back and you lose the rook on a1. So let's say you play rook b1 or rook c1. I think the move a5 is happening because if you push b5, I was talking about this before, now I can show it. The c5 pawn is loose. You cannot move your knight to defend the pawn because this knight on d4 attacks the bishop. So I think this would actually cost white a pawn. And the bishop pair, especially this bishop on g7, Fiona, it looks like all of Niels' pieces are working together so harmoniously.
And I think it's so important for Niels that he managed to save that draw against Magnus yesterday, because it suddenly looked like he was in huge trouble leaving the first time control, and I think that makes a big difference for your self-confidence and going into the next game in a good mood. Whether you lose another one and you're on half out of 5, or whether you take a draw of Magnus Carlsen, and I'm very happy for Niels. He is back, and well, he is giving Shakhtar a tough test here.
And on paper, this was one of the more favorable pairings of the round. Mamedyarov, 2 straight wins. He joined the leaders, Vidit and report, and now he just trades queens, and you can see by his face, he's like, I need to figure out a way to equalize this game, and he can do it. Let's not make it sound like it's just winning for Niels. Of course not. But the problem for Mamadjarov as this game continues is that Black's pieces are going to be far more active. And once Niels takes back, let's say put the rook on b1, because we keep talking about a5 as the move, and you play a3, let me just trade off the pawns, you lose a piece because rook a3 takes the knight, the bishop on e2.
Wow, I mean, I didn't see that one coming. This tells you that even in the position, even after the queen's off, you have more positional considerations in mind most of the time, but very careful, especially, well, loose pieces, drop off the bishop on e2 here, being very loose, so always be on the lookout for tactics such as this one.
Yeah, this is just not going to be enjoyable for Mamadjarov. But if anybody can dig deep and hold a position like this, it is Shakhriyar. He is known for his creative style and his tactics, but he obviously is fantastic at all stages of the game. In fact, one of the recent criticisms of Mamadjarov is that maybe he's gone too much in the direction of being solid and being practical. So he can do it. He's really been working hard on his game, and somehow he's just overlooked by the chess community. But for those who have followed top-level chess for a long time, they know just what kind of player Mamadjarov is. And just because he may be worse right now, you mentioned those bad pawns for Black. If Niels doesn't keep up with his piece activity, if he isn't finding the accurate moves forward from here, he's the one who could be in some trouble just because his pawns are weak.
Yeah, we'll come back to this game. I'm very curious to see how this one develops. Can Niels make use of that big bishop on g7? Will Shach find enough counterplay? We will come back here. Robert, I see at first sight that the game between Dubov and Yasipenko has evolved quite a bit.
It really has. And he being Yasipenko, used your continuation. He was able to break free with the move a5. It hasn't solved all of his problems, but I do appreciate his position more now that he has broken open the a file. So we just go back a few turns. c6, your suggestion, knight b1, rook f6, making sure you don't drop a pawn. And after knight d2, played a5. So Fiona, you saw it all coming. You realized that Black can't sit passively because White was one move away from playing knight b3 and clamping down on both the a5 and c5 squares.
Yeah, it's such a relief for Yasipenko to get a5 in before the knight lands on b3. The pawns were swapped on a5, and finally Yasipenko getting some active play of his own. Now the first question is that pawn on a2, which you have just highlighted. What happens if that's captured? That took me way too long to see.
Well, I knew what you were saying, but I also knew that you saw the reason why you can't play it. So you were trying to ask a question that was leading, but you knew the answer. So a rook takes a2 would be a very bad choice. When a king is on an exposed diagonal, you always have to look out for checks. Queen b3, check. Hits the rook, hits the king. If you block with queen f7, you lose sight of the bishop on e5. So you'll just go down a piece. And if you play queen e6, hoping that, oh, if you trade me, my rook comes here, I protect the bishop, I'm not going to take your queen. I'm going to take your bishop because your queen is pinned on e6, which means you can't take my rook. And if you take on b3, I have my knight here defending. White would be up a piece and win the game.
Yeah, and once again, what we talked earlier about that pawn on f5, in a lot of the lines, you would want that pawn to be back on f7 to offer more shelter to your king. So yeah, that king always in a precarious situation along that open diagonal. So that answered that question. We cannot take the pawn on a2, and White rook c5. I like that move a lot. Both looking down the fifth rank, so putting pressure on the bishop on e5, indirectly on the pawn on f5, and also getting ready to potentially double the rooks with rook c1.
Just an unpleasant position for Yasipenko because when you get in a position like this, one of the things that I like to do is try to think, what trades will benefit me? What future position can I have that even if I go down a pawn, let's say, can I hold? One example of this is, and this is very far down the line, but if the pieces remaining are a rook and 3 pawns. So essentially these pieces for black, and then a rook and the 4 pawns for white. Then being down that pawn often is a theoretical draw, despite being a full pawn down at endgame with the rooks on the board. That could be a draw. So it's very far away, but that's something that Yasipenko has in the back of his mind. I may lose c6 and b5 for a2 at some point, but can I trade enough pieces to hold on?
Yeah, so those are some of the questions he is thinking about. His time is dropping down. Well, we're already on move 27, so 14 moves to go, but also something to keep an eye on. And Dubov, true to himself, he's been playing very fast, and he is putting on the pressure here with the white pieces.
And you're pointing out that f5 pawn on the diagonal, there's so many issues for black to deal with. c6 pawn as well. You can make a sort of passive move like rook a6 just to defend this pawn on c6, but just because you have everything defended in the immediate position doesn't mean that all your problems are gone. And let's say I play queen e3. Look, there's a pin. You have to save your bishop, and the only way to do that is rook to e6. And then I play knight. Oh, did I just blunder with knight f3? Is there bishop? No, there's no bishop d6 here, because while it looks like you are getting my rook on c5 while attacking my queen, I thought I blundered, but then I'm realizing that even though it's not check, with the knight coming to g5, the king is in just harm's way permanently. You win a rook.
That's such an incredible move, queen b3, just giving up the full rook on c5 and saying, well, I'm going to take yours back, and there's nothing you can do about it.
It's why king safety is so, so important. I mean, black would just be losing this game because of the attack against the king.
So, yeah, Yasipenko, he's got his work cut out for him here. Let's bring back the overview. I saw that a lot of people in the chat would like to check in with Anish Giri. It's true, we haven't been there in a long time. So let's go to Fabiano and Anish.
Okay, well, it looks like Anish is the happier camper of the two, and Anish beat Fabiano in the candidates tournament. So I mentioned that they played about 35 or so classical chess games. I believe the score is even between the two players, but Anish won a very important game in the candidates that eliminated Fabiano from his chances to win it. And as we look at this position, Fiona, 0 pieces have been traded still.
Yeah, what a mess. I feel like, Robert, can we please go back a few moves and see how we landed here? Because there's pieces absolutely all over the board.
And Fabiano, went for e5. The bishop came to c5, some pressure here. So he decided to play e5, kick the knight back, and then went knight to f1. So it's like the king's Indian attack in a way, where white wants to play h4, maybe knight to h2 or knight e3, and start attacking the black king, because there aren't that many pieces over towards that black king. And that's why Anish first plays queen d8. It helps the king's safety, but more importantly, more forcefully threatens b5. And we saw him play knight c7, and after king h1, b5. So the move king h1, Fiona, it's not, it's a slow move going for an attack, but Anish's attack, if you want to call it that, is coming first.
Yeah, so king h1, stepping out of that diagonal that the bishop on c5 was looking down at. Maybe an idea is in the future to move the knight from f3, push the f-pawn, but as Robert just said, black's play is coming a lot faster suddenly. b5 is on the board, and Fabiano has made his next move, which is knight to d4. So knight to d4, attacking the pawn on c6. But things are getting messy here.
The opening of the queen side is bad news for white. Just like I was mentioning that the black king doesn't have too many defenders over there, although there's no attack, so it doesn't need to be protected just yet. White has moved all of his pieces away from the queen side. So if, for example, white had taken on b5 rather than playing knight d4, after pawn takes b5, a4 is coming, the rook on c8 perfectly placed, the rook on a8 in the right position so the pawn can march up the board. And that justifies completely Anish's understanding to play rook f to c8 so many moves ago. He knew the direction of the game. He knew that he needed to play for b5. His knight that was on f6 wrapped around to c7, and he is doing everything correctly in this game, Fiona.
Yeah, Anish really seems to have demonstrated so far the superior understanding or well, he has just gotten to the punch faster, shall we say. And I'm very curious to see his next move. I wonder, do you have to defend on c6? I don't think you want to take on d4 and give up this beautiful bishop from c5. Although the engine seems to think that even this is favoring black.
And the reason why is because black continues pressing forward moves like c5, and the bishop has to go back to the corner. So the bishop on a1 isn't that great because the pawn on e5 is here, right? If bad bishops defend good pawns, it's a great pawn. I like it there, but it's seems to be a position where black will then use the open file, and then start trying to make progress. But I agree with you. I would not take on d4. Anish also agrees with you, and he takes on c4, says have c6. I move my queen out of the way, and once you recapture on a4, this knight comes to b6. a4 is under attack. c6 is under attack. This is really bad situation for Fabiano.
Yeah, this really looks like trouble, and I wonder, is Fabiano already going to lose some material by force, or can he hold on to everything somehow after he takes a4? So
maybe, I'm not comfortable here, but maybe you have to take c6, take a4, and black will get that pawn back that was sacrificed temporarily, but black has the outside pass pawn. Black has the pressure in the position. Fiona, I mean, this is a dream situation for Anish Giri.
And Anish, well, Anish, he is currently, what's he on? He's on 2 out of 5, -1. He hasn't won a game yet, but if he can beat Fabiano here with the black pieces, that would be a huge win. And we talked about how Neil said, this is a new tournament starting. I can say it is such a long event, 13 rounds. And that it would be absolutely the result that Anish is looking for to restart his tournament in a way.
Yes, this would be a great win for Anish, and it could kickstart a second half that could see him even go further up the standings, because he's already played Magnus Carlsen. He's playing Fabiano right now, who's the second highest rated player in the tournament. So Anish has played many of the top players, and that means that while we know how strong players all through the event are, and he did play Praggnanandhaa in the first round, but those are the players, if everything is on the line, you typically want to play lower rated players than the higher rated players. But something, Fiona, I want to say here is I've been really confused by Fabiano's opening choice. I mean, he played this double fianchetto position. It's not what he typically does, not just in terms of, it's a rare choice at the high level regardless, but from his style. He's such a principled player, and I really wonder why he decided to play b3, g3, and all this stuff against Anish Giri. I feel like he's been frustrated that he hasn't been winning games, but as we see here, he's looking like he's going to lose a game before he'll win one.
Yeah, and you've got to feel for Fabiano, because I get what you're saying. You're surprised by the opening choice, and Fabiano himself right now is surely not happy with what his little opening experiment, where it has gotten him. So we'll see. He'll have to dig deep here. Anish clearly in control. We'll come back to this game, but we potentially have quite a big upset on the cards here.
That's right. And it's an upset not because of player strength, but because of the black pieces. You don't see Fabiano lose from the white side very often, but as we check out the remaining games, we know we had Sam Shankland and Praggnanandhaa draw, and it looks like Vidit's queen went to h8, and then that Duda played f5, defending this pawn on g7. And by the way, Magnus and Rapport, they don't want to play too many moves. It seems like they're just slowly working through that position.
Let's quickly go to that Carlsen-Rapport game, catch up with the last few moves, and I was curious about the time situation. So we see now Magnus down to 32 minutes, Rapport 10 minutes more, so 42 minutes. But we're only on move 12, Robert.
Yeah, they are moving quite slowly here in this game. And the last few moves, we saw b3. Instead of castling, Rapport played bishop b7. And after the trade on c4, now Magnus decided to take with the queen. So I'd mentioned an idea of knight to d2, trying to win the pawn on c4 with the knight. But just like in trying to think of the opening name, I'm just forgetting, but there's c3 can be played here. So you give the pawn back on your own terms. And if the queen takes, now we have the move knight to d5. So then we'd have a fork. We don't win material, but we get this bishop on e3, and you'll likely have to take with the pawns. Pretty awkward, these double pawns. And so that's why Magnus instead took with the queen on c4. So it's precise choices by both players, as if instead castle had occurred and we gotten to this variation with c3. After queen c3, your knight is loose on c6, so there's no more knight d5 for you. So every move counts.
Indeed, and I mean, what a rich position. After queen takes c4, we saw Richard throw the knight out to b4. And Robert, at first sight, the knight looks like it's moving in a weird direction, but it's all about that central control and more particular the square on d5.
That's right. The knight came back to d5, the bishop moved to g5. And the reason why it was important to move this knight from c6 to d5 rather than the knight from f6 to d5 is you want to control this e4 square. And that's why Magnus just played bishop to g5, is now e4 is a threat in many different positions. The knight, thankfully for black, can go to b6 with a tempo against the queen. But if you get e4 and the knight were to move not to b6, then e5 is the follow-up with a fork of the bishop and the pinned knight on f6. So this is why the knight from c6 went to d5. And just like we're mentioning in the Dubov-Yesipenko game, c5 at some point is what black would like to go for, because these are two isolated pawns over here on the queen side. And if we can trade the c pawn, that isolated pawn, for the very nice, healthy d4 pawn, that would be to black's benefit.
I have a question here, Robert. As black, the bishop has just come to g5. Where will it go if I play h6?
It's taking. h6 is taking on f6. So after bishop takes, knight takes, it's one of these positions where black is happy to have the bishop pair, but with these split pawns, that's what gives white some really good chances.
Well, so we will see how does Richard try and engineer this as c5 liberating push. An interesting game. I think both players will wind up being a very long time. At some point, we're only an hour and a half away from the first time control. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with all the action here from round 6 shortly.
There are still many rounds remaining here in Tata Steel Chess 2022, but after this event is done, the next huge event is the FIDE Grand Prix 2022. Leg 1 begins February 3rd as 24 of the top players in the world start their fight for qualification to the 2022 candidates. The FIDE Grand Prix features Ding Liren, Anish Giri, Hikaru Nakamura, and so many more. They would like to win the Grand Prix, go to the candidates, win that, and have a chance to play Magnus Carlsen for the World Chess Championship. But Fiona, we still have 5 games remaining in the round, and 5, you may say. Didn't we just have 6? One game just ended as a draw.
Yeah, so in the Mamedyarov against Guandelius game, and maybe we can pull that up for 1 second, we were thinking, Niels, we like his position here. The pawn structure is weakened, but that bishop on g7 is a monster. But Shahryar Mamedyarov, after queen takes z4, Robert, he offered a draw.
So I have to say that Shahryar Mamedyarov is just brilliant because he's offered draws in this tournament when the engine says he's better, when it says the position's even. Now he's worse, and the players don't have the engine at their disposal while they're playing, of course. So Niels, who has played a nice game thus far, is like, yeah, okay, it looks about level. And with best play, the game probably should be level. However, all of a sudden, Niels was the one with the momentum here. He drew Magnus Carlsen yesterday. Shahryar didn't get anything out of this opening. So you know how much I love the draw offer. I'm trying to justify it from Mamedyarov's perspective. This is not on the players. It's on organizers, I believe, to ban the draw offer. I can only say it so many times.
I think here there's also the added benefit, and you said, you know, that we only saw 2 of his draw offer. The one that we were most shocked about, he was actually on the receiving end, I think, of the draw offer by Dubov. And I think he's used it quite cleverly. He offered against Duda in a position where he was worse, making Duda spend some of his time on the clock and then turning that around. And today, and again, in a position that was maybe slightly inferior. And on top of that, he also mentioned in the interview yesterday, he's been suffering from a slight cold. So that might also be playing into it. But Shahryar Mamedyarov here, one of our 3 leaders, he has made a draw. He was maybe under a little bit of pressure, but yeah, still 5 very exciting games remaining.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't blame him. I don't blame Niels. I just hope that going forward, draw offers just aren't allowed. And that would, I think, make more fighting chess. And we understand from the player's perspective, they're trying to maximize their chances and what they feel will help them gain points in the tournament, go up the leaderboard. Mamedyarov, right now, he's in first place. So he's doing well. But we have 5 other games going, so we don't need to talk about draw offers for that much longer.
Indeed. So let's bring back the overview, and you know what? Maybe we can start with Vidit against Duda, since Vidit is another of the tournament leaders. And are we having a move repetition there? No. Let's catch up with the action.
Okay, I mean, it looks like a really exciting position, but of course, all zeros all the time. That's how top-level chess works when they play so accurately. So Vidit started with move c6. The rook came to c7, did not want that pawn to keep going, trying to come after it. Queen h8 going for mate. f5 played. The queen on d4 protects. After queen h7, b4 was played by Duda. He says, I don't want your pawn on c6. It looks like it can be captured. It is hanging. But after a move like, I would say, queen g6 check or queen h5 check, the king, I guess this actually might even force a draw in many of these positions, because if the king goes to g8, you lose your rook, thanks to this check. If your king goes to f8, the queen goes right back. And even if the king goes to e7, the queen goes back to h8. So I think we're going to see some kind of draw with the queen going back and forth along the h-file and the king shuffling to protect the pawn.
Yeah, that's exactly what is happening now. After b4, we saw that check on h8, and, well, exactly those moves that you were just putting on the board. And we saw the 2 players there. Vidit, he's looking relaxed. We see him so often in the not like this, deep in forward-thinking pose. But here, well, it's been a very interesting, very dynamic game with Duda blitzing out everything at the start. But here, indeed, it's hard to see how Duda can try. What if I go crazy and try and go forward?
It's funny because I could tell you're like, no, that's not gonna. That's
See,
not gonna
I
work.
take it back. I already saw the trouble I'm gonna run into.
Right, Queen D8, hitting the queen through the king, and if the king protects the queen, you lose the rook for free. So you can't move your king that way, which means the only way to go is f7. You can't take on c6. You'll get mated, or probably you'll lose your queen at the very least. I don't even need to see checkmate when I see a way to win your queen by going rook d7, opening up the contact between the queens, and you take the rook, you lose your queen and lose the game. So king f7, back and forth, we'll go.
Yeah, I think we will see also this game ending in a draw quite soon, especially when looking at Vidit. You kind of know this game is almost over because Vidit, he's one of the players who we see very rarely with this kind of demeanor. He's usually super focused, but here I think he's figured out there's nothing Duda can do, and he himself also probably has nothing better than to repeat the moves.
And Duda still has more than an hour on his clock. So great preparation by him. He seems to love this opening, and he's used it with success.
Indeed. So, well, we'll keep an eye. Oh, and there is the move. Maybe we can stay here. King f7 has just been played. I expect Vidit to give the check on h5 quite quickly, or can Vidit actually deviate here?
He can, but I think all roads lead back to the queen coming to h8, because one tricky little move is queen b8, hoping that Duda won't see the tactics that the rook c6, queen b7 is check, scooping up the rook on c6. But after the queen comes back to d6 here, now your pawn on c6 is under attack, your rook is pinned, so you'll likely have to go queen h8 back just to attack the pawn, and then queen d4. And it's another way to repeat besides king e7, king f7, and queen h5, queen h8.
Okay, so, well, we see there Vidit. I think that's what he is thinking about. Gives us the stare into the camera. But we'll come back here, even if that's only no, we will stay because queen h5 has just appeared on the board just as we were zooming in. Some great work by our producer. And yeah, I think Robert will see a handshake here.
Right, that king can't go anywhere else. It has to go to squares like e7 and f8. And for Duda, he's not going to take any risk because you're not obviously not going up to f6. That would be just pretty ridiculous at this point. The queen would come into square g6 or g5, and g6 looks way better. So yeah, the king going to e7 or to f8 because the draw is the same regardless. Queen h8, queen h5.
So I don't know if we're gonna stay here, wait for Jan Krzysztof Duda, or if we're gonna keep these players on the camera. I suggest we go back to the overview, see what's happening elsewhere, as the king has just gone back to 7, and maybe we can stay even in the overview long enough for this game to conclude. But Robert, what's happening elsewhere?
Nothing too surprising in Magnus against Report. And then we see Vidit going back to h8. So the draw is about to be agreed upon. But yeah, here we go. King f7. Is it? Yeah, it's just, I'm waiting for them to shake hands now. There it is.
The draw agreed between Vidit and Duda. And that means that only one of our co-leaders could take the sole lead, but he is playing on the black side against Magnus Carlsen. That's Richard Report. An interesting fight between Vidit and Duda, where Duda showed some big preparation, but Vidit finding enough active counterplay.
And they're analyzing and talking about variations, and Duda is kind of coolly saying, yep, this move is my response. I'm good here. But now it seems like he finally has something to think about. But it's interesting. Game, great preparation by Jan Krzysztof Duda. And for Vidit, he still remains tied with Mamadjarov. If Report wins his game with the black piece against Magnus, then Report will be the sole leader. Otherwise, Vidit, after 6 rounds, remains at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, we'll have to see. Can Report make a big statement here with the black pieces? But both these, Vidit, well, continuing with his very solid performance. Shall we check in with Magnus Carlsen and Richard Report?
Okay, we can go there. And the only other change I see in positions is Karyakin and Van Foreest, which we'll head to in a bit. But this position, Magnus has given up his bishop. You asked the question, what's going to happen if the pawn goes to h6? I just want to mention that move e4 looks to win a piece. I mentioned that before as a way to attack the knight on d5 and then try to go for the fork. But after knight to b6 here, you have a problem, because now e4 is under attack. In addition to the queen being under attack, the only way to protect is queen e2. And I think tactically this fails for white, because bishop e4, bishop takes f6. Great, I remove the guard of your bishop on e4, but I don't have to take on f6 just because you took me. Once more, you make a different type of move. Bishop takes f3. Now I hit your queen as well, and black steals a pawn.
Yeah, so those tactics did not work for Magnus. So instead of e4, he went, developed finally the last piece. Knight went to d2, and Richard Report indeed played h6, asking the bishop, what are you going to do? You had called it. Robert, that bishop takes on f6. And after the exchange, Magnus brings once again the f rook to c1. It's been a theme of the day a little bit of which rook to bring where, and maybe you can explain why it was the f rook that came to c1.
Well, you don't really want to put the f rook there, but the a3 pawn is loose. I mean, you really want to get the move e4. That would be great for white. So as we think about this game sort of holistically, and we think about all across the board what the sides want, at some point it's likely that we'll see a trade of bishops. If there's knight moves, that would trade the bishops. And without the bishops, white controls the square like c6. Black isn't getting the c5 move. So Fiona, I would say that even though the eval bar says it's just level, it doesn't tell the whole story, because white has one weak pawn on a3 and black still has 2, even though the bishop on d6 is defending the c7 pawn. So I feel like in these dynamics, it's just easier to play for white, but Report seems like he's handling this very well thus far, and he's not afraid in the slightest.
Yeah, I would also take white if offered the choice. I think this game is very likely to be at least influenced by how low the players are getting on the clock. Richard Report down to 25 minutes, Magnus just over half an hour, but we're still only on move 16 here, so not even halfway through the moves, and maybe we can very quickly bring up the format of this event and the time control. It is a very long one. The players get 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, then an extra 50 minutes on move 40, and finally an extra 15 minutes on move 60 for the rest of the game, with increment, a 30-second increment from move 1. So move 40 is always the first big goal that the players have to reach to get the extra time, and here is still 25 moves away.
So many moves to make, not that much time for the players. They've been trying to figure out this position. It is level, so they're doing a great job of finding precise choices, and it looks like Report, I couldn't quite tell, he moved his knight to d7. I wonder why.
d5 has been another theme of the day, with a lot of the players on the black side looking for that liberating shot. And well, if you're Magnus, how do you fight against c5?
I don't think you can, which makes knight d7 a great move. I wasn't thinking about this knight retreat. It's a very good choice. Just a half step ago, I would have thought about making a move like queen e7, or trying to bring my f rook to c8, things like that. But after queen e7, which does attack the pawn on a3, maybe it gives white just enough time to make a move like queen c3 and knight c4, and that makes c5 that much more difficult because the bishop on d6 will be threatened. So not a careless move, but a move that you just make because it looks like the right move to play rather than actually calculating. That's how neutral, even positions become worse for you. So knight d7, I really like that choice. No knight b3 because of bishop d5. Of course, there's no knight e4 because the bishop covers the square. So I don't really see a way that Magnus can stop the move c5.
Yeah, very impressive play so far by Richard Rapport, who with the black pieces hasn't given Magnus any real chances so far. We'll see how this develops. But Robert, I'm with you. Let's go back and check in with Sergei Karyakin and Jorden van Foreest.
Oh gosh, well, for Jorden, the event started well for him with a win. Then he lost that endgame to Rapport, and we're not in a pure endgame. There still are so many pieces on this board, but the queens are off, and that's very bad news for Black in this position, because if we go back a few moves to see how the queens came off, at this point right here, we saw g3 was played, taking away f4, a4, knight to d2, and it was Jorden who said, I will trade queens with you. And it turns out that after the queens came off the board here and White played b4, which is a temporary pawn sacrifice, here comes White's pieces to the queen side, and White controls the pawn breaks, Fiona, so White has to be better.
Yeah, and well, one of the black pieces that is still standing on the rim, that knight on h5, the bishop from c8, both of these pieces are not great right now, and the position opening up will be bad news for Jorden. Indeed, it's going to be very difficult for him here to keep things together. After king f8, Sergei played rook to e3. And that's a move that I'm curious about, Robert. I see that we're defending across the third rank, but what are the ideas behind the rook coming up?
Rook lifts don't necessarily have to lead to checkmate. That rook is coming right to a3, and the a4 pawn is going to be in trouble. So these black knights not doing anything. That one little measly pawn on g3 takes away the squares, right? A pawn 3 squares away from a knight dominates it. The knight on h5 is on the rim, and we'll probably have to go to f6. And White can play rook a3, bishop e2, bishop d1, go right after this pawn here on a4. And that's the problem with pushing your pawns, advancing them too far. They get overextended, and now you don't have contact with another pawn. Maybe if that pawn were back on a7, Black could be all right, though still worse. With the pawn on a4, you're likely just going to lose that pawn, and White has all the time in the world.
Yeah, Jorden in big trouble here today. Sergei Karyakin, he is still chasing his first win of the event. He's on 2 out of 5. He lost one game to Yesipenko, drew the rest. And today, he's looking on his way. This position is just an absolute nightmare for Jorden, who is such a proactive player. This is not going to be fun for him. He's going to have to defend passively, but yeah, tough task.
He's losing a pawn, and there's no way to save this a4 pawn. So if he can defend this game, it's not a miracle exactly, but it's kind of getting close to a miracle territory.
Yeah, so we will come back here. Let's bring back the overview again. Maybe we can go back to Fabiano against Anish.
That game is really interesting.
Yeah, so let's go back there.
Wow, and we loved Anish's position, and I definitely still do, but it feels like Fabiano is getting a bit more play than he deserves. So as we bring up the board here, we see that Black's pieces heading towards the queen side. But one thing to note is that this bishop just retreated to e7. So there was an exchange of pawns in a4. Black's knights over there on the queen side. But Fiona, I mean, f4, that's the move that we know Fabiano was setting up for. And there it goes.
Yeah, at long last, there is something that White has going for him. Because, well, we had talked about how Anish, he was in charge of the queen side, and now at least there's some counterplay. Anish, how is he going to continue? I guess he is going to continue playing on the queen side. Once again, we've talked about it all day long. I'm looking at that pawn. Does that pawn also want to come to c5?
It looks like it will go to c5 either now or in the near future. The a5 pawn can be captured, and it could have been captured before f4. But the last thing that white wants is to fully open this queen side, because knight takes a5 here. There's a problem tactically speaking. Bishop b4 may be an option, hitting the rook and hitting the knight. But you can also just, I didn't even see bishop b4, but knight c5 also makes sense. At first I was just looking, how do I keep opening the position, get this pawn, and black is crashing through along the queen side, and white has nothing to speak for over on the king side. So I like Fabiano's decision to play f4, and your move c5 still very tempting here for black, because if you take a5, you will lose the a4 pawn right after. So c5 makes perfect sense to me.
If not c5, how do we deal with the pawn on a5? What are the pieces as black that you feel, if I look at this position, I kind of like black, but I also feel a lot of the pieces could be improved. At the same time, I'm not entirely sure where I want them to jump to. The knight on the rim on a6, is that a knight that we want to keep to potentially jump into b4? Do we want to exchange it? Do we want to go knight c5? Anish, he decided, well, let's bring the queen up. At the moment on d7, you might be wondering what's it doing there. But again, it looks down at the pawn on a4.
It also covers the f5 square, or so it may seem, but the evaluation bar is just creeping up in Fabiano's favor. The last few moves have been good for him, and that's no surprise. We can explain it quite logically. White's last moves here in this game were to play f4, trying to play f5. And just because you put another piece to stop f5 doesn't make the move impossible. And after f5, e takes f5, I'm even thinking, can I push this pawn to e6? Can I play bishop h3, go after this pawn on f5? And it's really an unclear battle now, but at least white has much more play to speak of and isn't just getting dominated on the queen side with nothing to do. All of a sudden, black needs to be very careful. Rook coming to f1. If this knight moves out of the way, maybe the pawn goes up to e6. This knight coming to d4. We could see so many possibilities here for Fabiano.
And I think this is really a key moment now in the game. Will Fabiano sense his chance? F5, I mean, it is giving up a pawn. Of course, it's easier for us, we must say it every day, to throw f5 in there and worry about that later. Fabiano, he's going to have to put a lot more thought into it. If he gives up the pawn, will there be sufficient compensation? What will the counterplay, what will the play look like? But it very much feels like the tide is turning. And I would love to see f5 appear on the board.
I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you think Fabiano is going to play the move f5?
Yes.
Yeah?
I think so.
I feel like he's fully aware, both players are, that if white does nothing, black is just better. And I think Anish played the move queen d7 because he thinks that f5 is impossible. But again, just because 1, 2, 3 pieces cover a square that's only defended by one knight, that doesn't mean you can't make the move. And it's a pawn sacrifice that gives white something to attack. If you don't play f5 now, black is going to continue playing on the queen side. Maybe it's c5 with a4 hanging, or c5, c4. So we can see how direct the plan is for black.
And there he goes, Robert.
Wow. You were right.
I mean, I'm very happy to see the move. It wasn't the most testing of questions. I mean, basically what the question was, do you think Fabiano will make the best move? So it's easy for me to be like, yes, I think he will. But no, it's great to see it. We saw Anish immediately. We captured the other question I was going to ask you, is it too slow if we prepare f5 by playing g4? But I think, well, Fabiano has answered it by playing f5 immediately, and now it'll be very curious I'll be curious to see how does he proceed from here. Pressurizing the pawn on f5. Do we first bring the rook to the f-file, the queen?
And it's another good question. I made bishop h3 just because of the first move that came to mind, but I could see rook f1 being the better choice. And You say the question was whether or not he finds the best move, but one of the things about Fabiano is that he doesn't make speculative sacrifices. Other players in this field are more likely to make a sacrifice based on their feel, their intuition, whereas Fabiano, if he's going to sacrifice material, oftentimes it's because he's calculated a follow-up. But right now, we see that he hasn't made a next move. So his study, his strength has led him to believe f5 is the best move. He makes that move quickly, and now he recognizes that there is a lot that Anish has to be concerned about, and now he's going to find the correct follow-up. Is it rook f1? Is it queen f3? Is it bishop h3? All moves are possible here. Knight to d4, not out of the question either, but I would refrain from playing knight d4 just for the moment, because that piece can be kicked from the square and f5 is defended. So bishop h3 or rook f1 seems to pile up more pressure without giving black a way to immediately do something about it.
And I think even from the camera, you can tell that the tide has turned a little bit here. Fabiano earlier to me didn't seem too happy. Now we see him full focus. I think he is sensing that suddenly from a position where Anish was the one in control, things have changed, and Anish looking a little bit less happy to my eye.
Well, I wonder if he thought that f5 was prevented, because if he played queen d7, which I'm pretty sure he did, with the idea of stopping f5, and then it happens anyway, that can be deeply uncomfortable for a player. And I mean, Anish is hunching over the board here. Right? He is, it's like his mouth was about to make a move for his pieces, like whispering to them. It's like, come on, queen, you can do it. You can protect the f5 pawn. You're going to save my position. But Fiona, it really does seem like you're right that all of a sudden that Fabiano, he's upright. He's like looking, he's ready to pounce. And Anish is like, uh-oh, this could be trouble for me.
Yeah, I mean, if we compare this position that we have on the board to, if we go back, let's say 5-6 moves to where Anish played the move b5. Here it was all play for black, no fun for white. It didn't look like there was any counterplay, and yeah, Anish was the one having all the fun. And with every move, Fabiano improved his pieces a little bit, then defending here on a4, a few clever moves, and then came this f4, f5 push, and it happened so quickly somehow.
It's one of these games where if you're quickly going through it, after the round is over, you don't have the engine on, like, okay, this looked normal, and then you're like, wait a second, how did white get a better position? I sometimes do that when I'm just checking games on my phone, where I'm like, wait, let's go back. That looks really good for black, and now it looks really good for white. So was I misevaluating, or did something happen where a player wasn't playing necessarily in the spirit of the position? And I think that Anish, who was playing so well to this point, he made his move first bishop e7, a retreating move, and then queen d7, which had the purpose of stopping white's play. And then we see f5 happen, e takes f5, and he goes queen to f3, Fiona, following it up by putting pressure on the f5 pawn, and white's pieces have come to life.
Indeed, and well, this one really coming to life now. Also here today, I think we'll have quite a bit of time trouble action, because we are on move 25. The players are around the 25-minute mark. 15 moves to make still, and that's a lot of moves in this position. We're back in the overview. And Robert, maybe we can check in with Daniil Dubov and Andrei Yesipenko.
Although before we do, isn't this the bathtub formation? Like the pawn structure?
Very well spotted. I believe it is indeed. For those of you who aren't sure what Robert is talking about, look at the 4 boards remaining. They do form a bathtub. Robert, we'll also hear from Duda in just a second. So there is, let's go there.
Jan Christoph, you just played a draw with Fidit. It was a very sharp game, and looking at the time management, it looked like a very impressive opening preparation from your side.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, more of the game was my preparation, but yeah, I mean, many semi-Tarrasch lines, I mean, the preparation goes to, 25 or even 30 moves sometimes, so Yeah, actually, I surprised my opponent with this line. Also, kind of couldn't recall like all the details. Yeah, and after knight d3, queen d6, actually, my knowledge ended. After that, knight c5 was, I mean, I'm not sure if it was the best or not, but it was very practical, I guess, for white, because in this end game, I mean, with rooks and queens after rook takes c5, okay, I was maybe pressing a bit, but white should be active enough, I guess, to hold the draw. And yeah, but I think I played decently, but also played this before, kind of stupid move. I mean, I thought it was like the only move to have a game, but I mean, it was some absurd actually, and I could have just taken on c6, I think, and there was some wrong game, maybe drawn, but I mean, there were some pass pawns, you know, some races and so on, so it was anyone's game, I think. But I was ahead of 1 hour on the clock, so that, yeah, would have made more sense, I guess.
You're at 50% in the tournament after 6 rounds. Are you happy or satisfied with the results so far?
No, I'm hardly happy. I actually, I mean, I spoiled, of course, my game against Medjarov, which I probably should have won, but instead I did harakiri, and that's why I'm on 0 actually score, not +2 or +1 even. So yesterday was also a very crazy game against Kryakin, but most of the time I was worse or lost. So okay, draw in the end wasn't that bad, I guess. Yeah, still there are many rounds to play, so anything can happen basically.
Yeah, because like yesterday when I checked your game with Karyakin in the final position, you're +2 somehow. Like, can you explain what's going on?
I mean, yeah, we both assessed position correctly to be a draw after some repetition, and he played knight c6, knight e7, which was one way of repeating the position. But then he wanted to be fancy and play rook g4, which felt very natural for me as well. And yeah, and it was, I mean, the move contained a hole, and I was just winning after rook f1. But I just spotted, you know, earlier that after bishop e3, it's also repetition. So I even didn't look, you know, for something better because I was also in Zaynot. So yeah, that was very annoying, of course, to see that. I mean, rook f1 wasn't like the most difficult move in the world. So it was pretty annoying. Also the fact that he, you know, repeated this twice. I mean, played rook g7, could have played rook g8 with free-hole repetition after bishop h6, but played rook g7, and I could have still win by means of rook f1 the second time, but I just didn't see it.
Does this position come through your mind at night when you're in bed and just thinking like, oh shit, like rook f1?
No, I mean, of course it's annoying, but also I think Sergei clearly misplayed his position earlier on. I was in bad shape, also taking into consideration time. So no, I think it's okay. I just wanted to freestyle, you know, and the opening, because I was, I mean, the opening couldn't have been like foreseen, like guessed, I guess. So yeah, I just burned a lot of time, and then also misplayed my very fancy idea I came up with over the board. And yeah, but I mean, when you are out of form or maybe not playing perfectly, then I mean, sometimes such things happen. So
okay.
Overall, I think it's like kind of fair enough, fair result.
Mm-hmm. Last month, you played the World Raptor Blitz in your home country. You finished second in the Blitz. How is chess in Poland, or the popularity of chess in Poland, and what happened the days after the championships?
Yeah, the popularity is clearly growing, but also I think it's a worldwide phenomenon, not strictly in Poland. Partially thanks to Netflix series Queen's Gambit, which is extremely popular, or used to be extremely popular in Poland. Partially due to my results. Also, when there was COVID, yeah, and there weren't like many successes in other disciplines. Then I happened to break Magnus Carlsen world record of not losing games and so on, and it was very like popular, also in even mainstream Polish media. So yeah, chess is clearly getting more and more popular. And also we had this World Rapid, yeah, and Blitz championship was kind of extraordinary to be honest. Like no one expected it ever to happen. So it was of course very cool. And yeah, and I played very well, I think, Rapid, but didn't deliver in the last round against Satorov, who played, I mean, for the first place. I mean, if I had one, I would be on his spot, I guess, playing against Nepomniachtchi. But I played, I mean, quite decently in Rapid and played terribly in Blitz, but somehow, you know, won too many games. And I mean, had was winning, you know, a bunch of games in a row, which was crucial on the second day, and somehow, you know, happened to share also. I mean, this time to share, yeah, first and second, but lost to MVL. So yeah, it was crazy, crazy days. And but also, I mean, you know, it somehow felt like I wasn't playing in Poland. I mean, it was so different, you know, because I'm usually, I mean, I've played World Rapid and Blitz, you know, several times in many countries, many continents, you know, and somehow I didn't feel, you know, particularly that I'm like in Poland. But there were many fans, like perhaps too many. Because
and you were voted like the third best sportsman in Poland. Is that correct? Or like there was like this sports gala with.
No, I wasn't in top 15. I mean, I wasn't qualified to this, but
okay.
Well, yeah.
But you're getting more famous now in Poland, I assume.
Yeah. No, it was Olympics year, and you know, it's highly important, I guess, in sports in general. So we have many good athletes. I mean, many medals on Olympics. So yeah, I mean, but I just want to popularize chess in Poland and not strictly be like, you know, in mainstream media, because I don't particularly enjoy it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Always great to hear from Duda, who's taking everything with a smile. It was funny to hear him talking about the harakiri he committed against Mamedyarov. Robert, we still have 4 games going on here in round 6. Maybe you can very quickly tell us what your expectations in each are before we go on a quick break.
Card report. It is even material opposite colored bishops, but most importantly, that A4 pawn, it was on A3, that's going to march up the board, and the bishop on F3 covers the queening square. So Rook will have difficulty fending it off. In the top right corner, we have Daniil Dubov against Andrei Yasipenko. Still better for Dubov. He's a knight on a light square against a dark square bishop. The pawn on C6 is weak. The one thing that Andrei can count on is some pressure against the E4 pawn. So from the black side, he has some hope. Bottom left, Fabiano Caruana has Anish Giri in the think tank, and we have him on screen. It's not going to be easy for him to figure out what to do after queen F3 and piling up the pressure on the F5 pawn. He thought he had it covered, not so fast. And finally, last but not least, Sergei Karyakin. He is doing a great job of putting all his pieces on the fly against the A4 pawn. First, the rook on A3. Then the knight came back to C3. He pushed his pawn to B5 to stop the bishop on D7 from defending it. The bishop will come back to D1. And finally, at long last, White will win a pawn and likely go on to win this game, in my opinion.
So 3 draws so far, but White pressing in every remaining game. We'll come back here in just a minute. Don't go anywhere, because we're less than an hour away from the first time control. Welcome back to our coverage of round 6 of the Tata Steel Chess Masters. This year, unfortunately, the amateurs couldn't play here alongside the Grandmasters because of the local corona restrictions. But the great news is you can get involved. You too can take part in our online amateur tournaments. There are 3 tournaments to choose from. You can play all 3 if you want to. Tomorrow we will have a rapid event starting at 2:30 local time, that's Central European time. And then on Sunday, 2 more events starting with a blitz event, 3+2, and also 1+0 bullet events, and that will be fun. You can join for free. To sign up, head to chess.com /club/Tata Steel Chess Tournament. You see the link at the bottom, and there will be prizes for the top 3 finishers. So we are hoping to see you, many of you, take part. And Robert, for now, back to the action here in round 6, where we've had 3 draws, but we could just see every other game end decisively.
Yeah, my first question is, can I join those tournaments? I really want to win those signed chess boards. Funny that whenever I go to a tournament, those top players, they never sign my boards, but we have had 3 draws here, 4 games still remaining. And as we look from board to board, we could even get 4 decisive games.
I mean, it's crazy. White is pressing in every single one of the games. One of the game where the bar has swung a lot in White's favor since we left it is Magnus Carlsen against Richard Rapport. So we could start there.
Yes, and look at this A4 pawn. It's a passer. There's a rook behind the passed pawn. That's always a good thing. The bishop covers the promoting square, and Black's best move, it may be D4 back to D5. Can't get away with that. Can't close the diagonal. And that means that White is ready to just walk the pawn up the board. And there's very little, it seems, that Black can do about it for the time being. And this D4 pawn can be captured. So much available to White here. Fiona, this is not looking good for Rapport, and he doesn't have that much time either.
No, and I mean, this is a game that's very strange. I was having a quick look during the break. If we just go back 1 move before A4, Richard's last move was a move that the computer didn't approve of, Queen E7, but it's really hard for me to understand why. And I think my follow-up question is, I'm surprised that this position should be equal, because it already looked very difficult for Black.
Right, because if Black does nothing, there's going to be a problem. The A pawn is just going to march forward. That seems quite straightforward. So with that in mind, it looks like Rapport had to play the move Knight E5, trying to take this bishop. And if the bishop moves, then strike with D3. Now, it's not nearly as simple as just equal, and it's actually a complicated line. Some of these positions may require at least a temporary pawn sacrifice with pawn to D3, and you're just banking on activity to hold Black in this game, because D3, pawn takes D3, well, you just gave a pawn away, didn't you? But now F5 is the strike, hitting the bishop, trying to get this pawn on D3, and things are still a mess. D4, pawn takes bishop, pawn takes knight, bishop takes, and then we get a position that is sort of reminiscent of the Yesipenko-Dubov game, or Dubov-Yesipenko, I should say, where Dubov has the knight against the bishop. And this looks bad for Black, but when you're armed with an engine and you know that it should be level, then you know that Black is doing okay. But at first glance, it still looks like White is doing well.
Yeah, and good luck finding that engineless at the board with only around 15 minutes on the clock. So we're not going to judge Richard too harshly, of course, but in the game after now, Queen E7, Magnus played A4 as the moves are coming in a bit faster. Rook D8, and well, Magnus, he has just gone and captured that pawn on D4. He is now a pawn up, and not just any old pawn, Robert.
And it just has the looks of a pretty clean path forward from here. What Rapport's going to do is he's probably going to try to play bishop c5 next and drum up some counterplay. And the bishop on c5 can at some point retreat to a7 to block the pawn's progress, because we know what White's next moves want to be. a5, a6, a7, a8, and it really is not going to be easy to stop.
Absolutely not. Magnus must be a huge favorite to win the game here. which would make him join the leaders, and we would probably have a four-way tie at the top. Let's go back to the overview one more time. I was seeing in the chat, I think the clock will play a decisive role in almost all our remaining games, but maybe especially so in the game between Fabiano and Anish. Let's go back there. The bar in this game, it's been everywhere, Robert. It was all the way down, giving black a huge advantage. Then it liked Fabiano after his f4, f5, and now it's back and just giving zeros.
The last few moves, knight c5 by Anish, trying to attack his a4 pawn. So we see a trade. And after bishop takes c5, here Fabiano played d4. He did not want Anish to capture on e3, remove one of his attackers, the f5 pawn, but that move not approved of by the engine. So d4, to my eyes, looks like a very natural move, but it does give black this c4 square. And I think that's the major point, that if the bishop retreats, to helping the king become safer, after bishop h3, you're just about ready to win this pawn, and black does not want to play this move g6. As you see, after g4, white is just crushing.
So after d4,
yeah, the bishop should come back here, and I think it's all about this knight c4 jump.
And are you ready here? So let's see, knight c4. At first, I would be tempted to just capture the knight.
But now, extra pawn, right? For black?
It is an extra pawn, and I don't have enough play. I guess here, can I target the pawn on f5 if I go rook f1? But no, I guess it's all very slow already. I would like to make a few moves. I would like to play c3, stabilize. I'd like to attack f4, but f5, sorry. But yeah, it looks like I'm just not in time.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you're looking at this from white's perspective, the rook comes to b8 very quickly, and it just seems like black is well ahead. So this move, knight c4, giving up that square, it may not seem like, it doesn't stop me. I could take on f5 because my threat is knight takes h6 check. So it still looks very worrisome for Anish. There's a queen in line with a bishop, there's a rook behind it, and that means there are sacrifices on h6 that you have to consider. So I understand why Fabi did it. If there's a way out here for Anish, and clearly there is based on the evaluation bar, I don't know what the best path forward is. I mean, this is such a dangerous position. So that's why sometimes you make these choices as Fabiano just did. He is trying to just attack, and actually look at Anish's last move. d4, he went bishop e7, which has to be a worse version, because after bishop h3, now if you try knight c4, after knight takes f5, this bishop is hanging, knight takes h6 is still a threat, and there are problems down the diagonal.
There are problems down the diagonal. There are problems on the clock as well. Anish Giri, only 5 minutes on the clock. We're only on move, this was move 28, bishop h3. And now indeed some problems. And knight c4 might still be the best move. We see Anish getting ready to... He's just calmly going to defend the pawn on f5, I think. I think it's just on g6.
Oh, no, that is not good news for him. And what Fabiano did is he's putting pressure on f5 all across the board. And as you keep talking about, most importantly, on the clock. So the reason why he went d4 and did it quickly is he's using time as a weapon. If he gave Anish, let's say, 10 minutes to think by sitting, do I want to play d4? Do I have another move to play? Then Anish would have been able to make a follow-up, come up with a clear plan and strategy. But now Anish plays g6. The bishop on h7 is an awful piece, and g4 is the first move that comes to mind because you're trying to blast open the position, and this king on g8 is going to feel the heat.
Robert, you asked me earlier, did I think Fabiano was going to play f5? Do you think Fabiano is going to play g4?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's no way he doesn't play that move. I can't think of an alternative that makes sense. G4 just feels extremely obvious because you're just trying to open up the entire board here. And I think if G4 is played, Anish probably has to make a move like f4 because if you take on g4, you're about to see it, there it goes. Knight takes g4, threatens h6, threatens discoveries against this queen and the rook behind it like knight f6. The f7 pawn is in danger and white is just cruising. So that's why f4 is going to be played to shut things down. And then you don't even have to take. You can play g5 and attack the queen, attack the rook.
I mean, g4 looks so promising for Fabiano. And I think he's taking some time, maybe already, to prepare a follow-up move. I will come back here, but Fabiano now clearly the one in control. And he's on 50%, so he will be looking to get 2+1. Let's go back to the overview, see what is happening elsewhere. From the bar, and maybe we can check in there, it looks like Yesipenko is doing a great job holding things together in a difficult position against Daniil Dubov.
He certainly is. It looked really difficult for him before, but his last move was a tactical strike. He is giving up his rook. You give one to get one. And right here, after rook takes on c6, it looks like white is taking a pawn, maybe trying to win this game here, but rook takes a2, a really nice shot, because after queen takes a2, then there's the move rook takes c6. It's just a rook trade. And if you take this rook on e6, the queen can capture back here, and this rook is defended, and that's bad news for white because the f2 pawn will be lost.
Very impressive stuff by Yesipenko. I don't know if we have time to go back to where we left it off, because we thought Dubov was pressing and things looked very complicated for Yesipenko. He put the king into safety, and then the strike in the center, e4 and f5.
Yeah, I mean, this move here, knight f3.
Sorry.
No, you're all good. We have we establish a knight on a light square against a bishop on dark squares, but I like what Yesipenko did. He just went rook 8. If you take me, I just take back. I'm happy to make that trade now. And he used his activity. He makes love for the king, so it's now back rank checkmates. And then he went bishop c7, bishop b6, and he sort of forced Dubov's hand. And now we're seeing mass simplification. And white still has some outside hope of using the light squares against a dark square bishop, but black has this outside pass pawn, Fiona. So I don't really think that there's much hope for Dubov to win this game.
No, I don't think so either. And once again, Yesipenko, one of the youngest players in the field, showing great resilience, great maturity, and very, very impressive stuff. We'll move on from here. And maybe we can go to Jorden van Foreest, who's defending tough position against Sergei Karyakin, and his a-pawn is gone.
His a-pawn is gone. His knights are still very bad. He has no space for any of his pieces because of the pawn structure with all these pawns forward here. The one thing that could go wrong for white is if somehow the whole position gets locked up. So for instance, a move like g4 would not be a good choice because you close down the king side over here and you already see the evaluation is going down. The reason why is this knight is going to get to b7 and to a5. So you go knight h6, knight f7, knight d8, knight b7, and you stop the pawn push to a5. And I think black does have all that time to accomplish that. So g4 was an intentionally bad move to show you how you can't focus your entire energy on one side of the board. So having h4 for later in the game is really important. So if this knight were to be on a5, white could still try to punch through on the king side. So here, it looks like you can play bishop h5. If the knight moves, then play h4 and play on both flanks if you're white.
Yeah, maybe let's quickly show why we can't go h4 immediately without any preparations, because then black would be able to capture, and suddenly there's a square that isn't defended any longer, and white doesn't, of course, want the black knight to land on f4. That's why Rodebert was suggesting bishop h5 in the current position to kick that knight and prepare the h4 push.
You always need to look at the consequences of a pawn move. And so the g3 pawn, very important. It is dominating the knight that's 3 squares away. And we have the potential of a pass pawn, but we don't have a pass pawn quite yet. If this pawn were on a6, we'd feel like, okay, black can't really afford to put all the pieces over on the king side, but with the pawn still on a4, the only way to break through is with a5, and then white will need to be able to make that break and protect the square. So h4 is rushed. Instead, I like leading with a move like bishop h5, and black is going to need to keep this knight here on g6, and white in the meantime can play knight b3, and with the bishop out the way, bring the rook over to a1 and push for a5.
Speaking of rush, there is absolutely no rush here for Sergei Karyakin because they have made move 40, so the players have gotten the extra 50 minutes. So we will move on from here, and for the next half hour we will mostly be focusing on the 3 games where time situation is playing a huge role, but Magnus Carlsen, he might not be needing much more time. That pawn is advancing steadily, Robert.
Pawn's on a5. It can go to a6 right now. Do not take this knight on b6, because if you take on b6, down goes your rook on a2. That's the entire point. And white is still better after losing a rook for a knight because of this pass pawn going to b7. So I wouldn't advocate for a takes b6, but if you were to make a mistake, that's how good Magnus' position is to begin with. He will not take the knight, but he can still be ahead. So I could put the pawn on a6. I could leave the tension here, but it's a matter of time, it feels like, before white is going to push that pawn to the other side completely.
Yeah, there's one move I was curious about here. I was wondering, can I go maybe queen e3, try and pin the knight? But I realized then I'm still not really threatening to take it. I thought I might just try and tie you down a little bit further.
It looks like a great move. I mean, black can barely do anything at all here. In fact, knight c8 doesn't even work, and knight c8 tries to protect the queen because of tactics. Yes, your knight is defending the queen, but I can remove the guard, and you don't move your queen, you lose your queen on a7, and if you take on e3, I will not take you back yet. I will take on d8 with check, and only then take your queen, and white steals a knight and a rook and wins the game. So your queen e3 move, Fiona, is fantastic.
Queen e3 is tempting, but there are plenty other tempting options as well. Magnus is considering his choices, but it looks like he is going to get the full point here today against Richard Report.
And it was, an inaccuracy by Report that led to a rough position, and that's sometimes how chess goes, especially when you're playing Magnus Carlsen. You're even according to the evaluation bar, but you're uncomfortable, and Magnus is the best at punishing you for your mistakes.
Robert, we are going to take a final, just a couple minutes break before we lead into the final time scramble, and we'll keep the camera and the board on Magnus Carlsen. So we'll be right back. are back with the decisive, one of the decisive parts of round 6 here in Wijk aan Zee. And Magnus Carlsen has indeed played the move Queen e3, pinning the bishop, pinning the knight along that diagonal. And Richard Rapport has answered with bishop to e7.
Plays bishop e7 because the rook on a2 is still a little bit loose here, so you can't take on b6 just yet. But Magnus trying to figure out a way. Can I just defend my rook, in which case the knight is under attack, like rook c1 to c2? But Fiona, your move queen a3 is a great one. I think it simplifies matters and doesn't give Rapport any chances to mix things up.
Yeah, and I really like your suggestion of rook c to c2. And it's hard to see what Black's follow-up is going to be.
Because you actually can't play knight c8 still, right? Like rook c2, knight c8, rook takes c8 once more. You take the queen on e3, rook takes d8 is still check, and then after bishop takes, pawn takes queen, white is a piece ahead, still with a passed pawn.
And Magnus, he is not stressed. He's only got 9 minutes on the clock, but it's not a problem in this situation. He knows that all is required is 1 or 2 good moves. It doesn't even have to be the best moves, to be honest. Because that's just how overwhelming his position is. It is an extra pawn. Black is completely tied down, so this one is close to over here.
I think Rapport's hoping for one last effort here, is that if rook c2, bishop g5, if Magnus were to rush with pawn takes b6, Black has this move queen takes a2, giving up the queen for a rook. After rook takes a2, bishop e3, pawn takes e3, now the rook takes on b6, and we have a rook for 2 minor pieces, and all the pawns are on the same side of the board. So even though white is much better, it may not be the simplest position to win, and it is probably still winning. But it's one of these situations you don't want to get into. If you're Magnus, you want to be a bit precise. So after rook c2, if bishop g5 is in fact played, I think the queen will just go to c5, attack the rook. The knight is still under attack. The queen is going to be in trouble. So I think this is just what's going to end the game.
Yeah, I'm maintaining all the threats. Also, rook c to c2 had the advantage. Not only did that move defend the rook on a2, but also the knight on d2. So absolutely everything under control here for Magnus. While for Richard, well, 2 minutes on the clock. We're only still on move 26, but I think this isn't even going to reach move 30. I think we'll see a resignation here.
Yeah, right. Even right now, I could see it happening. He may just play bishop g5. It's the only move he has because, as we mentioned, knight c8, there's a rook takes c8, and rook takes d8 is check, very importantly. So white would win a piece, and bishop g5, queen to c5. And just to go down this line one last time, if Black tries bishop e7, there's a big difference now. After a takes b6, the queen is under attack twice, so you don't just want to take white's queen. The queen a2, there's queen takes e7, which is really important because there's still the dynamic of a rook for Black for 2 minor pieces, but this pawn is still on the board. So after queen takes c2, queen takes d8 is check, the king moves, and then you can just play pawn to b7, and it's protected by the bishop. The knight is protected by the queen. White is just winning.
Even if it wasn't defended by the bishop, the rook couldn't capture the pawn on b7 because there's also a bishop e4 check on the horizon. So it's really all falling apart here for Black.
That's right. So it looks like Rapport, he only has 45 seconds at this point. So
yeah, I think we can stay here and see what Richard is going to play. I don't know, can we get a zoom in on the clock to confirm that the times are correct? But I suspect they are. We're only 20 minutes away from the time control. So that does make sense. And Richard has just made a move. And it is indeed bishop g5. So this last attempt that you were talking about. And I indeed suspect Magnus to just go queen c5.
That's right. And we actually are seeing that the game between Dubov and Yesipenko is finishing up. It's going to be a draw by repetition. So that game is going to be a split point. We see it on the top right-hand side of the screen. It's over. And Dubov gave up his knight, and then he just checked an h5 and e8, and that couldn't be stopped.
So a great hold by Andrei Yasipenko, and meanwhile Magnus has gone receded to Russian players there, just putting back the pieces. Very impressive defensive effort by Andrei Yasipenko. Magnus has gone queen c5. Richard has responded by dropping the bishop back to e7, asking the queen, what are you going to do? But Robert, now we are in this line here where...
Magnus.
Sorry,
go ahead, Fiona.
Where White, I think, can just capture on b6.
Yeah, no, he's going to do that. And Magnus is doing the right thing here. He's not rushing the decision. He knows it's winning. 100%. He knows it's going to be winning. But why make a rush decision and then regret it? He'll think, he'll calculate, he'll triple check, and then he will, in fact, play a takes b6.
And there he goes. I think that a knight has just disappeared off the board. So a takes b6 has been played, and well, black has nothing here. We can show that line one more time. If you take the queen on c5, then you just lose a piece. So Richard is trying to take on a2 instead, but now this line you showed us just a second ago, queen takes e7, has been played, and everything is just going to fall apart here. Richard will probably try capture on c2, but after queen takes d8 and the pawn landing on the 7th rank, that will be that.
Yes, this is really just a matter of when is the handshake going to happen, because Magnus Carlsen is going to win this game, and he's going to be tied for the lead, Fiona. It feels like we haven't spoken that much about Magnus, which is surprising because it's Magnus Carlsen, but he's about to jump to +2.
Indeed, he's had, for his standards, a slow start, but he hasn't lost the game, and we know he can just start winning games on command pretty much at any point. So he will be joining the leaders, and queen takes c2 has just appeared on the board. Magnus will capture on d8, only move king h7, and well, we expect b7 and and this game to be over shortly. Maybe, Robert, I don't know if we keep the players on camera or not, but we should go back, I believe, to Fabiano Caruana and Anish Giri, where Fabiano took quite a bit of time, but in the end, he did go g4.
He did, and Anish responded with f4, and I can understand why Fabiano was spending so much time, because after queen takes f4 and the move g5, the bishop on h3 looks very silly because the pawn on g4 can't move, and as you see based on the evaluation bar, it says that black is doing fine. So he went g5 himself, and after the queen moved, he decided to take this rook over here on c8, which is not the best choice. You win material, but you lose some of your edge. Instead, knight g4, not an easy move to play. Of course, you're going for the enemy king. And from here, I don't see why this is so advantageous. This pawn on g5 can be captured. It's 2 extra pawns for black, but white is aiming his pieces towards black's king. The bishop on h7 is particularly terrible.
Yeah, I think it's completely understandable that Fabiano, instead of this, decided, let me just cash in immediately. And there is the resignation by Richard report after Magnus's move b7. And what a game by Magnus. I mean, it looked like nothing for the longest time. And suddenly it just went from nothing to winning in an instant.
That's what happens if you don't play with extreme care and accuracy against Magnus Carlsen. He can just win these positions out of nowhere, and reports seems disappointed, but it's a sort of a typical Magnus type of game where he just showed the better chess today.
Yeah, and there was a nice touch there. Richard had already kind of left, and Magnus started putting back the pieces. So Richard brushed back to the board to also put his pieces back. And yeah, Magnus, as you said, he has joined the leader, and I'm sure we'll be hearing from him shortly. For now, let's go back to Fabiano's game against Anish.
There's not much time. It's essentially a blitz game until move 40. This was only 30. First move, pawn takes e3. So just to show that instant replay, the rook on c8 was captured. Instead of capturing back, Anish takes this knight. He doesn't want that knight to hop into squares like g4 and start attacking his king. And now I'm wondering, do I need to move the bishop? Can I make this move pawn e6 to go after the king? And then I'm noticing the queen on a7 is perfectly placed in some of these lines to defend the 7th rank.
Yeah, so what you're saying, I guess this is after e6. I don't even have to react to that. I could potentially just move the bishop from e7, and well, that bishop from e7, it's looking at a pawn on g5, which is undefended. And I mean, this game, Robert, I don't know what to predict. All 3 results possible here. We are only on move 31, so still 9 moves to be played from either side. And I think we'll see a lot more clearly here after we've made move 40, but it's going to be an intense 15 minutes for the players.
I think Fabiano's in trouble. I think if he doesn't find whatever the sequence is that keeps the balance here, he's the one in rough shape, because this pawn on e3 is going to remain there after bishop takes g5. And if you try to bring your bishop to c1, in comes this knight to c4. We see that except for the bishop on h7, black's pieces are coming to life. And right now, if we do a quick material count, right, black has 7 pawns, white has only 6. And if you take this, that's going to be 2 pawns and a knight for a rook, and that pawn on e3 is a really, really good pawn.
And I mean, this game here between the 2 players has been such a back and forth, and I think I agree with you. Anish, after being better, he's handled the pressure that Fabiano was putting on really well. And yeah, now what will be Fabiano's next move? Such a crucial moment here.
He can drop this bishop back to g4 and then bishop takes g5. That's the worry, is you're going to lose this pawn on g5. And I'm not sure how you're going to get this pawn, because after bishop g4, bishop takes g5. I mentioned how bishop c1 looks great. You're going to try to go for the pawn, but in comes this knight to c4. It's an outpost. It's defending e3. d4 is now under attack, and I don't see what white is doing on the king side. So Fabiano did just move. He played e6, and I think Anish sort of has to take on g5, and I'm liking the look of this for black.
Yeah, suddenly black's pieces all coming to life, and what looked like a great attack for Fabiano, suddenly after bishop takes g5, and is that what Anish has played? Yes, it is. We were liking all those pawn pushes on the king side, f4, f5, g4, but suddenly the pawns are all gone. And look at this black pawn wall that is suddenly facing the black king, the bishop on h7. Right now it is not doing much, but if we imagine the bishop from g5 moving and black playing g5 himself, Fabiano's king could also find himself in a lot of trouble, and I'm looking especially at that square on e4.
Yeah, it's been living a lie. There's nothing inside. Bring this bishop back to life. I see where you're going with that. Evanescence would be proud. The king on h1 is in some danger if this pawn can be removed from g6. But yeah, this is really anyone's game at this point. If queen takes f7, we get into an end game where it doesn't really feel like an end game because so much material is there. Bishop b7 hits the rook, hits the pawn. The game goes on, but I have to imagine that black's activity and pawn on e3 has to be nice for Anish.
For sure. I mean, Anish's pieces here would suddenly all be coming to life. The knight from b6, which isn't doing much, I think, as you highlighted, that is looking to jump into c4 as soon as possible. But it might just be the lesser evil for Fabiano to go into the end game, because if you keep the queens on the board, as I said, I think the white king might be the one that's in more trouble. But Fabiano, he goes bishop d7, and we see the bar not happy at first with that move.
But it makes sense because you cut the queen off on the 7th rank. And where did Anish just go?
He took on e6.
Okay.
So opening up things, Fabiano recaptured. And I guess the king is just going to go and hide in the corner on h8. Maybe there's something to be said for king g7 as well.
King g7 does make sense. I guess after king g7, you have to watch out for some kind of rook f1, queen f7 potentially, but that would just be a queen trade, and the king can later tuck itself in h8. So
yeah, so Anish, he decides to go into the corner. He's on h8, and I mean, look at this position. Suddenly, the black pieces, that pawn on e3 is such a thorn in Fabiano's sides. His bishop on b2 isn't playing. The rook on a1 hasn't moved yet suddenly. And look at Anish's pieces. The knight from b6 will jump into b4. The queen will suddenly get activated from a7. It's looking then both at d4 and along the 7th rank. So Fabiano suddenly in big trouble here.
he is, and this game is going to come down to the wire because of the time trouble. If this were move 40 already, we'd say that Anish really has the advantage. We can see the evaluation bar off this side of the screen here. And until you reach move 40, you don't feel comfortable. So how can Fabiano make Anish's life difficult? What kind of moves? H4 is always a temptation because you're attacking the bishop, and if the bishop takes, then you get the e3 pawn. But in this situation, after bishop takes h4, you can take on e3 with the rook. The knight comes into c4, the bishop's under attack, the rook's under attack, and black is just doing super, super well.
Yeah, it's a tough one, h4, a tempting move, but maybe here it just doesn't quite work. For those of you in the chat wondering what move we're on move 34, so 6 moves still to be played for both players, both of them down to only 2 minutes. And yeah, Fabiano needs a good move now. Can we try and put pressure on the pawn on e3? We'd really love to get rid of that. Is bishop c1 a move?
Bishop c1, yes, but then the knight still comes into c4. So not a pre-move, right? This isn't online chess, but knight c4 at least mentally can be a kind of pre-move.
Can I, in some lines, can I consider giving back the exchange for the pawn on e3? Not really something I want to do, but I just don't know how to deal with that pawn on e3.
I mean, after rook e3 here, we just get the exchange back. Everything from black's perspective, knight c4 at the end, and the king is safe and sound in the corner. The knight hits the queen, attacks the bishop, and covers the check on e5 all at once. So this would be too good for black, and bishop a3 the choice. Maybe this bishop wants to go to c5. It does cover all the way through to f8. I still think knight c4 should be played.
Yeah, knight c4 looks like the natural move. And well, now I guess knight c4, Fabiano would put his bishop on c5. And that's exactly, I think, what has just happened. Knight c4, bishop c5 is on the board. And now where do we want to put the queen? c7 looks like the natural square because the white bishops are covering a lot of the squares along that 7th rank. So c7 looks like the natural square.
That's right, because you don't want to go to the b file and invite a rook here with a tempo. And so queen g7 would be the only other move. But queen g7, it feels a little bit too defensive, whereas the queen on c7 at least looks all across the board towards the enemy king while still doing what the queen on g7 does. Your d4 pawn is not going to be targeted. The bishop on c5 does a nice job of protecting it. So I'm with you, Fiona. Queen c7 looks like a great choice.
And Anish's hand was hovering over the queen. I believe it's going to be queen c7, but some hesitations. Nerves are starting to creep in as the clock drops under 2 minutes. Still 5 moves to go for Anish, 4 moves to go for Fabiano. But Anish, I think we see it on his face. He knows he is in control now, and if he can keep his cool, his main goal is to make it to move 40 while maintaining his advantage, and then he will get an extra 50 minutes. But he needs to keep his cool for the next 5 moves.
And he's dipping close to a minute. He is down on time, but he's ahead in position, and he's bringing that queen. He's not sure, and that's what happens when you're nervous. Queen g7, closer to the king. I thought he might do that, and it's still a very good position for black. But he goes towards the king to make sure it's safe and sound.
Yeah, I guess while he's from g7, one of the squares he's covering that he wasn't before is f6. So maybe at some point the bishop from g5 could come back, drop back to f6 and try and put pressure again on that pawn on d4. And I think, just as you say, it makes sense to, in that spot where you want to reach the time control safely, to keep the most powerful piece close to your king.
I don't even know what white does here. I mean, it says like black has a huge advantage, and I'm trying to find an individual move, and I'm not finding. Rook F1, it does come to mind, but there's knight D2 with a fork. Rook B1, open file, knight D2 with a fork. So you can't go to F1 or B1. You don't really want to move your queen off the F file. So what move to make here, I do not know.
I really don't know. What a tough position for Fabiano. And I mean, it's tough looking at him on the camera, seeing Fabiano clearly nervous. The position is bad, but you have to make a move. You have to find a move that keeps some chances, that is going to give you something. You would love to make a move like h4 work, but can we prepare that somehow?
Could try, but this rook is coming to e8 and the knight is already on c4. So, you know, even if you get h4 in, it doesn't feel like you're doing enough because the pawn e3 is protected. This is as bad as it gets.
And Fabiano, he is dropping down to just 30 seconds on the clock. He has just made a move, and it's queen to g4.
Okay, h4, your idea. So what he's going for, he needs something to do. And
I guess
Anish,
it's black now. Do you want to activate the rook?
I like that. I would bring my rook over. Not to f8. Don't forget the bishop does cover the square, but I would like to bring my rook somewhere like rook e8. Looks really nice. If the bishop ever moves, the rook can even jump into the e4 square. And don't count out bishop g8 at some point. Like the bishop's not looking good on h7, but if the rook comes to e8 and we play bishop g8, we get behind our passed pawn.
By the way, I mean, we highlighted d2 as a square where there's some potential fork, some potential action, but I'm also seeing f2, which is only 3 jumps away for the knight, so we could see some potential rerouting of the knight. But Anish instead starts with bishop to f6.
He's playing very defensively, but he's going to turn that defense into offense if he gets his g5. And you called for the bishop e4 type of ideas. That's what's about to happen. But the c2 pawn is also hanging. I don't think that either player really cares about that. They do care about their clock. And Fabiano down to 35 seconds. And he's staying in the game right now. He needs to find a move. I would just play probably rook to b1 and hope to get played down the b file.
And that's exactly what Fabiano does. Rook ab1 is on the board. And now I'm curious, is Anish's follow-up idea g5 now that the bishop has been removed? He is reaching out. Both players really now on their last seconds, under a minute, both of them, with still 3 moves to go for Anish, 2 moves for Fabiano. Do you think it's going to be g5?
G5, it's a good looking move, but then white will play bishop f5. So you see that bishop trade happens. The black king loses one of its defenders, and we've seen Anish play it safely this far. It looks like he went
g5.
G5.
G5 is on the board, as you say. Fabiano very likely will meet it with bishop f5, because I don't think you can allow the black bishop to land on e4. And Fabiano, he is fighting to stay alive here. We saw that the bar didn't love the move bishop f6. It wasn't a bad move by any means. Maybe there was better, but with the players both under a minute, very tough situation. 20 seconds remaining now for Fabiano. 2 moves to go under 20 seconds.
Right. And the thing about bishop f5, the bad thing about it at least, is it allows black to just take it, and then you're getting close to the time control. And black is better pretty much no matter what. So if they reach that critical move 40, then Anish can start sitting and thinking. The real question is, has he given up too much of his advantage, and will that allow Fabiano to survive?
Great question, Robert. It's so tough to say. 2 moves to go for Anish. Taking on f5, as you said, will bring him closer. It also makes sense to swap those bishops. I don't think, well, you could maybe let white trade, but you don't want to drop back to g8. 30 seconds for Anish, and he has to make a decision. Will he trade on f5? And if not, Is it time to activate the rook from A8? Do we have to be concerned about the white rook on B1 coming in? So many things to consider here.
And the d4 pawn, he goes rook to e8. It looks like the d4 pawn could be captured had the bishops been swapped on f5 and the queen gone here. But that was not a good decision because the queen needs to stay on the 7th rank. Otherwise, a rook lands on b7. And we just see the evaluation bar go nearly level at this point, Fiona. I'm not sure what the move is. I don't think bishop takes h7 looks that great for white. The queen can take and head into e4. So there's a move here for Fabio.
Wow. What?
What?
What just happened? Oh my, I think we just witnessed an absolute rarity at this level. Did you see that?
Oh.
I think Fabiano actually just forgot about that knight.
Oh my goodness. He just forgot the knight could hop backwards like that. I mean, he just wasn't looking at the knight. He's looking at the knight, maybe defending e3, hopping in d2 earlier, and he puts his rook on b6, and it's just a blunder. And these things happen when you're so nervous. You've been making all sorts of moves with a minute on your clock, and after rook b6, knight takes b6, the game is just over.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this is really, really tragic, and you got to feel for Fabiano. He did such a great job holding on to this difficult position throughout the time scramble, and then at the last hurdle, move 40, we were wondering, the bar had just come back to more or less even, and then Fabiano playing this move, rook b6, which was just a complete oversight, a blind spot.
And the evaluation bar is helpful for people at home and to know what's going on in the game. The players have no idea. I mean, they both probably just assumed that black was much better, because as I looked at that position, I'm like, how in the world can this be almost level? And if we go back a turn before rook b6 was made, I mean, that would be a good move if the knight weren't on c4, but of course it is. I'm trying to figure out here like what to do, because it still looks so good for black. You have this passed pawn. You have the knight here on c4 protecting it, the rook behind the passed pawn. If you take on h7, you're trading pieces in a way that favors black. Queen h7, c2 is hanging, queen e4 check can trade the queens if you feel the need to do that. So it's just a bad position on the surface, but there was, I guess, one move to make here that would have allowed white to stay in the game.
Wow, I mean, I am lost for words, Robert. I think it's so rare, and I don't know what Anish is doing, because I thought it was his move. Sometimes the player, they just take a breather on move 40. Fabiano, I mean, we saw him looking in shock. We saw Anish give a look after he took the rook on b6. And we see Anish, interestingly, not sitting down at the board. I think there's also so much adrenaline and so many emotions when you've been in a spot, both players, where the time was so low, and then the whole time scramble ends with just a completely unexpected blunder.
Yes, and I do think that it was just those nerves getting to both the players, and inaccuracies happen, especially when you don't have much time remaining. And this position here, instead of rook to b6, sure, a move like rook e2, I'm still trying to figure out what the move that should. It just doesn't look equal to me. Even if rook e2, yeah, no, that's not the right move, but that looks like a waiting move. Like, why in the world this position is anywhere remotely close to level is shocking, but both players definitely thought black at this point was well ahead.
And well, if we bring back the current position on the board, so now with Anish having picked up that rook, suddenly he is no longer material down. Instead, he is simply 2 pawns up. He still keeps his big trump, the pawn on e3. So this position here is just winning for black.
Oh, for sure. You can take on f5 now, and then take on d4, take another pawn in the center. Your king is safe enough because white doesn't have enough pieces to go and checkmate you. If you trade on d4, the queen is coming to e4 with check to try to trade the queen. So Anish, he's just calming himself before making moves, and he is certainly going to win this game. And wow, I mean, what a moment this was here Fiona. Rook to b6, a blunder in a tough spot. And I did glance over at the chat. Queen h5 apparently was a move that keeps white hanging in there, but it just doesn't really feel that clear nonetheless, even if that move is good to begin with. Coming up with the follow-ups to hold this game would have been difficult, but of course the game would have continued without black just being instantly winning.
Yeah, what a move, Queen h5. Not an easy move to see by any means, but you've got to feel for Fabi. On the other hand, Giri fans will be happy with Anish about to get his first win. Of course, that's not how the players want to win, but they will take it. A point is a point, especially with the black pieces. Anish has captured on f5, and I expect actually Fabiano to probably just resign here, because after queen takes, bishop takes, d4, the king is safe, and yeah, there's just nothing there. So Fabiano, he did recapture on f5, and Anish will probably simply just take the pawn.
And Fabiano didn't play this game in his trademark style. Like from the very early stages with the fianchetto bishops, it wasn't like principled chess of putting your pawns in the center and playing in that manner. So I could tell as soon as the opening was played that Fabiano, he's frustrated with his results, because his play overall has been quite good. I mean, against Yesipenko yesterday, he was the one with the advantage the entire game before it went away from him. So he will go to a -1 score of 2.5 out of 6. But based on the play here before this game, I think that's what led him to this moment. And credit to Anish Giri, who didn't have much time and put up a great play on the queen side and then great defense on the king side.
Yeah, I mean, what a game this has been. So much back and forth. Let's quickly check in with Sergei Karyakin and Jorden van Foreest, and then we'll go on a quick break to also recover from all the emotions. I mean, what a day, and what a game, what a time scramble we've just witnessed.
This is not pleasant to look at. Black can hardly move, and the way that white is going to win is your upper pawn, and you want to punch through a5. But I'm just looking at this. Is this white king is at some point going to walk in and just end the game? And black just doesn't have moves. So if we trade knights, because both the knight on e7 and the pawn g7 are under attack, then we can put our knight on e4, and then we can just start bringing our king up the board. Black needs to stay in line with the move a5, otherwise white gets a clear pass pawn. So no, Fiona, this is as bad as it gets from the perspective of Jorden van Foreest.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be quite a decisive game. So far, only one decisive result, Magnus Carlsen as victory over Richard Rapport, but Anish Giri and Sergei Karyakin are inching closer and closer to making that a 3 decisive games day. And Robert, I think we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back very shortly with the last 2 games going here in round 6.
My first memory would be being here with my grandfather and my little brother playing here for the very first time. I was playing in the amateur sections and really desperately trying to get a look at the top players playing. So my best memory would have to be definitely well, winning here last year without question. A couple of years ago, we started getting neural network chess engines into the chess world, and they really changed the game, the way we see the game very differently, and it has improved our understanding of the game immensely. So it's a very interesting development, and the way they play chess is really magnificent. So it's very nice. I have a chessboard at home, so I like to bring a chessboard to my tournaments, but 90% of the work, I think, does take place on my laptop and using technology. I always think that like the engines we currently have, they're like the strongest there can ever be, but they keep on getting stronger, so who knows what's gonna come in the future. I've basically played in all of the groups, and indeed that just coming here as a kid and now playing on the highest stage is of course very special to me.
Just heard from Jorden van Foreest, the defending champion, but he is in big trouble today against Sergei Karyakin. We see the results so far. We've had 4 draws and 1 big win for Magnus Carlsen, who has joined the leaders. Robert, out of the 4 draws, which was the one which piqued your interest the most?
Well, the game between Shankland and Praggnanandhaa, that was over pretty quickly because it was great preparation by Black. Praggnanandhaa showed some excellent home prep and was able to draw easily. The game between Vidit and Duda, that was also fantastic home prep by Duda, and he was able to make the draw. Mamadjarov and Niels, they played like 15 moves, and then the draw was offered and agreed to. So last but not least, it had to be Dubov against Yesipenko, where Dubov had pressure and Andre played really well to stave him off and hold the half point.
Absolutely. Kudos to Sergei Yesipenko. But it looks like one Russian player today will get a full point, and that is Sergei Karyakin. He is still looking for his first win of this year's tournament, but he will very likely just get it against Jorden today. We've just brought up the position and this A5 push that you have been talking about for so long, that has just happened.
Yeah, he went A5, and importantly, Jorden took on A5, but let's say King B7 was played, A6 check, you try to say, I'm going to have a connected pass pawn, and maybe you will, in fact, win this game because Black is tied down. The nerve-wracking part about this is that if you don't open up the other side of the board, you can't make progress over here. There's no way a knight gets to C6 for white to check the king, because A5 is covered, D4 is covered, and I don't know where else your knight thinks it's going, but it's not going D8 and getting to C6. But that's why you have the whole other flank to work with, and you'd have to switch your attention over this way. Black would be playing without a king, and that means that white has an extra piece to utilize in the break on the king side.
Yeah, so this wouldn't have helped Jorden. Instead, he captured on A5, and after rook takes, brought the knight back to C8, trying to control the E7 square. But Sergei Karyakin, rook A6, and where is that rook? What's the idea behind rook A6, Robert?
So rook C6 check is something to consider. If the knight leaves C8, there could be a timely rook A7 check. And what Sergei is going to do is put his knight on A5, I believe, defend the C4 pawn so that his other knight can start doing work on the king side. He could bring the knight back to D2 if he doesn't want to get his rook sort of trapped over here, but there's nothing to attack the rook with. If you move the C8 knight, there's still rook A7. If you move the B6 knight, there's rook C6 at the very least. So the rook's not getting trapped, although how to break through from here, that's the question that remains to be seen, because you need to somehow break through on the other flank. Otherwise, there's no progress to be had on the queen side right now.
And I think Caruana is going to show us just how, because he has gone to a5. So now his own rook a bit trapped in the enemy lines, but also tying down Jordan's pieces. And, well, White is going to be looking to somehow mobilize the pawns on the king side, I guess, or try and activate his king.
Yeah, because a7, a8 are under black's control. So if you just sort of make random moves as white, you're not going to be able to break through. So you can bring this knight to f5. That looks pretty good because after g6, there's this move knight g7, then you get your knight to e6 with check. And that's a very big problem for black here. There's a fork, but even if the rook were to move away somewhere after knight e6 check, the king has to go. And then once the king goes, I mean, this looks like there's a mating net in the works. I haven't quite figured out how to deliver a checkmate, but it should be there shortly.
It's such a weird position with all of White's pieces in the enemy lines, both knights and the rook. They are all in black's side of the board. We see the evaluation bias sky high, but still, yeah, where was the knockout? It feels like it can't be too far out. What if we bring another knight to c6? I'm still not sure what my follow-up is after that. Maybe can I bring a knight to a7 and try and break this wall of the two black knights?
That looks a great idea. And you give up a pawn on c4, that's your extra pawn, but that's not important because now, what was that knight doing? Covering a8, rook b8, rook b7. You worked your rook to the 7th rank, and this king, it's just going to get checkmated.
Yeah, so, well, it's looking very good for Sergei. Of course, he also has plenty of time on the clock, and he has actually just made a move, and the knight has jumped into f5 indeed. And, well, we just saw g6 didn't look too tempting, but if not g6, then how do you deal with the pawn being attacked on g7? Rook g8 is really not a move you want to make, but maybe you just have to defend passively.
You do, because any pawn move you make in addition to knight g7 being an idea, it makes the f6 pawn in some danger. So he did go rook to f7, and you see the evaluation mark go up even more. I imagine you can bring your king up, king f3, king g4. You can play the move pawn h4, and that's just trading off one pair of pawns, but then your king is going to just walk up into the action. So what you do is you take away the g6 push, and so your king can just, I mean, just very straightforward. Whether it's f5 or h5, the king is getting in.
Yeah, and I mean, Sergei, he's been around the block for a fair few years. He, in general, is a very accurate, very technical player, and I think he's going to show us without any hesitation here what the best path for White is. Meanwhile, let's leave these guys and quickly check in with Fabiano and Anish. That's the other game that's still ongoing. If you're just tuning in now, this took quite a dramatic turn after a very eventful back and forth middle game. Fabiano unfortunately just had a blind spot on move 40, the last move before the time control, and gave up the rook on b6 for a second, probably just forgetting about that knight on c4. Anish took, and then he just took everything. He took on f5, he took on d4, Fabiano took on a5, but it's two extra pawns for black, and the question is just how do you mobilize them in the best way? Can Anish maybe activate the rook? Does he move the pawns? He has so many good moves to choose from.
Yeah, I'm trying to think which of those many good options should he choose from. He can try to trade queens with queen e5. He can push the pawn to e2. The problem sometimes with pushing your pawn there is that it's not as well defended. So if White can attack the e2 square with the queen and then avoid black from protecting it, then maybe that pawn is won. But of course, this queen can jump in via e5 or e7, things like that. So all these moves look quite good. One thing, though, to consider is if you play e2, now you actually struggle to trade queens as black because this king, perhaps in some universe, is close enough. It won't be because this rook can come to e3 and it's just not going to happen. So even if you push the pawn to e2 and white is able to put pressure on it, you still can't win it. So there's no way that I see that Anish can go wrong here. Blunders happen, especially in time trouble, but Anish has so much time remaining, and yeah, I just can't see him not winning this game.
We talked about the queen trade. I was wondering, is bishop c3 also an option? Maybe try and trade the bishops?
Undoubtedly. And after bishop c3, you hit the bishop, you hit the rook. Once the trade happens, it's very important that this rook is under attack because if this rook were not under attack, the move queen g6 would be a big problem, hitting the rook on e8 and this h6 pawn. But this rook is hanging with check. So I'm trying to, like, if I give white a free move, just bear with me for a second and get this position, right? Then the move queen g6 would be pretty annoying because of the rook hanging and this pawn hanging as well. So it happens to be still in white's favor in this particular position, but there could be another where you lose sight of your king safety as black and then spoil the victory. But here, pretty much everything is winning, as is the point.
And Anish's hand was hovering over the bishop on d4. To me, it looked like he was going to go bishop c3. But, well, Anish, he's gotten an extra 15 minutes on the clock. He's going to make double sure that the gift he received, well, I was going to say he received a gift from Fabiano, which is true in some way. There would have been a lot more work would have had to go into the game without the rook b6 mistake. But Anish, all credit to him. He played, I think, a really nice game. It was so complex, Robert. It's so hard to even explain, tell the story of this game. I think Anish got a nice position out of the opening, and then the initiative just went back and forth. But all in all, I think Anish played a really nice game.
Yeah, the way I would describe it is that for the first, let's say, 20 plus moves, Anish was outplaying Fabiano. That was clear. And then he took a bit too long. He became a bit passive, and he was trying to stop Fabiano from playing f4 and f5, and he put his pieces in that direction, and yet Fabiano still played f5 and then had the advantage. So that was some inaccuracy from Anish. Then after f5, it was very complicated, and the position opened up. It became tactical, and yet Anish was ready for it. And in the ensuing time trouble, it was anybody's game, but it seemed like Anish had the upper hand there through and through, and he, I think, deserves the point that he's about to get.
Yeah, and that victory, once he gets it, is going to take Anish back to 50%. It will be his first win of the tournament. We remember his round 2 loss against Magnus Carlsen, and on 50%, he won't be too far off the lead for Fabiano. It will be a tough loss. He had a few chances, but all his games so far ended in draws. So Fabiano will have to come back into the tournament, and he's still chasing his first win.
And our daily shout out for a certain player who's not in the Masters session. It's Arjun Erigaisi, who has moved to 5.5 out of 6. He wins his game against his compatriot, Surya Ganguly. And so for Arjun, it doesn't look like he can be stopped. He's just on a path straight for the top, and he has only given up 1 draw in 6 rounds.
He is not in the Masters yet, Robert, because let's remind our viewers, the winner of the Challengers tournament gets an invite to next year's Masters group. And, well, at the moment, I mean, what even is his lead? After 6 rounds, it looks like the closest pursuant at the moment is Jumabayev, who's already a 1.5 behind. So, yeah, just what an incredible start to the tournament for Arjun. And meanwhile, Anish has indeed played bishop c3.
He has, and well, for Fabiano, he trades. He had no choice, and after the queen recaptures on c3, the rook is hanging here. There is one trick. So just a little trick here. If White makes the move King G2, oh no, my rook, Eric Rosen says, Queen takes E1 would be a terrible choice because Queen F6 check makes a draw. If your king goes to G8, Queen G6, and whichever way your king goes, my queen goes in the same direction, and I make a draw. If your king had gone to H7, I go Queen F7 check. After King H8, yeah, I can take your rook and likely still make a draw, but I know that this was the position we started with, so I'm just going to make this repetition here, and there's nothing that can be done from Black's point of view. So don't just take free pieces simply because they're free.
Yeah, and I mean, Eric Rosen, what an influence on the game he has had. I will never forget, actually, Robert, one of my favorite moments of this past year was you commentating on Ludwig's game in the PogChamps with the infamous ladder free move, stalemate.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. You know, that wasn't his finest moment, but it did make excellent content. And so, yes, those pre-moving can go wrong. Taking rooks that are hanging sometimes can go wrong. But Anish is not going to make any mistakes here. This deep into the game, he is really just completely winning. And I think even the bar doesn't do it justice. The fact that there's even a sliver of white on that bar is wrong.
Yeah, and I think it's just a tough spot for Fabiano, where I think part of you sometimes, if I put myself in Fabiano's shoes, of course, on a different stage, not at the Tata Steel Masters, but I've been there as well when, you know, these cruel blunders, and sometimes I think you're just so in shock that it takes a while to recover. And sometimes, I'm not saying Fabiano should resign, but sometimes it helps to just stay at the board for a little while to process what even happened.
For Fabiano, part of it, I think, Fiona, is that his rating has been in free fall. He was, you know, in 2018, when he played Magnus Carlsen, he was 3 rating points behind Magnus. If Fabiano had won a single game within the match, he would have been the highest rated player in the world. And over the last, you know, year, 2 years, Fabiano's seen his rating go under 2,800. When he loses this game, I think he's going to be 2,780 or something like that. And it's weird to even think in those terms. The good news, the bright side for Fabiano, is he's already made the candidates. So that's the biggest tournament of the year. When he won the candidates in 2018, he scored something like minus 27 rating points in Tata Steel. He was like 5 out of 13, a huge minus score. He played some of his worst chess relative to his strength, and yet he went on to win the candidates and many other events. So he needs to fix something. There are things that are wrong. He has a new main trainer now. He's no longer working with Rustam Kazimjanov. That could be affecting his play. He did well in the Grand Swiss in Riga back in the fall of 2021, but right now, this tournament is not his. Most tournaments that he's been playing in, it doesn't feel like he's, in classical chess that is, he's not at the form that we saw from him in the past.
Yeah, and well, of course, he would definitely, oh, and Robert, King G2, played by Fabiano.
Well, it's a good attempt, but instead of taking, you know how I like to stop 1 square short of the expected move, Queen D2 check would be the way to go, because if the king goes to H3, you're all the way up in the open. I feel like I should be able to go checkmate your king somehow, but I have to watch out, because if I do allow queen to F6, that wouldn't be a good thing at all. But I could imagine like G4 check, trying to draw the queen back, in which case you have no checks, at least not a check, an endless series of checks. You get 1 on D4, but after king H7, queen D3 check, the rook comes to E4, and that's it.
Yeah, so queen d2 check, and after the check, what if white goes back to f1?
I was envisioning, I thought e2 check would just end the discussion, and then after king g2, I realized I still can't take the rook. I don't have any checks. So then I'm going to have to figure out what to do about my king. I mean, still, it's clear that black is doing well. But these are the moments, Fiona, where when you're winning, you didn't start feeling, I'm letting it slip, and you can get in your own head. And that's why Anish has been spending so much time, is he wants to perfect this now so that Fabi has no hope going forward.
Indeed, and well, Robert, I suggest we listen to what Magnus Carlsen had to say after his win over Richard Rapport, and then we'll come back to these last two remaining games.
Magnus, you just beat Richard Rapport with the white pieces. As Josef Serwan would say, welcome to the club of the pawn grabbers.
Yeah, sorry. It was a very nice pawn to have as well, of course, since with the opposite colored bishops, such such a pawn on the flank is usually pretty hard to stop, and I felt after he went for c5, I thought that was reasonable, but maybe taking on f3 was a bit dodgy. Like, he gets the pawn back, but I think the position, at least in practice, will be very difficult to play. Maybe he should have done something else there. Although everywhere, of course, I'm fighting for an advantage, if anyone. I don't know what happened later. He clearly should have tried to keep the d4 pawn to gain any counterplay. I think after a grab d4, it's just very, very bad for him. So I don't know what he missed there.
Yeah. The previous two games were quite wild. Was it nice to change the character of the game a little bit?
Yeah, but it was also, well, if not exactly wild, then it was a bit unusual in that we both took a very long time to think at an early stage, because the position was practically new at that point.
Like bishop e3.
Yeah, bishop e3, of course, and then bishop d6 was a bit of a surprising response, and feels like on all moves we have. Both have a lot of alternatives, so there was a lot to consider, and sort of ended up making the most obvious moves, which usually happens even after a long think. Last couple of games, of course, were very complicated, and I was really upset with myself after yesterday. I think I missed some chances there after the time control. Of course, a lot of things happened before that, but that was really, really sloppy.
Were you by the way in serious danger in the opening against Brandelius?
Yeah, I guess I was in a lot of danger. I just mixed up the preparation. I played d5 one move too early. But I think since I was blissfully unaware during the game, I wasn't so worried, even though I didn't exactly see how it was going to work for me. And I think even if he had played correctly there, even though he's a lot better, I still have practical chances, and it just took really one move, bishop a4, that was very logical, but still a bit of a mistake, and then I was already doing very well, practically speaking, and even had a decent position in general. So, but yeah, I really, really needed the win today after throwing away some opportunities the last round, and yeah, now everything is looking a lot better.
Yesterday, the new season of the Meltwater Champions Tour was announced. How excited are you for the new season, and are you involved with decision making while being here in Wijk aan Zee?
I'm not making the decisions, but I guess I'm an advisor. Yeah, but I'm really excited for the new season to begin. Yeah, just let's bring it on. But a lot of chess to be played here still before that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Magnus clearly very happy and relieved to get the full point here after a game that he called sloppy yesterday against Niels Grandelius.
Yeah, that was a game where he has some regrets, clearly. But today, he has none because he won a good game. He now moves to a tie for the lead. And Anish just brought his king out of the corner to G7. He's clearly threatening the move rook to F8, pinning and winning the queen. And he allows a check on D7, Fiona, but he's just saying that you get a check, maybe two, but your king is still the one that's going to get checkmated.
Yeah, so let's have a look. The problem is that after the check on D7, maybe the king can go out. White will not be in time to take the rook because there's a mate threatened on F2. And if the king is on F6, well, where are the checks? There's one check on C6, one on D6, but both of them run into rook E6, and the checks don't run on out just yet. There's another check on F8, but after king G6, queen G8, king, where is that king gonna run? Maybe it has a choice.
Yeah, it has a choice here because the king just keeps running. And Vidit and Anish Giri, good friends, that king on F5, it's in a good spot. There's just a couple more checks. And once you block them or bring your king up to a square like G4, for instance, the checks are just clearly running out.
And this is what is happening right now on the board after the check on D7. Anish indeed did go up to F6, and queen D6 will probably see rook E6 be played, although moving the king also seems fine.
And there's these two games remaining, and this one is very bad for white, down 2 pawns and with your king just about to be mated on F1. And the other game is no more pleasant to look at because Fiona, there's a knight on E6 there and a knight on C6. So we were, not messing around when we showed a position like this earlier in the analysis.
Oh my God, this is really, really painful to look at. Let's bring up that board and see how did Jorden find himself in this pickle. I mean, the position was already lost. We're not gonna try and talk the talk here, but Sergei Karyakin, I did say he was gonna show us how it's done, and he has just been dancing those knights around into a perfect position.
Yeah, the knight went via F8 to E6, and the king comes to D7, and your idea, knight A7, it forces at least one knight off the board, because after knight takes A7, we can just take either knight, and if the knight tries to escape, then the B6 knight is hanging. That's why it was so important to check the black king away from the knight, because if the king were on C7 still, the knight could then release to E7. But here, the knight can't move without losing his partner on B6, and yeah, this is over. Once one knight goes, the B pawn is free, or the 7th rank is white's for the taking.
And I think we've come back here just in time. Jorden just gave the kind of sigh that lets us know the end is near. Let's show one more time what happens if Jorden takes the pawn on C4.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Well, the rook. Oh, we can take there as well. I was wondering if you wanted to bring the rook to C7. It's a kind of position where there's so many moves from that we can have different. We can each pick our own.
But it's just so unpleasant. It's actually even material in this position, believe it or not. But the king has no moves. Rook A8 check is going to win this rook. If you're not careful, knight takes G7 or rook takes G7 can be played. I can just help escort my B pawn up the board. So yeah, your rook C6, it showcases why we've been working so hard to get rid of the knight. And will we see it? Rook C6.
And yeah, Karyakin to move now. It is the move I expect, and he has played it instantly. He foresaw all of this from a distance, and yeah, the end is near here for Jorden.
The reason I like this more, your variation that Karyakin just played, is because had he taken on C8, while it still is very clearly just dominating for white, you brought your opponent's rook towards the queen side where you have a pass pawn and behind his pass pawn. So there's no reason to allow that rook into the game in this manner. It's still just crushing. The only move is king here. You take the pawn. You can bring your knight back if you want. I mean, you have all the time in the world to do things. Your king, not there, but will probably just walk up the board and help deliver the checkmate. But I really like your move way, way, way more, because after rook c7 check, it's just the black rook is caught doing nothing, so you're not helping your opponent at all.
Yeah, and we see Jorden there and just, well, reaching out his hand in resignation, and that game is over. And we haven't seen so many of these really positional masterclasses, but Sergey, sort of from the opening, we thought that there was some counterplay for Jorden. We liked the knights looking like they were coming into f4, but Caruana just shut down all of black's play, closed the center, and then slowly outplayed Jorden.
Yes, and you see the players, they're talking about the game. Jorden had this look on his face where he was registering some variation that he just didn't see during the game. And Caruana, he's called the Minister of Defense, which is true. He is so good at defending tough positions, being resourceful. But as he just showed, if he can get the type of position where he can squeeze, he makes it look easy. Jorden had no chance, even though initially with his knights coming to g6 and h5, he might have a little something. Once g3 was played, and then especially when the queens came off Fiona, it was all Sergey Caruana.
Indeed, an impressive game by him. And well, let's bring back Fabiano's game against Anish, where Anish, that king is just going forward. Queen d7 is the last move on the board, and now Anish blocks with rook e6, and there are a few more checks, but it looks like they are going to run out soon.
And he just glanced up at Fabiano a couple times. He's like looking at him, what does he see? The answer is nothing, just a couple more checks, as you said, and the evaluation bar, without suggesting checkmate by force, it's pretty much as low as it gets.
Yeah, and Anish just getting ready after queen h7 check. That king, is it going further forward? Yes, it is. The king is on g4, and well, that's it. There are no more checks. So now Fabiano, if he wants to play on, he will have to defend the mate on f2. But yeah, there's just too many pieces around the white king, and this one is over.
Right, because queen f7 is the only way to deal with the checkmate there. And then you are threatening to take this rook. So you say, oh, I can leave my rook here because if they take his checkmate, you have to remember your king is in check. So as long as Anish doesn't blunder that, which he won't, he can bring his rook up to e4 to help out deliver the mate. Is just, yeah, there's nothing Fabiano can do.
No, we see, I think he will try queen f7, so queen f7 has been played, and I like your move, rook to e4. I guess Anish is a little bit spoiled, as long as he is spoiled for choice, as long as he doesn't blunder the rook with check, maybe rook e5. Also good enough. I mean, pretty much any rook move that isn't rook f6, even rook e7, I don't know what that achieves other than looking cute. But yeah, just the only thing is do not blunder that rook with check.
You're right, though. Any rook move, seriously, e7, e8, e5, e4, not rook f6 and not leaving the rook here. Those are the two bad moves, because when the queen takes an f6, it still covers the checkmate. But the point that we're making is that if the rook is captured anywhere else, the queen has left its guard of the f2 square. So just do not leave it here with the king on g4.
And Anish, he is getting ready. I think very likely it will be your move, rook e4.
He's got the hand on the head, and
oh.
He can move his king to h4, but
we've got the close-up ready.
Where is he going to go?
And I think we've got Sergey Caruana just starting his interview. So let's go over there. No, we're not. Okay. So we're still waiting on Anish to decide where to go, and there it is, rook e4 is on the board.
All right. Well, I don't even know.
And a handshake.
Exactly. I don't even know what to do. Fabiano resigns. He did blunder a rook on b6. That was a clear blunder, but still, he was in a tough spot. And Anish made one, maybe a couple mistakes to allow Fabiano the play that he got. And without the perfect play from Fabiano, he was not able to sustain the advantage he was able to obtain.
Yeah, and well, this was a big game because between two of the top-rated players here. For Anish fans, it's a great day at the office. The local Dutch hero, he gets a huge win with the black pieces over Fabiano. So he is back in the tournament for Fabiano. Hopefully, he can bounce back as soon as tomorrow.
And he's just been in a bit of a slump. And chess players go through those. Some of the most famous players and best players in history, like Vasily Ivanchuk, he went from like nearly 2,800 down to 2,720, back to 2,780. So some players go in waves, and Rapport actually is one of those players. He was 2,750 down to even the 2,600s. And of course, now he's one of the absolute best players in the world once more.
And there we see the look into the playing hall with our main arbiter, Arno. He's getting ready to maybe get the score sheets or put the boards back, but he understands the players are not ready to call it a day just yet. And I mean, it was such an interesting, complex game. So of course, plenty to discuss for the two players.
It's actually kind of funny because I was about to say they're the only people remaining in the playing hall, just let them analyze. And then I remember the challenger section is right over there. So talking is distracting. And as we see here on the screen, there are several games still going in the challenger section. And that's likely why the arbiter is going to try to say, all right, I respect you both, amazing chess, but please talk about it elsewhere.
Yeah, and I think the players are getting ready. We see Anish there just handing the score sheet to the arbiter. There is actually an analyzer's board in the back room. Usually there's plenty more, but in these pandemic times, but I think that's gonna be it. I think Fabiano, as lovely as he is, as nice, I think after a move like rook b6, even if you're interested in what happened beforehand, I think part of you just wants to get back to the room.
Well, I think part of him just wants to leave Wijk. He's not having a good tournament, and when that happens and there's still 7 rounds remaining, you do have time to start stringing together some victories, sure, but you also like, this tournament is bad, and I really hope it doesn't get worse.
Yeah, and there we see the results today. Once again, plenty of decisive action with Magnus Carlsen winning his game against Richard Rapport, thus joining the three-way tie at the top. Or actually not joining, because he dethroned Richard. Sorry, Robert, my brain is working slowly. But then we saw Anish Giri win his game against Fabiano Caruana. Sergei Karyakin, the author of a nice positional masterpiece, against Jorden van Foreest, and the other games ending in draws.
That's right. So actually, Max does join, a three-way tie for first, because he joins Vidit and Mamadjarov, but Rapport now has to settle for being a half point behind the leaders. He is joined by Andrei Yesipenko, and then Anish Giri. They're in 6th place. So he jumps from 2 out of 5 to 3 out of 6, and he's joined from 6th through 8th. So really, all these players, all the way up to 8th place, I would say, still in very good shape in this tournament, especially as it's a round robin. You have to play everyone in this tournament. But Vidit Gujrathi still having a great event. Mamadjarov was in a risky spot today, but he was able to offer the draw and have it accepted. And then Magnus Carlsen, you do not, if you're the rest of the field, want to see him charging ahead with more victories.
Indeed. So plenty here to play for tomorrow, round 7. Robert, you won't be here. Dania will be here instead, but once again we've got so many exciting clashes to look forward to. At the top there, the bottom seed playing the top seed, Praggnanandhaa against Magnus Carlsen. What are your expectations for that?
I'm excited for the youngster because they have not played in classical chess before, and it's an amazing opportunity. But don't get me wrong. Praggnanandhaa is not just going to say, oh, I'm just happy to play. He gets the white pieces. There's no reason why he should go into that game fearing Magnus Carlsen. You respect the world champion, but you do not fear him. And I don't think Praggnanandhaa has shown any fear. So I'm really looking forward to that matchup. The teenager from India, he could potentially take down Magnus Carlsen, even though Magnus has not lost yet. It is always possible when a strong player takes on the world champion. And
it will be their first classical encounter, so there will be that special flavor to it. The other two games that I'm very excited about is the other two co-leaders. Mamedjarov playing black against Richard Rapport. I have no idea what to expect for that game. I think anything could happen. And Jorden van Foreest, after his loss today against Karyakin, I'll be very curious to see how he bounces back with the white pieces against Vidit.
And there's just some very interesting middle-of-the-pack pairings as well. Anish Giri gets white. He just won against Fabiano Caruana. He gets to play Dubov. Dubov undoubtedly a bit frustrated with how the games have gone. He lost the game early in the tournament. He could not win today's game. So Anish Giri, I mean, he can win another if he's playing his best chess and Dubov isn't in his top form. So watch out for Anish to start working his way back towards the top.
Absolutely. Robert, it's the end of the day here, but we are not done just yet. We are going to go on a quick break, and when we are back, well, you'll get your rapid recap of the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that.
Anish Giri, you just beat Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. How would you describe this game?
Yeah, I don't know. Either I'm not a very good chess player in general, or somehow the positions I'm getting are too complicated for me, and the engines are too strong somehow. I don't know. Like, if I look at my games after the game, they're so bad. Like today also, it was just such a disaster. I thought it was an interesting game while we were playing it, and okay, of course I missed a few things, but when I checked it afterwards, it was so bad. I don't know what to think of it.
Chess is a very rich game. Of course you make mistakes, you're human.
Yeah, but like it's so bad. I mean, like I was like the evaluations that I see. I mean, I thought it was an unclear position where I'm probably slightly better, and I see like it's like minus 2.5. I don't know like on what square it can be minus 2.5. It's like an extra piece almost. Then okay, I make some mistakes. Then it's like I thought, okay, probably there is some crush for him. Well, that he's actually winning, I'm not surprised. But then, yeah, later as well, like, no, I just didn't have the right evaluation throughout. Towards the end of the time control, I was really happy that I am alive, because I felt I was losing at some point. But it didn't really occur to me that I'm already much like I'm winning actually at the time. But okay, we were both in huge time pressure and made a lot of mistakes. Actually, on move 40, I saw this move Queen H5 that he could make, which was very, very strong. But actually, I thought, okay, I'm probably still fine, and game goes on.
Okay, can you introduce that moment? Like, what was the time situation around move 40?
It was already 1 minute per. We had like a minute already for a while, both of us. I mean, I was sort of happy that I got my knight to c4, pawn on e3 is alive, and I was really happy to be in the game. And I just thought the priority right now is not to blunder anything before the time control. Which I sort of didn't, but in the meantime, of course, I made many mistakes.
Yeah, but like he played this, he took his rook from b1, put it on b6. Like what came to your mind at that moment?
Yeah, he blundered the rook, I guess, or it happens.
He doesn't know how the horsey moves? Or?
No, he does. But as Ivanchuk once said, knight moves backwards are the hardest moves in chess.
But not for you.
No,
yeah.
You know, that's the hardest, but still you can make them. But yeah, I was really, I mean, I'm more like, okay, I was lucky in the end, of course, but I'm really sort of somewhat confused at how poor my games are in general.
So after this interview, I guess you just go back to your hotel room, you just check it with like a better engine. How much time will you spend like analyzing this game before prepping for tomorrow?
Not too much. Tomorrow is a very exciting game. Here, actually, I play 3 games against members of World Championship match preparation. Even more, actually, Sergey also was involved, and that's really challenging because these guys are really well prepared. You know, I work very hard, but there are a few months, always every 2 years, where I'm not exactly up there in terms of preparation, because these guys, they worked harder and more intensely with more people and better hardware. So I'll be really curious as to how my preparation will match tomorrow against Daniil, and looking forward to that. So I will not have too much time looking at my game, but I don't know, I have to somehow stop, I don't know, maybe stop analyzing my games or something, because they're so bad. It's just not really inspiring confidence. I think also I haven't played classical chess in a while, and I sort of assumed that maybe, you know, rapid blitz should be bad, but classical chess is going to be better. But of course, yeah, if you look at the other games as well, the quality of play is really low all over the place. So maybe chess is just very hard.
Maybe you need like a friend or a coach who just gives you like a thumbs up and says like, hey, Anish, you're doing great.
No, people say that, but just like I look at the game myself, and you know, I see all these mistakes. It's really hard to get confidence there. But of course, I'm really happy today. It's very important to have a lucky break. It would have made a huge difference had I not won today. So I'm really excited to continue the tournament. I'm now maybe back. It depends on how the rest of the games go. And yeah, tomorrow is going to be definitely a fun game.
Okay, all the best.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Always great to hear Anish Giri's thoughts. He's happy after a win, but he's still very critical of his play, Fiona. So, you know, what do you think about that?
Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't expect Anish to come out and the first thing for him to say to be I played so bad. I think maybe, I'm not sure how I feel about Anish. He does this, I think he's the only player who consistently, when he finishes his game, he is looking for the nearest laptop he can find, and he likes to get the immediate feedback of the engine. And I think he was just shocked today that the engine was saying he was so winning. And for me, it's kind of almost, I was going to say sad. I don't know if sad is the right word, but to see such a great player like Anish to have his judgment, his immediate judgment after the game. You know, it's almost like the computers take away from our joy of winning a game. You've just beaten Fabiano Caruana as black. Of course, there was this rook b6 moment, but yeah, don't let the computers ruin your joy like that.
They certainly can, because you know that as well as you played, you didn't play perfectly, but alas, he rips the Band-Aid off. He wants to get the knowledge over with. Did I play? How well did I play? Did I play, a great game? Did I play a subpar game? He just wants that out of the way. But we are now in for an exciting treat. It is your day 6 rapid recap from Tata Steel, and we have a special one for you. We are choosing a game from the challenger section. It is Arjun Erigaisi taking on his countryman, Surya Ganguly.
And Arjun Erigaisi, after 6 round, Robert, he's on 5.5 out of 6. He drew his first round game against Magnus van Foreest, and he's just been on a tear ever since.
He can't stop, won't stop. And in this game, we saw an Italian game, but instead of a quiet line with pawn to d3, we saw d4 Fiona. So it's clear that Arjun was in for a battle.
Absolutely. A fighting opening choice, Arjun, a young up-and-coming player, and he is not afraid to enter some more tactical territory. Usually we see the quieter d3 played.
Exactly, just to defend the pawn on e4 and then castle and develop your pieces. But instead we see d4, and after pawn takes d4, e5, d5 is an important strike, because the point is, while your knight is under attack, you are attacking the bishop on c4, opening up your bishop on c8, bishop b5, the knight jumps in, and Fiona after pawn takes bishop b6. This is a position that is well known to these players.
Yes, absolutely. This position has been seen thousands of times before, so we're still deep in theoretical territory. Arjun here continues to develop with knight c3.
Yes, he does. And Ganguly, one of the best prepared players himself, has worked with former world champion Vishy Anand as part of his team. He castles, and after bishop e3, we see the move f6. So Fiona, we understand the move. It challenges white center, but it's also a bit risky.
Yeah, as Ben Feingold says, never play f6. And this is one of the positions where we understand why does Ben say that. We look at the king on g8, and we see that a queen could potentially appear on b3. In either case, you are opening up some lines, some diagonals in front of your king. And in general, you have to be very careful when making pawn moves like that.
For sure. And in this one, the pawn captured through a knight takes c3, hitting the queen, so you can't get away with moving this f-pawn. After pawn takes the queen takes f6, white castles, black plays bishop g4, and Fiona here, black decides to take on f3, and now white has the bishop pair.
Yeah, and well, we'll see Indian legend Vishy Anand, he famously said he loves playing with the knight pair, but the new generation is here, and let's see how Arjun Erigaisi put the bishop pair to use.
Well, after rook d8, he said, let me drop that bishop back to e2. It's done its duty. It won the enemy bishop. And now, after knight a5, he pushes pawn to a4, which means that the knight is kind of stuck, because if that knight were to move too soon, the white pawn would venture forward. For example, after here, bishop takes c4, pawn takes c4. It doesn't quite trap the bishop yet because there's bishop c5, but you don't need to win a full piece. It's okay because the bishop is under attack. Let's move our queen to b1 out of the pin on the d file. Once the bishop moves, you lose b7. You'll probably lose a7 and c7 as well. It's not going to be good news for black. So that's why that knight has to stay put on the a file over here. c6 makes sense to solidify the center, but Fiona, after bishop d3, I know you're liking the look of white's position.
Yeah, suddenly the bishops are getting activated. The bishop from b3, from d3 is looking down all the way at h7, and well, we see on the very next move, it's like Arjun was reading my mind. The black bishop dropped back to c7, and in comes the most powerful piece. queen g4, and suddenly, well, there's already a few threats. All the white pieces are getting ready to look down towards the black king.
That's right. Bishop g5, also a threat. That's why the rook came from d8 to e8. And honestly, black's position looks quite sound. You have the rooks connected right close to each other. There are open files that black's rooks and queen are on. So that looks good. But the problem is the game opens up. The bishops show their dominance. And white went rook e1. Black played the bishop to d8. Didn't want white to put a bishop on g5. And here, Fiona, this is one of the strangest blunders I've seen. Not because it's a horrible move. It looks like a perfectly reasonable move, but as we see after queen f3, the evaluation goes sky high for white.
Yeah, it's such an interesting moment. Queen f3, to the human eye, looks like a natural move. You want to try and trade the queens. The black queen infiltrates the white position, but it turns out this was already maybe the decisive mistake. Arjun says, I'm not interested in a queen swap. Those bishops are working beautifully, and now let me look down at that weakness on h7.
And the queen being on f3 gives the bishop a tempo, because after g6, bishop e2, step one, that bishop has gone all over the board. c4, b5, back to e2, capturing on f3, back to e2, to d3, now all the way back to e2. And after the queen drops back to f5, guess what? It's that bishop's time to move again with bishop g4.
Yeah, and once again, I mean, could all of this lead back to the moment when Ganguly decided to play f6? Because we see, once again, the weaknesses on the light squares around the king. There is no black light squared bishop that can help fight along that color complex. So the black queen here had to drop back, and in comes the other bishop.
Yes, and now there's a huge, devastating threat. If you make a move like a6, which you shouldn't make because it's on the other side of the board, in comes a bishop to e6 check. You don't want to give your rook for a bishop, but if you move your king to either g7 or h8, the problem is bishop e5 will in fact win this black queen. That's why bishops are so powerful on an open board. So Fiona, instead of a6, the move h5 was played, but that king is really, really weak.
Yeah, having to take drastic measures, but the bishop pair just continues infiltrating the black position, comes into d7, attacking the rook. The rooks get traded, but now white firmly in control of the e-file. The bishop pair is working beautifully. The position is completely open, just what the bishops were hoping for. Black tries to get the king into safety, and in comes the next white piece, Robert.
Oh, no, you got to bring all the pieces into the party. Rook e6 is such a good move because queen f5, the bishop no longer attacks that square, right? But if you play the move queen f5, I see the bishop, I see the queen. The only thing in the way is the rook. So a move like rook e7 check would pick up the queen, and even the queen trade would still be really good for white. So nothing that black can do really helps out. The knight on a5, not in the game at all. So queen f7, the queen backs up, and rook d6. I thought we liked that open file, Fiona.
Yeah, but the rook is now looking to free up the square for the bishop. Once again, that bishop has been everywhere. It's now looking to move itself and for the rook to infiltrate along the 7th rank.
Just great piece movement by Arjun. He understands the threats, where the pieces belong. Queen moves to e7, doesn't matter, bishop to e6. And now rook d7 is coming. So black, Ganguly, he tried with rook takes f4. Please, please, please take me back. You then lose your rook on d6. That would obviously be a tremendous blunder. So instead, after rook takes f4, we see the rook land on d7. And Fiona, it was a matter of technique from here.
Yeah, now Arjun is going to pocket some material, takes the queen on d7. He now has a queen for a rook and a knight, and from here on out, it actually ended relatively fast with Arjun just showing his technique to convert the material advantage.
That's right. He did not take his foot off the pedal, brings his bishop to c8, plays g4. He's going after this king, and there was really little that black could do. It's too little too late with that knight. It finally enters the action, but after takes on h5, the bishop comes to e6. Yet another nice bishop move.
Yes, very nice, cutting out the black rook from the defense. Now the queen is getting ready to join the game, maybe via f5, and the rook is just helpless. So Ganguly tried to bring the king to g7, but in comes the next piece, the pawn from f4 is suddenly joining the game as well.
That's right. You bring all your pieces into the attack. Then it goes to f5, and Ganguly takes on e6 because he sees that the checkmate is coming. Now the bishop is defended on e6. The queen is free to gobble up the pawn on h5, and then come to g6 thanks to the f5 pawn, or into the f7 square thanks to the bishop. So rook e6, pawn takes, and now it's a queen for 2 minor pieces. Take some more stuff, queen to e8 and queen to d7, and he resigns because his queen side is collapsing. And that is your round 6 rapid recap. Honestly, Fiona, just such a wonderful demonstration of the power of the bishops by Jorden Ergaisi. It seems like he's invincible right now.
Yeah, I mean, such an incredible start to the tournament for him. I'm curious where he can take it from here. But right now we're looking at the results from round 6 in the Masters groups. We see there's still 1 game going in the Challengers in the background. But in the Masters, Magnus Carlsen won his game against Richard Rapport. Anish Giri, a big win with the black pieces against Fabiano Caruana. And Sergei Karyakin won his game against Jorden van Foreest. And let's look at the standings, Robert.
You may not see Jorden Ergaisi's name there right now, but next year it seems extremely likely that he will join the pack. He leads the Challenger section. The winner of that tournament makes their way into the Masters 2023. But here and now we see Magnus Carlsen, Mamedyarov, Vida Gujarati all at 4 out of 6. I don't know why I didn't say Shakhriyar. I said all the other first names. But either way, it's a 3-way tie. And Fiona, we can look all the way down to 8th place because Anish Giri in 6th, Sergei Karyakin in 8th, they both won their games today.
Yeah, I mean, all of these players are still contenders for the tournament victory, all within 1 point of the leaders, and there's still 7 rounds to go. Robert, let's look at the pairings for tomorrow one more time. I already said, for me, the 3 standout pairings that I'm looking forward to are Pragg against Magnus, Richard Rapport against Mamedyarov, and Jorden van Foreest against Vidit, but there will be action everywhere.
And at first, I was afraid for Praggnanandhaa in that theoretical battle against Sam Shankland, but now I'm just incredibly impressed. So we'll see what he does against Magnus. So that's going to be a really fun matchup, and the rest of them are no less exciting. You've referred to your 3 favorite games. I'm going to be lazy and just say all 7 are highly anticipated from my perspective. So I really look forward to tomorrow's action.
Unfortunately, Robert, you will not be here with us any longer. Dania Naroditsky will be taking over, but we'll be here at the same place at the same time, 2 p.m. Central European time. That's 5 a.m. Pacific. The day after that, we'll also be around round 8, and then on January 24th is our next West Day. So, Robert, it's been so much fun covering this first half of the tournament with you. Thank you so much for all the insights, for all the good times we had. And, well, I'll leave you close this one out.
Well, I have to thank you first and foremost, because my job would not be nearly as fun without you. So Fiona, I have to extend a really hearty thanks, because it really was a great time. And I know I give the chat a hard time. I know I do, but it's not really out of love, but I will express my gratitude to them as well, because the chess has seen such an increase in viewership, so many people interested in the game, and I just really enjoy trying to help everybody get a little bit better day by day, if that's what they're interested in. If they just want to watch the games and hear the thoughts of you and I as commentators, then that's also good enough. So thank you to everybody who's tuned in. Of course, Bick as producer has been awesome, and the players, they deserve really the most thanks, because without them, we don't have great games to cover, and our time is not nearly as enjoyable. So Fiona, I'm gone. Today's my last day, but you will have a better time, because Daniel Naroditsky, he is absolutely a pleasure.
We shall miss you, but I'm sure we'll have you back somewhere very soon, Robert. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you for watching us. I will see you tomorrow.
I just want to say,
have
I
a
know
good
it's
one.
early.
Bye-bye.
It's early for all of us, but Fabi, you're looking fresh.
Oh, thanks, Danny.
Chad likes it, man. Looking good.
What about me?
All right, guys, let's go. Run a show back. Here we go. And Fabi, this video series was great, by the way. People love it. They really do. By the way, again, dude, you're just looking fresh, man. I love your new haircut.
Makes me good. how's it going? I don't even recognize myself, you know? It's a whole new me. Hey, Fabi, Danny, how's it going?
Hey, Robert.
Hey,
What's going
man.
on, man.
You know, just trying out a few new things here and there. The day's beautiful, sun is out.
Cool. Hey, Danny.
Yeah.
Forgot to mention that haircut's looking real fresh on you.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, cool. Appreciate it.
You f***ing serious? What does a guy got to do around here to get noticed?
What are you talking about?
That seems a little out of line, a little uncalled for. You know, you already can't spell chess without him. What more does he want?